Welcome to Wake, a cold reading of James Joyce's Finnegans Wake, just to hear it out loud. Join Toby Malone and TJ Young, along with some special friends, as we puzzle our way through what we once thought was an unreadable book to produce a surprisingly listenable podcast. Hello and thanks for joining me. My name's Toby Malone and I'm one of two hosts, along with TJ Young, of the podcast Wake, Cold Reading Finnegans Wake, which premiered in May of 2024. If this is the first Wake video you're seeing, you might be coming in a little prematurely, because this is the third in a series of 4 videos that collect together all the readings from our podcast as recorded in 2024 and 2025. Each video is broken down by their respective books in Finnegans Wake, so this video covers the third book, spanning pages 403 to 590. If you want earlier chapters, check out the other compilation videos in this channel. We started reading James Joyce's daunting Finnegans Wake in 2024, first to fulfill a bucket list item, and then we released it as a podcast just to stay accountable. Little did we know that we'd make such progress and that people would be listening. We move on now to Book 3, an entertaining set of 4 chapters with some wonderful guest readers. As always, we suggest you follow along with a copy of the book to get a real sense of it. So, this is a supercut of our reading of Book 3 with all of our conversation and banter and commentary removed. If you want to hear all of that at the top and bottom of each episode, check out the individual episodes on Apple and Spotify. Now, there will be mistakes, but we pride ourselves on the fact that this is a cold read project, so we never fix anything, and that's part of the point. As usual, we use our trusty Penguin Modern Classics edition with the foreword by Seamus Dean, but the page numbers are consistent throughout, so follow along with any edition you might find, but don't trust the captions on YouTube. For more Wake content, follow us on Instagram at this address. Support our Patreon at this address. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, and check us out at Reddit. For everything else, there's our link tree. Enjoy Book 3 and enjoy the Wake. We'll see you back here for Book 4.
Hark, 12 to 11 K to 10, it can't be, Sax. Hawk, Pedwar Pemp, Foy Fi Tray, it must be, 12. A low stole o'er the stillness the heartbeats of sleep. White fogbow spans, the arch embattled, mark as capsules, the nose of the man who was naught like the Nassos. It is self-tinted, wrinkling, ruddled. His kep is a gorse cone. He am Gascon titubante of Tegmine, sub faggy, whose fixtures are mobling, so wobblying befair my remembrance. She exhibit next, his Anastasie. She has prayings in low delph. See here, green egg brooms. What named blau-toothed demand is yon who stares? Gugurtha, he has Becco of wild Hindigan. Ho, he hath Hornhide. And Hervis, how is for you? Pensay, the most beautiful of women of the Welschen Weelde. She would kid to my vault of my palace, with obsidian lapis, her all in her fove suckling. A Pagamonite, come not near, black, switch out. Methought, as I was dropping asleep some part in non-land of where's please, and it was when you and they were we. I heard at 0 hour, as 'twere the peal of vixen's laughter among midnight's chimes from out the belfry of the cute old speckled church, tolling so faint a good man true, as knighthood's unseen violet rendered, all animated Great British and Irish objects, non-viewable to human watchers, save 'twere perchance anon some glistery gleam darkling adown surface of effluvial flow and flow, as again might seem garments of laundry, reposing a leesward close, at hand in full expectation. And as I was jogging along in a dream, as dozing I was dawdling, methought broad tone was heard, and the creepers and the gliders and flivers of the earth breath, and the dance tongues of the wood fires, and the hummers in their ground, all vociferated, echoating, Sean, Sean, post the post, with a high voice, and oh, the higher on high, the deeper and low, I heard him so. and lo, meschemed somewhat came of the noise, and some who might a move or murk. Now 'twas as clump, now mayhap, when look was light, and now 'twas as flasher, now morn as the glow. Ah, in unlitness 'twas the very similitude, bless me, 'twas his belted lamp, whom we dreamt was a shadow, sure, he's light size the laddo. Blessed moments, oh romance, he's growing to stay. I, he who so swayed a will of wisp before me, hand propped to hand, prompt side to the prose, dressed like an earl in just the correct wear, in a classy mac frieze coat of far superior ruggedness, indigo braw, tracked and tramped, and an Irish farrier collar, free swinging with Meriswin's laces from his shoulthern, and thick welted brogues on him hammered to suit the Scots' most publican climate, iron heels and sparable soles, and his jacket of Providence, well provided woolies, in a soft trolling lisp of a lapel to it, and a great sealing wax buttons, a good helping bigger than the slots for them, of 22-carat Krasnap pop sky red, and his invulnerable burlap waistcoat, and his popular choker, Tamagugnum, Setti and Forte, and his loud boheme toy, and the Damascus overshirt he sported inside, a star-spangled zephyr with a decidedly surpliced crinkly doodle front, with his motto, though dear life, embroidered over it in peas, rice, and yeggy yolk, or for royal, and for mail, RMD, hard cash on the nail, and the most successfully carried gigot turnips now you ever. What a perfect crease! How am soluculum carace! Breaking over the ankle and hugging the shoe heel, everything the best, none other from. Ah, then may the turtle's blessings of God and Mary and Haggis Patrick and Huggis Brigit be soup tumbling all over him, other than, and may his 100,000 welcome stewed letters, relayed wand post chase, multiply, a faith, and plutiply, Sean himself. What a picture primitive!
Had I the concordant wise heads of Messrs. Gregory and Lyons alongside of Dr. Tarpery's and I dare say the Reverend Mr. Dougals, but I, poor ass, am but as their forepart Tinkler's donkey. Yet methought Sean, holy messenger, angels, and uninterruptedly nudging him along among and along the winding ways of random ever. Sean in proper person, now may all the blue black sliding constellations continue to shape his changeable timetable, stood before me. And I pledge you my agricultural word by the 160 odds rods and cones of the Evans vision, that young fellow looked the stuff, the belle of Ball's Walk, a prime card if ever was. Pep? Now, without deceit, it is hardly too much to say he was looking grand, so fired smart, and much more than his usual health. No mistaking the beamish brow. There was one for you that ne'er would nunch with good Duke Humphrey, but would eye it through the months without a sign uh, of an error or in him, and then, otherwise rounding, forel to the less of Tararo. Those Jehovial ogle glances, the heart of the rule, and hit the hencoop. He was immense, topping swell, for he was, after having a great time of it, a 24 hours every moment matters mall site in a porterhouse Scott Frank. If you want to know St. Lozengage of Tools, the Wheel of Fortune, leave your clubs in the hall and wait on yourself. No chucks for walnut ketchups, lazenbys, and chutneys grappis. The house, the once queen of bristle of Balrote tree, 3, twice admired because her front door looked up Dawson Street, where in the sight of lovely eyes, while his knives of hearts had havoc, he had recruited his strength by meals and spadefuls of mounded food. in anticipation of the fate of table napkins, constituting his three partit principal meals, plus a collation, his breakfast of first, a bless us, O blood of thirsty thee orange. Next, the half of a pint of beacon with newlig googs and a segment of rice plummy padding. But met of sunder cigar, a suagar, and some cold forsaken steak, pietrified from the bat black night or o'erflowing then, without prejudice to evictuals, came among Marindelli, his stockpot dinner of a half of a pound, a round steak very rare, Blong's best from Porter Lington's butchery with a side of rice peasy and Yorkshire alley melongi and bacon with a little mar pleach, a pair of chops, and thrown in from the silver grid by the portoris of the roastery who lives on the hill in galosh gravy and pumpernickel to whoop up and a gogger's bulby onion Margariter, Margaritar, Margarastatiandiatar. And as well with second course, and then finally, after his avalanche o'clock snack at Apple Reds and Crit's Bretons of saddle bag steak and a bother him with the old Phoenix Porter, Gister to Gwyn his Gwistle and party sweet, and Irish too, and Mock Gruggle to whistle his way through for the swallowing swoop but swoop, and he getting his tongue around it, and Boland's broth broken into the bargain. To his regret, his sope avec nightcap Vidalucid carousel consonant with second course error and beacon the rich of the broad beans hig steak hag pepper the diamond bone hotted up tim tom, and while 'twas after that he scoffed the drakeling snugly stuffed following cold loin of veal, more cabbage, and their green free state a cluster of peas suppositorily petty last. P.S. But a finger hot of Rheingenever to give the Pax cum spiritutu. Drilly thankful. Barood and Dulce and Thai pearly jam, all free of charge, Aman, and the best of wine, Avec, for his heart was as big as himself, so it was, and bigger, while the loaves are a flowering and the Noctingale's jugs, all St. Gillian's of Berry. Hurrah there for Toby's. Mab Daphne, brown pride for our custard house quay, amable with respectful cheer graciously cheer us. Ever of thee, Anne Lynch, he's deeply dreaming. Halcyon, tea is the highest, for all laying odd terry. Thus thicker will he grow now, grew new, and better on butter and butter. At the sign of Mitresses von Hungrig, however, mind you, knuckling down to nourish Therese, where they meanly some ham and jaffs, and I don't mean to make the ingestion for the moment that he was gulliby and gulpable gluttony as regards chewable boltaballs, but be a stings, be a stings, and upon the whole, when not off his oats, given pre-love appetite and post-love pricing good cope, good cheap, where in Thermarador uxt in Floreal May, while the whistlings parallel roysters play between gourmandising and gourmetteering, he grubbed his tuck all right, des smorigors, every time he was for doing dirt to a meal or felt like a bottle of Ardeleon along with a smag of a lekker bis of a well-dressed tot, or, though his net inrates weigh naught but the fly blow to his gross and gans after do his poise. And he was so jarvy jaunty with the romp of a schoolgirl's completion, sitting pretty over his Oyster Monday print face, and he was plainly out on the ramp and mash, as you may say, for he spork.
Overture and beginners. When lo, wish, oh wish, me saw me streamed as the green to the gred was flown, through depths of darkness, green grown deeper, I heard a voice, the voice of Sean, vote of the Irish, voice from afar, and certain pure palestrine air chanted pan angelical mid the clouds of two S. Petrus, not Micheline Kelly, not Mara O'Mario, and sure, what more numeros italicus ever raw sucked frisch of in urinal? A breeze to Everzone o'er the brosa zoing sea, from Inchigila called away how it suspired, more pork! More pork! To scented nightlife as softly as the lofty Marconi masts from Clifton south, open tireless sequence, Moveport, to Nova Scotia's listing sister wands, tube. His hand palm lifted, his hand shell cupped, his hand sign pointed, his hand heart mated, his hand axe resin, his hand leaf fallen. Help some hand that wholemost heals. Wet is het holy. It jested, and it said, Allo, alas, Aladdin Amobus, does she lag soft fall means rest down? Sean yawned as his general address rehearsal. That was anti-prop previous days, pigeons in a pie with rough dough for the carrier and the hash say ugh of overgestion plus, and the Tuesday's champagne in his head with the memories of the past and the hicknunks of the present embellishing the musics of the future from Mickarooney's band. Addressing himself ex alto and complaining with a vocal discontent, it was so close as of the fact the rag was up and of the briefs and bill passes. A house full of deadheads, of him to dye his petticoats, to mourn his Hestonmost earning, his board in the swelth of his fate as, having moistened his manjicators upon the quiet and scooping molars and grinders clean with his 2 forefingers, he sank his hunk down anew it to rest at once, exhaust his winded hair, utterly spent. It was all he could do, disgusted with himself that the combined weight of his tons of iosols was 100 men's mass too much for him. Upon the native heath he loved covered knee-high with virgin bush, for who e'er trod sod of Erin could ever sleep off the turf? Well, I'm liberally dished seeing myself in this trim. How all too unworthy am I, a mere mailman of peace, a poor loused haste-hater of the first degree, a principot of Candia, no legs and a title, for such an eminence, or promenade rather, to be much more exact, as to be the bearer extraordinary of these post-too-many missive on his Majesty's service, while me and yous and them were extending us after the pattern of reposiveness. Where is me? Yea is ye. I, the might have been Mayor Kenny, which bit his merit too early, or met his birth too late. It should have been my other with his leak name, for he's the head, and I'm an ever-devoting fiend of his. I can seize to mirror in Tuesdays of year, when we lobofosed Oz so care, though Sembal Simon Pumpkill Pieman years. We shared the twin chamber, and we winked on the one wench, and what Sim sobs toady I'll reeve tomorrow, for 'twill be, I have hopes of, Sam Didier's feast. Tune in, tune on, old Tig. Hi, I'm thine hourglass. Behold, he looks rather thin, imitating me. I'm very fond of that other of mine, Fish Hands McSorley, Elian, Obsequies, Bonsai, Isaac Gary's ass, were the music hall pair that won the Swimmies bladders of the Guinness Gala in Badnavay. I ought not to laugh with him on the stage, but he's such a game loser. I lift my disc to him, brass and reeds, brace and ready. How is your napper, Handy, and how now does she stand? First, he was living to feel what the eldest daughter she was pansying, and last, he was dying to know what old Madra Patriarch does be up to. Take this John's Lane in your toasting forge. Shaunty and shaunty and shaunty again, and 12 Coolinda moons. I am no Heelot Wat chipper, but I revere her for my own coant. She has studied. Piscis Vendelor, your grace, Fut's drunk of Woodendom, but Gemini, he's looking frightfully thin. I heard the man she's shinging in the pantry bay, down among the dustbins let him lie. Ear, ear, not I, for I'm at the heart of it. Yet I cannot, on my solemn merits as a recivitator, recollect ever having done of anything of the kind to deserve of such, not the faust of a nation, nor by a long trollop. I just didn't have the time to. Saint Anthony Deed.
But we have until now ever besought you, dear Sean. We remembered who it was, good boy, to begin with, who out of symphony gave you the permit. Goodbye now, Sean replied, with a voice pure as in church mode, in echo right dainty, with a good cat-lick tug at his cocoa moss candy lock, a foretaste in time of his cabbageous brain's curly flower. Athy Caro, comb his tar odd geese sing your mower, oh meow, greet thee good. How are them Columbuses? Lard have mustard on them, fatiguing, very fatiguing. Hobo's horn knees, and the curvature of my spine. Poor me, my heaviest crux and dairy lot it is, with a bed as hard as the thinker muddles of the Greeks, and a broad as bare as the Roman altar. I'm off rabbited kitchens and relief porringers. No later than a very few fortnights since, I was meeting on the Thinker's Dam with a pair of men out of the glasshouse whom I shuffled hands with, named McBlacks. I think their names is McBlacks, from the Headfire Clump, and they were improving me and making me be like no 5 hour factory life, with insufficient emollient and industrial disabled for them that day o' gratises. I have the highest gratification by announcing how I have it from who, but Hagios Colin Killer's prophecies. After suns and moons, dews and wettings, thunders and fires, comes Sabatag. Solvitur palim ballando, tilvido, ad e. Then we explained, Salvator, Ambliandi, you possibly might be so by order. Forgive me, Sean repeated from his liquid lips. Not what I wants to do a strike of work, but it was condemned on me prematurely by Heriac books of chief overseer cooks in their Eusebian concordant homilies, and there does be a power coming over me that is put upon me from on high, out of the book of breedings, and so as it is becoming hereditary, I have of course nothing in view to look forward at, unless it is swan, and beating the blind quarters out of my old fellow's orologium, olos olorium. A bad attack of maggot, it feels like. 'Tis trope, custodian said. Almost might I say of myself, while keeping out of crime, I am now becoming about fed up be going circulating about them new Hickler's highways, like their nameless souls, irked and scorned and grizzled all over till it's rusty October in this bleak forest, and was verbally complussed by thinking of the crater of some noted volcano, or the Dublin River, or the Cachalot Truth subsidy as a way out, or to isolate I from my multiple me's on the spits of Lumbridge Island, or bury meself, clogs, cool cellar and all, deep in my wine upon Pontine, unless Morris's colt could help me, or my gander may be at 49, as it is a tithe fish, so it is, this pig's stomach business, and where on dearth or in the miraculous medal of this expanding omniverse to turn since it came into my hands, I am hopeless off course to be doing anything concerning. We expect you are honest, Sean, we agreed, but from franking machines, limericked, and in the end it may well turn out we hear to be you, our belated, who will bear these open letter. Speak to us of Emalia. As Sean replied patly, with toothpick tacked to and a down of his dampers, to that I have the gunpowder, and, by the benison of Barbet, it is a lock to say with everything, my beloved. Would you mind telling us, Sean honey, beg little Bigmore boy, we propose to such a dear youth, where mostly you able to work. Ah, you might, whimper, and we shall. Here, Sean replied, while he was fondling one of his cow-wheel cuffs. There's no Sabbath for nomads, and I mostly was able to walk, being too soft for work proper, 60 odd eelish miles a week, between three masses a morn and two chaplets at eve. I am always telling those pedestriasts my answers, Top, Sid, and Hucky, now, and it is a various thross as the thieves' recension. How it was foretold by me, my brevet for my vacation in life, while possessing stout legs, to be disbarred after holy orders, for unnecessary servile work of reckless walking of all sorts, for the relics of my time, for otherwise by my so douching I would get into a blame where sieves fall out. Excelsior tips the best. Week stop, work stop, walk stop, woke. Go thou this island, one house sleep there. Then go thou other island, two house sleep there. Then catch one night maze. Then home to dearies. Never back a woman you defend. Never get quit of a friend on whom you depend. Never make face to a foe till he's rife, and never get stuck to another man's fife. Amen. Ptah! His hungry will be done on the continent as in Arianosia. But believe me, in my simplicity, I am awful good, I believe. So am I. At the root of me, praised be right cheek discipline. And I can now truthfully declare it before my Gates Pantocrator, with my flesh fettered palms on the epistles of the apostles, that I do my reasonablest best to recite my grocery beans, for mummy, mit dummy, mot mother, mat bonza regular, genuflectations enclosed. Hectom of my, there thou beast on the hummock. Gee up, ye dog, for your daggily broth, etc. Happy Maria and glorious Patrick, etc., etc. In fact, always have I believe. Greedo, here's me hong.
And it is the full sooth of a thoroughbred. Yet 1 minute's observation, dear dogmastic Sean, as we point out how you have while away painted our town a wearing green riding hued, or murder mirror. How did you hear? Sean replied, smoldering the idly way up his lamp sleeve. It just seemed the natural thing to do. So shy of light was he then. Well, so be it. The gloom hath rays, her lump is love. And I will confess to have, yes, your dourgeniness is announced man's, Thorough thoroughbredor I did. And diddy I did. All lay I did. Down with the Sarazan ruse. And I am afraid it wouldn't be my first coach wasting after striding on the vampire and blazing on the focal. See? Blazing on the focal. Ah, as see, blazing upon the foe, like the regular red shank I am, and impregnable as the mule himself. Somebody may perhaps hint at the author impression of I was wrong. No such a thing. You never made a more freudful mistake. Excuse yourself. What's pork to you means meat to me, while you behold how I be eld. But it is grandiose by my ways of thinking from the prophecies. New worlds for all. And there were scotographically arranged for gentlemen only by a serif chewer in Newfoundland who finds he is a relative. And it was with my extroverted Davy, like Lou, be thorough. More hards day or night, Tom Thumb, Puffwum. How melodious is thy bell chant, O songbird, and how exquisite thine after drop. Bacch- Bacchinate in Eminia tuba insignia volumnatius tuae. But do you mean, O facid heen fune from Pontoff Bellic till the Kislev merchant our laden tris will be? We gathered substantively whether furniture, wood, or verdure varnish. It is confoundurous injective, so to say, Sean the fiery boy shouted, naturally insisted, as he shook the red pepper out of his ulcers. And another time, please confine your glaring innate intonations to some other mordant body. What on the fisoing of his furnace planet would I be doing besides your verjuice? That is more than I can fix for the Tion behind anyway. So let I and you now kindly drop that, angry man. That's not French pastry. You can take it from me. Understand me when I tell you, and I will ask you to not whistle, cry golden, or quoth Macbeth, that under the past Purcell's office, so deeply deplored by my erstwhile elder friend Miss Enders, poach mistress and gay receiver, ever for the particular of the Scotic Poor Men's Thousand Gallow Cow Society, I was thinking of her in Thior. All be they blessed with 22,000 sorters out of the biggest pos, and 22,000, mine's one, too much privet stationery and safety quipu as ate up largely by those nestlesome goats out of pension's greed. Culpa de becco, buen apparatita. Proceeding, I will say it is also one of the oval wall's intentions at some time peas pod plus moothers of goat, and when I am not prepared to say, so apt as my pen is up to scratch, to compound quite the markings of the Vedigrease savings book in the form of a pair of carpy sheep boxing gloves surrounding this matter of the Wellis Fuels mascoteers and their Cindy Buck that saved the city from my publicers, Noliner and Brownell, Nicolay Hopstout, crisscross, so long as, thanks to force of destiny, my celery as a peg clout is prepared. And there is a peg under me, and there is a tum till me. To the very honorable, the memory of disgrace, the most noble, sometimes sweepy yard at the service of the writer. Salutum dictat the just defunct Mrs. Sanders, who, the Lord ensure her, I was shift and shuffed to, with her sheeters, Miss Shunders, both medical doctors from high school horse and aslicky as Easter's legs. She was the niceliest person of a well-teached, non-party woman that I ever acquainted her letters. Only too fat, used to babies and toity dean, verbish. This is her intermentor dags for the shuck, the bottle, the tuck, the medicine, all times a day. She was well under 90, poor late miss, and had tastes of the poetics. Me having stood the the pilgrim afresh at sea when the moon also was standing in the corner of Sweet Standerson by Ski. PLM, Mevro von Anderson was her who gave me a mutton brooch, stacks, and her beg first party. Honor thy farmer and my litters. This, my tears, is my last well intesticle wrote off in the strut for it about their absent female as associations, which I, or perhaps any other person, what squatting Toffety, would the honor to had upon their polite sophocesses in the real presence of devoted Mrs. Grumby when her skin was exposed to the air. Oh, what must the grief of my mund be for two little coolies worthy? 20,000 quad here witnessed with both madly maddle-mass wishes the pepit tea for next match from their dearly beloved Rogers, MDD, OD, may doubling drop the droot, writing. Hoop so loosely, kidding you the tutor thir with your Candius and goat along knows how we shall complete that white paper. To Visitas, bigger stiff, queer but guion, be trowels and holes trowels. Otherwise, Frank Sean, he pursued, what would be the autobiography of the soft-bodied Farmiform? Hooray most. None whomsoever, Sean replied, heavenly blank. He had intended and was intended and was peering now rather close to the paste of the rubney wrinkling, though it ought to be more or less raw romantical. By the wag, how is Mr. Fry? All of it, I might say, an ex voto, pay and perks, and wouldn't halfpence some Rhine, oh joyous Rhine, has handled over spondaciously by me, and bundled in by my ill wishers, Miss Anders. She wore her wrath of ruins the night she lost I left. And the lig name of Mr. Von Houten of Treadcastles, clown talkin', timberman among my prodigates, naboobs, and navius of every subscription entitled the Boyas and the Boscour are evicted tenements. What I say is, and I am known roan horn or coal kilt, permit me to tell you, if uninformed, I never spont it, nor have I the gruest of intention on me the way to. It is my rule so. I went anyway like hot potten, pottage bake. And this brings me to my fresh point. Coinium. I am as plain as portable envelope, in how much you will now parably receive, come of one of Musier Guninus registered Anduraterra Hus barrels. Quick, take 'em whiffed andronet it now.
So be it, we responded. Song, Sean, song, have mood, hold forth. I apologize, Sean began, but I would rather spinooze you from the grim guests of Jacko and Aesop. Fable 1, Feeble 2. Let us here consider the casus, my dear little Cosis. Hustin, Hastin, Caffin, Coffin, Tussum, Tossum, Damon, Damma, Cossag, Kusag, Ho, Bix, Hatux, Pex, Word, Beck, Oz, Cashel, Carat, of the Ont and the Grace Hoper. The Grace Hoper was always jigging a jog, hoppy on account of his joyosity. He had a partner pair of Findlestilts to supplant him. Or, if not, he was always making ungraceful overtures to Flo and Luce and Beanie and Vespertilla to play Pupa, Pupa and Pulicy and Lang tenors and Pushy Giddy Yum and to commence insects with him, their mouth parts to his orifice. And his gambols to their airy processes, even if only enchased. Among the ever-listings, behold the waspering pot. He would have cursed maliciously by his four feelers, flexors, contractors, depressors, and extensors, lamely, harry me, marry me, bury me, bind me, till she was puce for shame, and also formish her in spinner's housery. at the Earth's Best Schopenhauer, so summary as his cottage, which was called familiarly Tingsomengenting, groped up. Or, if he was always striking up funny funerals with best of Father Zutes, the aged one, with all his wig-eared Corollas, all beadness and old buoyant, inside his elytrial worm casket, and Delia and Peonia, his drooping nymphs, bewheedling him, compound eyes on horny toes head, and old Letty Plussy Boots, to scratch his cacumen and cackle his tramsitus, Diver Deborah, 7 bowls of sapo, a lick of lime, 2 spurts of phosphor, 3 furts of sulph, a shake of shuka, doze grains of mignus, and a mess full of mid-cap pitchies. The wool of the wall is the wheel of the wall of the boo-boo from Bornham, and has thus come to Teon. And with tambourines and cantoredettes so turning around his Eggs Hill rock coach, their dance macabre in retrophoebia, Beck from bulk like fantastic Dizozd and Jenny Aprils to the ra, the ra, the ra, the ra, langsome heels and langsome toesis, attended to by a mutter and doffer duffmat, baxing motch and a myrmidons of zoslers, bezinging, satyrs cordelade, nice and humbly, dombly sod we a while, but ho, time again, wake! For if scientium, what's what, can mute uns naught, a thought, abort the great somebody within the omnibus, perhaps at accord, hoot hoot, might sing ums tum-tim but the little new buddies that ring his patch. A high old tide for the bar-heated publics, and the whole day as gratis. Fudder and lightning for Oliluti, any fillion of fog for O'Cronion's lag a crumbling in his sands, but his sun still tumble on. Everything above ground, as his book of breathings bed him, so as ever why, sham or shunner, zeem lyingly to kick time. Gracious me and scarab my sahul, what a bagateller it is! Libellous, insanzinarity, pooh, pshla, ph! What a zite for the Goths! Invented the Ont, who, not having been a summer fool, was throlly making chilly spaces at Heisfeck's affront of the isinglass of his Windham, which was cold antitopically nix und nix. We shall not come to party at that lops, he decided possibly, for he is not on our social list. Nor to Bar's burial, neither. Thon Sloghard, the old boar's yar oblong, as there's a cool on a cat. Never sends less, when he had safely looked up his ovipository, he lofted hails and prayed, may he me no voida water, seek it hatup, may no he me tile pig shed on, suck it hot up. As broad as Beppy's realm shall flourish my reign shall flourish. As high as Heppy's heaven shall flourish my hain shall hurish. Shall grow, shall flourish, shall hurish. Hum. The Ont was a well-tall fellow, rawmy built and able-boobied, by near saw altitudinous, we a shelling in Kopfers. He was sair solemn and chairman-looking when he was not making spaces in his psyche, but loss, when he wore making spaces on his Ike, he wore moosh moth secret and murvayingly wise chairman-looking. Now Wim the silly billy of a Grace Hoper had jingled through a jungle of love and debts, and jangled through a jumble of life in doubts afterwards, wetting with the Bimblebeaks, dricking with the Norton-necks, bilking with the Durry-Dunglecks, and whoring after lady birdies. Ichnemenon diag leganiatokion. He fell joust as sick as a sexton, and tantu puveru quant a church prince, as we're the midgies to wend hemsfilts, or vote for search for grub for his corapuse, or to find a hopsies, a lick he whisked gnit, Bruco dry, Fuco spint, Saltamont osaber, and Vulo mundo osi vida nix, uns nixed, not one pick-a-peck of Musco money to bag a tittle bits of bee bread. Iomio, Crick's corbicule, which a plight. Oh, my bog, he contrited with melancholy. Me blizzard, him sluggard, I am heartily hungry. He had eaten all the wildpaper, swallowed the lustres, devoured 40 flights of staircases, chaired up all the menses and secles, wronged the records, made munballs of the ephemerides, and voriostod most glutinously with the very time-place in the ternitary, not too dusty a cicada of nutriment for a chitinous chip so mighty. When Chrysalmus was on the bare branches, and off he went from Tim Song Ning Genting. He took a round stroll, and took a stroll round, and took a round stroll again, till the grillies in his head and the leavnits in his hair made him thought he had the toss mania. Had he twice cycled the seas of the deed, and trestiversed their revermer? Was he come to hover with his engills, or gone to Hull with the poop? The June snows was flocking in thuck flues on the Heaglestones, millipedes of it, and myriapods, and a lugly whistling tornadoes, the Bora Bora yellers, the blower basting Tegalo huts to up to tetties, and rooching sleets off the Copperly houses, playing Ragno Rock Rignorek with a rignant penetrant siphonitrous spook. Grouse! Upper! Grouse! Upper! The Grace Hopper, who, though blind as a bat flea, yet knew not a leetle beetle, his good smettling of entomology, apes Nisanitomos, loose nor lysines, but promptly tossed himself in the Vico, thin and pthir, on top of his buzzer, tesily wondering where would his luck alight, or buss of both appease, and the next time he makes the acquaintance of the aunt, after this they have met themselves, those music shukels unsummables, it shall be motti lucky he will have beheld not a world of difference. Beheld his gross the aunt, prostrandverus upon his drone, in his Papillonian babushkis, smulking a spatial brunt of Hosanna cigars, with unshrinkables far falling from his unthinkables, swarming of himself in his sunny room, sated before his contumable Philip puppy of a plate o' monkey nouse, and a confuction of a minth, for he was a conformed ascetist and aristoteler, as happy as a honeysucker on a basket boy on the libido, with Flo biting his leg thigh, and Luce lugging his luff leg, and Bienni bussing him under his bonnet, and Vespatilla blowing cozy fond tuties up the alabron length of the large of his smalls. As intimate as pinchably could be. Emmet, and Demmet, and be Jiltsies crazed, and be by Jatsies whipped, sneezed the Grace Hopper, agupe with his fitchel jays, and at his whittles ints. And what have I foresight? The aunt, that true and perfect host, a spiter, a spin, was making the greatest spass a body could with his queen's lace swinging, for he was spizzing all over him like things some anything in formy collation, boundlessly bliss-filled in an alla bath of hurus. He was amusing himself hugely at crab round and merry posts, chasing Flo out of charity and tickling Luce, I hope too, and tackling Bienni, faith, as well, and jucking Vespatilla dukely by the chimchimiish. Never did Dorsan from Dunshannigan dance it with more devilry. The very pathetic imago of the impossible Grace Hopper on his ottercop in the mire after his thrice ephemeral journeys, sans mantis ni shushu, feather-weighted animule, actually and presumptuously sanctifying chronic's despair, was sufficiently and probably cuckoo much for his chorus of gravitates. Let him be art alone, the weeps with his parasites, peeling off him, I'll be Hyphy the cracker cider. Flunky footly furloughed fowl, writing off his phony, but Conti Kami makes the melody that mints the money. Ad majorum LSD, Divi Gloriam, a darkener of the threshold. Haru? Orimus, capsizer of his ant boat, sacketh reed from evil it is, lord of loaves is among dead. Be it, so be it, thou who thou art, the fleet as spindthrift, infang thee of mine wide heart. Haru.
The thing pleased him, ant. He larvered one, he larvered on, he murred such a Narcissus. The Grace Hopper feared he would misplace his Fauces. I forgive you, Grant aunt, said the Grace Hopper, weeping. For their sukes of the sakes, you are safe in whose keeping? Teach flow and loose pokers, show be anywhere sweet, and be sure Vespertilla finds fat ones to heat. As I once played the piper, I must now pay the count. So Seda to Moy Hamlet, and Mahaba to your mount. Let who likes lump above, so what flies be fullen. I could not feel more gruggy if this was prom pollen. I pick up your reproof, the horse gift of a friend, for the prize of your save is the prize of my spend. Can cast whores pull a fedicus if old Pollux forsake 'em, or Cullux feel etchy if Pullux don't wake him? A locus to love, a term it t'embarrass. These twain are the twins that tick Homo vulgaris. Has Aquilone naught winged to go safe, since a griffin we were in his forest due brife? And that accident man not beseeked where his story ends, since long suffering sighs sought heart seats for their orients. We are waste not with want, pre-condemned to and true, till Nolans go volants and Brunei's come blue. Ere those gid flirts now gadding, you quit your mocks for my gropes, and extents must impull, and elapse must elopes. Of my tech-tooks take stock, tick-tack, and all's weal, as I view by your farlock hail yourself to my heel. Party prize my thin winds, whilst my blick points unbroken on. Your holes where cad broads, with touts trity right token on. My in risible universe, Udley how'd find. Such Oxtrabry forness meet Solville behind. Your feats end enormous, your volumes immense. May the graces I hoped for sing your ontship song sense. Your genus it's worldwide, your space is sublime. But, holy me salt Martin, why can't you beat time?
In the name of the former, and of the latter, and of the Holocaust. Amen. Now, how good are you in exposition? How far flung is your folklore and your Veltingling, your Vulcan vocabulary? Que vi spranato qua mora cantanto. O forbler, O flip, you that wandered vlog wail within ye. It falls easily upon the ear open and goes down the friskly shortness like treesling tum tim with his ting ting taggle, the blarniest blather and all corny wall. But could you, of course, decent letter chan, we knew to change your name of not your notion, while still in the barrel, read the strange wrote anaglyphs in those Shem letters, patent with his Christian's M? Greek. Hand it to me, Sean replied, plosively pointing to the cinnamon crystal quill behind the aurostrobe. I'm as after dusk nobly Roman as Pope and water would christen me. Look at that for a writing pen. I am that larynx. Letter letter potent to play that sim backwards like Oskin wild or in shunt Percy transluding from the other man or off the top tick or anything off the types of my Finklers in the drought or with butlers with my oys thick shut and all. But Hellas, it is Harrow Brew, bad on the cons and calluses. As far as that goes, I associate myself with your remark just now from Theodicy, re-forloined note paper, and quite agree in your prescriptions, for indeed I am, pay gay, in juxtaposition to say it is not a nice production. It is a pinch of scribble, not worth a bottle of Cabis. Overdrawn. Pufflity offal tosh. Besides, it's auctionable, all about crime and libel. Nothing but beyond clerical horrors et omnibus, to be entered for the foreign as second-class matter. The fullest filth ever fired since Charlie Lucan's flummery is what I would call it if you were to ask me to put it to a single dimension. That pronounced opinion I might possibly orally have other about them bagses of trash which the mother and Mr. Unmentionable, oh breed not his shame, has reduced the writing without making news out of pseudonym when she slipped under her couchman, and where he made a cat with a peep. How they wore two manges of the make-water, and why there were tree fellers in the shrubs. Then he hawks his hand mud figures from Francie to Fenzi down in the Kukin. Fizz is me mother and Hare's me father. Bob, Betty, Fam, and Pig, Pike. The live tree, made flourish by the ectotaph, let it stain, with balls and ball bimbies swarming till top. Kion bien, fee feel, and the Duchess dying loafing at his pawn peck de barrack, and all the mound reared, till he wot not what to begin he should. An infant sailing eggshells on the floor of a wet day would have more sabby.
Letter, carried of Sean, son of Hec, written for Shem, brother of Sean, uttered for Alp, mother of Shem, for Hec, father of Sean, initialed G, gone. 29 Hardware, St. Lendet, Tintillaunum, Bailey Ale Ether Cleath, 31 Jan, 1132 AD. Here Commerce's Enville. Tried Apposite House, 13 Fitzgibbets. Loco, Dangerous, Tax 9pence. B.L. Goines, Esquire, L.B. Not known at 1132A. 12 Norse Richmond, Knave Unlodgeable. Loved Noah's Dress, Sinned Jetty Pierce. Noon Sick Parson, 92 Windsewer Ave, no such number. Vale, Finn's Hot, ex-belled from 1014D. Pull down, Fairview, opened by mistake. 965 Nighumplian Sextifits. Shout at sight, roof loss. Fit Dunlop and be satisfied. Mr. Domhnall O'Donnelly. QV8 Royal Terrors, none so straight. Shut her up. Dining with the Danes. Removed to Phillips Burke. At sea. DED. Place sent on. Clontark. Father Jacob Rice Factor. 3 Castle Woos. PV. Arrested. JP. Converted to hospitalism. Ere the march past or civilization. Once Bank of Ireland's. Returned to City Arms. 2 Milch broke. Wrongly spilled. Traumcom draws. Now Bunk of England's. Drowned in the Laffy. Here, the reverest Adam found litter. Shown Geschotten. 7 Street Peters. Since Crabank. Sieved of the Crowned. Well, Sir Arthur, by Peterson's matches. Unto his promixed hands. Blown up last Lemmas by Orchid Lodge. Search unclaimed mail. House condemned by Ediles. Back in a few minutes. Closet for repairs. 60 Shelburne. Key at Kate's. Kiss. Isaac's butt, poor man. Delicious arson. Caught. Missing. Justiciated. Canely forward. Abraham Badley's king. Park Bogey. Salved. Already buried. Hollow and Evie. Deserted. Overweighed. Understrumped. Back to the P.O. Care of Owns Mo M.O. To let. To be soiled. Cohabited by unfortunates. Lost all license. His birth toe is frozen over. X, Y, and Z Limited. Destinied Tears. A.B. Ab Sender. Boston, Mass. 31 June 1312. PD raised. Lawyered. Vacant. Mind. Here's the bailiffs. Step out to haul out of that, ear-weaker, with your bloody big Bristol. Bung, stop. Bung, stop. Come bum, stop. Come bake to old Irene. Stop.
Kind Sean, we all requested, much as we hate to say it, but since you rose to the use of money, have you not, without suggesting for an instant, millions of moods used to slouch turn times as words and the pen marks used out in sin script with such hesitancy by your celebrated brother, excuse me not mentioning a hem, celebrated, Sean replied under the shelter of his broguish, vigorously rubbing his magic lantern to a glow of full consciousness. He sit entsy. Your words grates on my ears. Notorious, I rather would feel inclined to myself in the first place to describe Mr. O'Shem the Draper with before letter, as should I be accidentally called upon for diagnoses to pass my opinions properly spewing into impulsory islets. But I would not care to be so unfruitful to my own part as to swear for the moment positively as to the views of Denmark. No, sir. But let me say my every belief before my high G is that I much doubt of it. I've no room for that fellow on my fag roaster. I just can't. As I hourly learn from roosters and havers through Gilligan's maypoles, in a nice pathetic notice he, the pixelated doodler, is on his last with illegible clergymants, boasting always of his ruddy complexious. She, the mammy far, was put up to it by him, the iniquity that ought to be depraved of his libertines to be silenced, sackcloth and suspended, and placed in irons into some drapery institution of the antipopes for word sharping only if he was clavner enough to pass the panel fleischers and the field post censor. Gash! For that is a full-blown fact, and well celebrated before the four divorce courts in all the king's paunches, how he has the solitary from seeing Scotch snakes, and has a licence for the production of consumption and dalicky syphilis on his brace premises, where he can purge his contempt and degenerate into a skeleton bethinking himself to death. Rot him, flannel feet, flatty row. I will describe you in a word. Thou, I beg your pardon, homo, then putting his bedfellow on me, like into Mike and Nick onto post. The crinny man, I'll give it to him for that. Making the lobbard change his tops, as we say in the long book. Is he on whose keeping, or am I? Obnoximost posthumous, with his unique hornbook and his Prince of the Apauper's Pride, blundering all over the two worlds. If he waits till I buy him a Mussulman's present, Hose knows half cousin of mine, pigdish, nor wants to. I'd famish with the Cuitha first. Aham! May we petition you, Sean illustrious, then, to put his prentice pride in your approper's purse, and to ravel in your own sweet way with words of style, to your very and most obsequient we suggested, with yet in Aesop's foible as to how?
Well, it is partly my own, isn't it? And you may, ought, and welcome, Sean replied, taking at the same time, as his hunger got the bitter of him, a hearty bite of the honeycomb of his Brom and Melio Edible's hat. Try on, and triune and onecome. Sure, I thunkum you knew all about that. Honorary causes through telemonetary channels long ago. Sure, it is as old as the Baden bees of Saint Dominico's, and as common pleas now to all his pole blows and bunkum as Nelson his trifolgarious pillar. However, let me see, do. Beerman's bluff was what begun it, old Noel and his borrowing. And then the Lillians of the Veldt, Nancy Nickies, and Floretta La Jambe. Then Mem and him and the Jackwajack all about Worcestershire and writing his name for him. I regret to announce, after laying out his literary bed for 2 days, she kept squalling down for noisy priors and bawling out of her Jemimok Farsian and Shemish like a mother in the Incas with a Garicilaso hue. Aniamums pinched her thighs and about the balt with the Markashare Parawag as his loyal divorcers. When he ferociously shed Ovis and Alamancy, tis all the tale of the Tud with the boring heavish backclack, and him, the cribber like an amber trickster, aspiring like the deacons, fast aslooping in the entrance to his poth pothriol Pothriani chair, and his sixth finger between his cat's eye and the index, making his pilgrimage of childhood, and engrossing his gander pan with a Indio glossary he invented under the Hicks he Aesop. Hock, ick, ick, kick, gave him the took imitator, and it was entirely the latter to blame. Does he drink because I am sorely there? Shall be no more Kates and Neils. If you see him, it took place there. It was given Miek, thank the bench, to assist at the whole thing BX special chancery license. He, as often as I think of that unbloody housewarmer, Shem Scrivenich, always cutting my always cutting my prose to please his phrase. Brigorer, I declare, I get the jawwalk. Be me punting his reflection, he'd begin his Biogra fright in muddy ass ribbolds. Dig teeter, grunst gayer, swap beef, you know he's peculiar, that egg shiker, with the smell of old woman of him. To suck nothing of his switch dupes, MD made his ante mortem for him. He was gray at 3, like Cygnus the swan, when he made his boo to the public, and barnacled up to the eyes when he repented after 7. The alum that winters on his top is the stale of the ston that will soar when he stambles till that hag of the comb rapes the pad off his lock. He was down with a whooping laugh at the age of the loss of reason, the whooping first time he predeceased me. He's weird, I tell you, and medieval down to his vegetable soul. Never mind his false feet and his tan bark complexion. That's why he was forbidden to mate with his and was warmed off the rice course of Money under his the helpless corpse enactment. I'm not at all surprised the saint kicked him, whereby the sum taken Berkeley showed the reason generously. Negus, Negasti, Negertop, Negerto, Negatobi, Negergrutter. Then he was punched out of Things Muddy's school by Miss Gartrude for itching. Then he caught the Uropolicus and went into society of Jewses with Bro Cows and Franz Checks and Brother Paths and Brat Salvos. One temp when he One temp when he foiled to be killed, the freak wanted to put his bilingual head intentionally through the Ekish Thames and go and join the clericy as he demon uh, demon can sky terrier, throwing dust in the eyes of the holy affirmers. He used to be avowed as he ought to be vitundist, For once I squeaked by twist, I'll squeal him. Then he went to Cecile's treat on his solo to pick up Gallon. As best as best Apollonius, incompat, he has encoused in the blood. Shem, to have the outmost contempt for. Props bitten, con shy, Tiberia is waiting on you, Asteriel crank. Chakra a seagull ticket at Gadabua and Gambiani's. Go o'er the sea, hay them from me and leave your liber to TCD. You puddin', your puddin' is cooked. You served, cram ye. Faithfully yourth, XXXX. But for what, thrice truthfully tell her Sean of Grace, weakly we went on to ask now of the gracious one, vouchsafe to say, you will now, goodness, won't you? Why?
For his root language, if you ask me wise, Sean replied, as he blessed himself devotionally like a craw's bomb, making act of oblivion, foot and mouther, what the thickens else, which he pick-sticked into his letrous invention. Hold turden wir mudgard gring derm molnir fenrir looky loki bogman dodrerin cert crinmagern racken rocka. Thor's for you. The 100-lettered name again, last word of perfect language. But you could come near it, we do suppose, strong Sean, we foresupposed. How? Piax! Piax! Sean replied in Velia pen ultimatum. 'Tis Peebles before Sweeney's as he swigged a slug of John Jacobson from his tree-stemmed sucker cane. Mild but likesome, I might as well be talking to the four waves till Tibbs grey eaves and the rest's asleep. Frost! Nope! No one in his 7 senses could, as I have before said, only you missed my drift for its being incendiary. Every dimmed letter in it is a copy, and not a few of the symbols and holy words I can show you in my kingdom of heaven. The loquacity of him, with his 3-star monophthong, Thor, the last word in stolen telling, and what's more, right down low-brown schismatic robblement. Yes, as he was rising my lather, like you, and as I was plucking his goosey bone, like yea, he store the tale of me sure, like yup. How's that for shemies? Still in a way, not to flatter you, we fancy that you are so strikingly brainy and well lettered in your shelves that as ever were the Shamus Shamanus Limited could use worse of yourself, ingenious Sean. We still so fancied if only you would take your time and the trouble of so doing it. Upu now. Undoubtedly, but that is show, Sean replied, the muttermilk of his blood donor beginning to work. While innocent of disseminating the foul emanation, it would be a full day I could not soul. So you can keep your space, and by the power of blurry words, I am liable to do it, I am convicted of it, any time ever I liked, bet ye fippence off me boot allowance, with the allegrossest transfusiism, as you see, while I can soroquize the Siamanish better than most, it is an open-ear secret, be it said, how I am extremely ingenuous at the clerking, even with my badly left and Arago Braz. I'd pincel it with immensuendos as easily as I perorate a chickero of beans for the price of 2 miracles, and my trifolium libretto, the orthodox book of Leaf, would, if given to daylight, I hold a most incredible faith about it, far exceed what that bogus bolshie of a shame, my soem-heist brother, Gaofex, is conversant with in audible black and prink. Outragedy of poet scalds, a comedy of letters. I have them all tamed, deep and harried in my mind's eye. And one of these fine days, man dear, when the mood is on me, that I will have cut my throat with my tongue tonight, but I will be almost moved to take potlude and introventit Patrick just like a work of merit, mark my words in a pen to my mark twang, that will open your Patricker's ops for you, bro the brewer, only for, as a Pabst and an immature and a neophyte and a spaciaman spaciosum and 111 other things, I would never for anything take so much trouble of such doing. And why so? Because I am altogether a chap too fly and hairy man for to infradig the like of that ultra-virulence. And by all I hold sacred on earth, clouds, and in heaven, I swear to you on my pyop, an oath by the oar of Sean, and that's a howl of a name, that I will commission to the flames any incendiarist whosoever, or everyman howsoever, that who would endeavour to set ever anima arona mutha of mine on fire. Rock me, Julie, but I will Soho.
And with that crick crack crunk of his three-lunged squall, from which grief had usurped every smile, big hot-tempered, husky-fusky Crenfee, Stenfee pugilizer, such as he was, he virtually broke down on the moorhead, getting quite jerry over her, overpowered by himself with the love of the tear silver that he twinned through her hair. For sure, he was the soft, semple-gorn slob of the world, with a heart like Montgomery's in his show chest, and Harvey loads of feeling in him, and as innocent and undesignful as the fresh fallen caliph. Still, grossly unselfish in sick self, he dished alarmes away, and laughed it off with a wipe at his puddlegees, and a gulp apologetic, healing his tear be the smell of his oi oogling around. Him belly no belong, solo mole pigeon. Ali Bully, Fooley's Gulper. Mind you now that he was in the dumpest of earnest, or through him jwa wa ho helpy haw hulk earthering herther. Mo like that, only he stopped short in looking up from his tide shackled wrists through the ghost of an oceans, the weeds of panzerful heathens, of Joe Peters' gay totem, as they are telling not but were and will be, all told, scrooting forward in the far gone ahead to feel out what age in years tropical, ecclesiastic, civil, or sidereal he might find by the serious point stand of Charlie's Wain. What betuned the spheres sledding along the lacteal and the mansions of the blest turning on old times. As erect while he carved of thus, the dreamskin windle neck lassoed him. His thumbs fell into his fists, and loososing the harmonical balance of his ball bearing extremities, by the holy kettle, like a flask of lightning, over he careened, oh, the sons of the fathers! By the mighty fine weight of his barrel, all that prevented the hampering of who, if not the Asterix, betwink themselves shall ever, and as the wisest postlude course he could play act, collapsed in ensemble, and rolled buoyantly backwards in less than a twinkling via Rattigan's corner, out of farthest earshot, with his highly curious mode of slippershod motion, surefoot, sorefoot, slickfoot, slackfoot, linkman leisurely, lampman loungy, and by Killisthers, lapes and falls, with cork staves and tree leaves, and more bubbles to his keelero, a fairish and easy way, enough as a town cow cries behind the Times in the direction of Macaulife's. The Crutchet House opened the door softly, down in the valley, before he was really uprighted, ere in a dip of the downs. Ouila! He sporelessly disapplied and vanished like a popo down a papa from circular circulatio. Ah, mean. Go, 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 gone, tapa! And the stellars were shinings, and the earth night strewned aromatos. His piebrook crept among the donkness. A reek was waft on the luft stream. He was ours, all fragrance, and we were his for a lifetime. Oh, dulcet dreamings languid us. Tobacco. It was charming, but charming.
And the lamp went out as it couldn't glow on burning. Yep, the lamp went out, for it couldn't stay alight. Well, how dire do we the hours when thy light fades? All dale and Yule, and it is to be beetle worn that thou art passing hence, mine brooder, Abel Shawn, with the twistering of the robe, ere the morning of light calms our hardest throes, beyond code's cradle and porpoise's plain, from carnal relations, unfamiliar faces, to the ends of Tuskland, where the offence scrum from Orm till the oust of miracles where the tall stories grow proudest. More is the pity. But for all your deeds and goodness, you were so oft and forever doing Mano, Mano, and Miriam Amelia, even the Moly Moly, or even to Moly Moly, as to our humbler classes, whose virtue is humility, can tell. It is hardly we in the country of the old, Sean Moy, can part you for Eliopo. You were the walking saint. You were to stare, to graced of gods and pitities, and the solace of the wake. Count countenance would whose dispartation afflictedly found fun and feels. Winner of the gamings, primed at the sturdiance, pro predicted from the story bouts, the choice of ages wise. Spick spook spokesman of our scepter quae silitilianus. Musha, be minded of us out there in the cockpit, poor 12 o'clock scholars, sometime or other any when you think the time. Wisha, be coming back to us way home in Biddy House, one where or either anywhere we miss your smile. Palm wine, bread, fruit, sweet meat, milk soup, suspo, however. Our people here in Samonesia will not, after forgetting you and the elders lurking and marking the journeys, chalking up drizzled and drizzle out on the four bare mats. How you would be thinking in your thoughts how the deepings did it all begin, and how you would be scrimmaging through your scruples to collar a hold of the imperfection being committed. Sirelands calls you. Mary Loyal is sailing moonlight, and slyly Mara Maureen's lady maid at Glass House Lodge. Turn your coat, strong character, and tarry among us down the vale, you gander, only once more. And may the moose of preposterousness gather your rolling home. May foggy dews that be diamondized your hoop rings. May the fire plugs of friality reinsure your bunghole. May the barley wind behind glow luck to your bathershins. 'Tis well we know you were loth to leave us, winding your hobbled horn right royal post, but a rue sure, pulse of your slumber, dream book page, by the grace of Vorte Dame, when the natural morning of the nocturne blank merges into the natural morning of golden sun up, and Don Leary gets his own back from old Grog George's Quartros, as the good ship, the Johnny Joys, takes the wind from waterlogging Erin's King, you will shift across the Moyland Sea and round up in your own escapology some canonostior's day or other, sack on back, alack, digging snow, not so? Like the good man you are, with your picture pockets turned knock side out, and the rake of the rain for fresh remittances, and from that till this is any case, Temus tenet. May the Tuscans grow quickly under the tramp thickets, and the daisies trip lightly over your battercops.
Jaunty John, as I was shortly before that made aware, next halted to fetch a breath, the first coterminous leg of his night stride being pulled through, and to loosen, let God's son now be looking down on the poor preambler, both of his bruised brogues that were plainly made a good bit before his hosen were, at the weir by Laser's walk. For far and wide, as large as he was lively, was he noted for his humane treatment of any kind of abused footgear. A matter of maybe 90 or so barrel hours distance off, as truly he merited to do. He was there, you could planimetrically see, when I took a closer look at him. That was to say, gracious helpings, at this rate of growing, a cottage child of yestereve will soon fill space and burst in system, so speeds the instant. Amply altered for the brighter, though still the graven image of his squarer self as he was used to be, perspiring but happy notwithstanding his foot was still asleep on him. The way he thought, by the holy Januarius, he had a bullock's hoof in his buskin, with his hallexes so splendid, though through Ireland untranscended, big-mouthed poester, propped up, restant, against a butter-blonde warden of the peace, one comestablish Sigersden, and where a better than such ex-seer face man to rest from roving the laddione he boot-blacked, who, buried upright like the Osbornes, cozy-dozy, had tumbled slumbersomely on sleep at night duty behind the curing station, ill-equilibrated amid the embracings of the monopolized bottle.
Now, there were as many as 29 hedge daughters out of Benant St. Berchard's National Night School, for they seemed to remember how it was still a once upon a 4-year, learning their ante-meridian lesson of life under its tree, against its warning, beseated as they were upon the brink spondy, attracted to the rare rust site of the first human Yellowstone landmark, the bear, the boar, the king of all boors, Sir Humphrey, his name, we met on the moors. While they paddled away, keeping time magnetically with their 8 and 50 pedalettes, playing fool Juio, allo misto pisto, also geonically, all barely in their typed-up teams, describing a charming dactylogram of nocturnes, though repelled by the snores of the log, who looked stuck to the sod as ever, and oft, when liquefied, Phil, he murmurred aborsedly in his Dutchener's native, visibly unmoved, over his treasure trove for the crown. Daughter dead bedstead men mean diggy smuggy flasky. John, after he had in the first place doffed a hat with a reinforced crown and bowed to all the others in that chorus of praise of goodwill girls on their best behaviour, who all they were girls, all rushing so warmly for the post, as buzzy as sea could be, to read his kiss hands, kittering all about, rushing and making a tremendous girl's fuss over him, pell-mell, their jeune premiere and his rosy-posy smile, mussing his frizzy hair and the gollywog curls of him, all but that one, Finfrea's fairest, done in love letters like a trayful of cloudberry tartlets. Ain't they fine? Mighty, mighty fine, and honoured? And smilingly smelling, pair and pair about, broad by bread and slender to slimmer, the nice perfumios that came kernvy peeling of him, nice, which was angelic simply, savouring of wild thyme and parsley, jumbled with breadcrumbs. Oh, nice! And filling his full fat pouch for him so tactically, and jingling his jelly bags, for though he looked a young chappie of 16, they could throw by his manhood that he was just the killingest lady killer all by kindness. Now you, John, asking kindlily, "Hello, missus," after their how are yous at all, with those of their dolly begs, and where's Agatha's lamb? And how are Bernadetta's cumberlindas? And Juliano's tubber bunnies? And Eulalina's tugger funnies? He next went on, fine feeling fit, to drop a few stray remarks around their personal appearances, and the contrary taste displayed in their tight kiddie casques and their smart fricky frockies, asking coy one after sloy one had she read Irish leggings, and gently reproving one that the ham of her horn could be seen below her hem, and whispering another aside as Levariant that the hook of her hum was open a bittock at her back, to have a side eye to that, hum, and all, of course, just to fill up a form out of pure human kindness and in a sprite of fun, for John, by the way, was by the way of becoming, I hope he was, the most purely human being that ever was called man, loving all up and down the whole creation, from Samson's tyke to Jonesy's sprat, and from the king of all wrens down to infusories. John, after those few prelims, made out through his aeroscope the apparition of his fond sister Izzy, for he knowed his love by her waves of splabashing, and she showed him proof by her way of blushing. Nor could he forget her so tarnally easy as all that, since he was brother besides her Benedict godfather, and heaven knows he thought the world and his life of her sweetheart could buy. Brow! Poor good true John.
Sister dearest, John delivered himself with expressive cordiality, marked by clearance of diction and general delivery, as he began to take leave of his scholastica at once so as to gain time with deep affection. We honestly believe you sorely will miss us the moment we exit, yet we feel as a martyr to the dischurch of all duty that it is about time. By great Harry, we would shove off to stray on our long last journey and not be the load on ye. This is the gross proceeds. This is the gross proceeds of your teachings in which we were raised. You, sis, that used to write to us the exceedingly nice letters for presentation, and would be telling us anon. Full well do we want to recall to mind thy old world tales of homespinning and daring do and die obscure and daddy ho. These tales which re literally whisked off our heart, so narrated by thou, guest sweet to perfection. Our pet pupil of the whole arithmetic class and the mainstay of our Erangel house, the time we Yonkers twain were fairly tossing ourselves, O Phoebus, O Pollux, in bed, having been laid up in castor's oil and the Pharisees syrup, the night we will remember, for to share our hard suit of affections with thee. I raise, O fair assemblage, and commonico. Now then, after this introit of exordium, my galaxy girls, quid pro quo of directions to hen servants. I was asking his advice on the strict TT for Father Mike PP, my Ortonol Dominican and Confessor Doctor CCDD. By the birds, he was saying he was yerked me under the ribs sermon in an off-brand way and confidence between peas like ourselves and so many non-sepicent words about how he had been conferring teat a teat with two Virgos intactus about what an awful lie he led, poorish priced, uttering mass for a couple of geldings, and what a lawful day it was, there and then, for a consummation with the effusion, and how, by all the Manny Larrys, eight pig nighties, how, hell and tunnels, he'd marry me any old buckling time, as flying quick as he'd look at me. And I am giving youth now again in words of style by a way of offertory his and Mike advice. And it place the person, as ere he retook him to his cure, those verbs he said to me from above, the most eminent bishop titular of Dublunik, to all his Perdibusses and Delibellani. Come, all ye damsels, settle down and lissel all. Follow me close, keep me in view, understeady me saris, which is all to practicing masurases from the preaching frere, and be a gentleman without a duster before the parlor maid, which without a spitch. Now, During our belief aspis from the furtive fugitive season adhere to as many as probable of the Ten Commandments touching purgations and indulgences, and in the long run they will prove for you better guidance along the path of right of way. Where the leisures are we, and what's the first thing to be sung? In its rubrics, Mandariums, Pas- Pasqualines, and Verdadads is in it, or the Brusa livid indicors of Estrem Voyolence, and for the lover of liturgy, Becant and Besant. Where's the fate to be wished for? Several Sundays after what's in time. I'll sack that sick server the minute I bless him. That's the mongst I can do for his grape scene. Economy of movement. Ax Y said, I've a hopesman's choice if I chorus of all the sinks in the colander. From the common of indignities and indignius per polum to the proper of Franciscan ultramare, last of the scorchers, third of the snows, in tarot gammons howdy doos. Here she, in a bell that wears in heaven, virgin white, under gessima, vixia monona doramons, the same or similar to be kindly observed within the effeminate diatheses of gay old Tool and Gloomy Gwen du Lake, Danish spoken, from Mandicure Monday up till Frarius Siesta and China Dominoes. Words taken in triumph, my sweet assistants, from the sufferant pen of our Joko Junts, Inkerman, militant of the reed behind the ear.
Never miss your lost somewhere mass for the couple in miles you butt rose to bride worship. Never hate mere pork, which is bad for your knife of a Good Friday. Never let a hog of the Houth trample underfoot your linen of Collini. Never play ladies' game for the Lord's sake. Never lose your heart away till you win his diamond back. Make a strong point of never kicking up your rumpus over the scroll end of sofas in the Dar Bay Coal cafeteria by tootling risky apropos songs at commercial travelers' smokers for their Colombian night entertainments, the lights of White Limbs They Never Stop Teasing, or Minxie Was a Manx Maid When Murray Were a Man. And by the bun, is it you goes busbuting his Esau's and Cos and then throws them bag in the box? Why, the tin's nearly empty. First thou shalt not smile, twice thou shalt not love, last thou shalt not commix idolatry. Hip confiners help compunction. Never park your brief stays in the men's convenience. Never clean your button cups with your dirty pair of sasses. Never ask his first person where's your quickest cut to our last place. Never let the promising hand use make free of your once made sacral. The soft side of the axe. A coil of cord, a colleen coy, a blush on the bush turn first man's laughter into wailful moither. Oh, foolish coupled! Ah, Dice's error! Never dip in the urn when your browser's on your suite. Never slip the silver key through your gate of golden age. Collide with man, collude with money. Ere you sail, forget my prize. Where you trust, be circumspicuous, and look before you leak, dears. Never christen medlard apples till the swithin is in sight. Wet your thistle where a weed is, and you'll rue it, Depsy Needus. Especially beware, please, of being at a party to any demoralizing home life. That saps a chap. Keep cool faith in the firm, have warm hope on the house, and begin frem at home to be chary of charity, where it is nobler in the main to suffer than the boys and errors of outrageous virtue.
Give back those stolen kisses. Restore those all cotton glooves. Recollect the yellow perils that all too often beset green girls, Ryder, Hoda, and Daradora. Once they get hobby horsicle, playing breeches parts for Bessie Sudlow in flesh-coloured pantos instead of earthing down in the coal hole, trying to boil the big gun's dinner. leg before wicked, lags behind wall, where here Mr. Wicker whacked a great fall. Femorophilia field it a candle light, but Hayes, Coiningham, and Robinson swear it's an egg. Forbling Mick I, stay, for stand until give it. Remember the bitters, I shed the vigil, I buried our harlot key from poor Mrs. Mangains of Britain Court on the feast of Marie Mordlin. Ah, who would wipe her weeper dry and lead her to the halter? Sold in her heyday, laid in the straw, bought for one puny petunia. Moral, if you can't point a lily, get to hen it out of here. Put your swell foot foremost on foul lardy pneumonia shirt waists, irreconcilable with true Finnan vision and ribbons of lace, Limerick's disgrace. Sure, what it is, on the whole, only holes tied together. The merest and transparent washing tones to make languid Lola's lingerie longer. Centre cloths, stiff stuffs your hose, and heartsease full of temptness. Vanity flee and verity fear. Dial bell, whalebones and buskbutts may hurt you. Thwack away, thwack, but never lay bare your breast's secret. Dicket's place, to joy a Jonas in the Dolphin's barn car with your mutual friend Dovide Covitefills, compulsing pain attention spasms between the advertisement for Eureka's wine and a pair of pool doors of the old cupiosity shape. There you'll fix your eyes, dark old on the auto cart of the Bringfast cable, but here, till you're martymorphied, please sit still face to face. For if the short of your scorth falls down to his knees, pray how wrong will he look till he rises? Not before Gravesend is commuted, but now reappears autist Algie, the poultry man and would-do performer, alias Mr. Smuth, stated by the Vice Crusaders to be well known to all the daily taunties in and near the Cludad of Bulias, Arias, taking you to the Plague Ewe House to see the smirching of Venus, and asking, with whispered offers in a very low bearded voice, with a nice little tiny manner, and in a very nice little tony way, won't you be an artist's moral and pose in your nudies as a local aesthetic before voluble old masters, introducing you, left to right, the party comprises to Hogarths like Botticelli and Tintoretto and Vergognis and Correggio with their extra hand Masaccio, plus the usual bilker's dozen of dowdy cameramen.
And the valses of lewd Bylan for innocence, and the philosophies of Bussa Bulkley. Oh, the frecklessness of the giddies, nouveautés. There's many's the ice-polled globe topper is haunted by the hottest spot under the equator, like Ramrod, the meaty hunter, always Jaeger for a thrust. The back beautiful, the undraped divine, the Susie's modals with the blue Danbos, all blah, Viper's vapid vilest. Put off the old man at the very front and get right on with the nutty sparker round the back. Slip your oval out and touch and let the Paravis be your goal. Up leather, Pernella, convert your try. Stick wicks in your ear shells when you hear the prompter's voice. Look on a boa and his beauty, and you'll never more wear your strawberry leaves. Rely on the relic. What bondman ever you bind on earth, I'll be bound 'twas combined in Himmel. Keep airily horses and the warm of yourses. Dress the pussy for her nighty, and follow your piggy tails up their way to Winkyland. See little Pow Peep, she's first asleep. After having sat your poetries, and you know what happens when Chine throws your Jupan. Go to Doss with the Politer, you understand, and shake up with the Milchin man. And Sully Van Vultures are on the prowl. and the Haley's finger ring Marys, tobacco's taboo, and Togan's a back seat. Secret sanctities and anonymous letters make the great unwatched as bad as their betters. Don't on any account acquire the penchant for the all too common fag butt habit and frequenting the chumming together with the braces of couples and Mr. Tunnelly's hallways. Smash it. Wriggling with lower cusses and chafers and vamps and rodents. With the end of common acts of inter interstitial indecencies as between twenties and tape gators, finger pats and fondle pats under the Culvifer Act. It's the thin end. Wedge your steps. Your high-powered hefty Holden thinks nothing of ramping through the whole suit of smokeless husbands. 3 minutes, I'm counting you. One, no trenching now. Give me the one. Give me that when I tell you. Ragazlarda. It is that any place to be smuggling his madam's apples up? Deceitful jade. Gee wedge. Begor, I like the way you're half cooked. Hold, flay, grill, fire, that lancy feeling of cozen kissing dysgenically within the proscribed limits of population peg on a hint or twim clandestinely does bedoing the temptation Tom Atkins questions and barely the snaking sober words like a nursing maid.
While there's men of war on the say, there'll be loves of women on the do. Love through the usual channels, Sistine Brothely, when properly disinfected and taken neat in the general way upon retiring to roost in the company of a husband-in-law or other respectable relative and of opposite sex. Not love that leads by the nose, as I foresmelt, but canalized love, you understand, does a felon good. Suspiciously, if he has a slugger's liver, but I cannot belabor the point too ardently, and after the lessons of experience I speak from inspiration, that fetid spirits is the thief of purities. So none of your 20-rod cherry whisks, me daughter. At the Cat and Coney or the Spotted Dog, and at Abus, Lots Road. When parties get tight for each other, they lose all respect together. By the stench of her fizzle and the glib of her gab, no, the drunken draggle-tailed Dublin drab. You'll pay for each Ballysorriday night every billing Sunday morning. When the night is in May and the moon shines might, we won't meet in Navan till you try to give the Kells Fry Club the goby. Hill or hollow, Hull or Hague, and beware how you dare of wet cocktails in Kildare, or the same may see your wedding driving home from your wake. Maids of Ashens, when you flirt, spoil the lad, but spare his shirt. Lay your lily-like along his shoulder, and buck back if he butts bolder, and just hip your homely hop and heed no horning. But if you've got some brainy notion to raise can-can and rouse commotion, I'll be apt to flail that tail for you till it's borning. Let the love ladle light at the eye gird your gastrics in the gym. Nor must you omit to screw the lid firmly on that jazz jiggery and kickstarts. Bumping races on the flat and point to point over obstacles. Ride wheeling that obliviousless knee up windy Rutland rise and inciting rebellious Northers before the saunter of the city of Dunlop. The Brereton biking on the free with your airs of go BD and your heels upon the handlebars. Bareboil brazenness. No, before your corselage rib is decartilaged, that is to mean if you have visceral ptosis. My point is, making allowances for the fads of your weak abdominal wall and your liver a sprawl, vin, or should you feel in shorts as though you needed healthy physicking exorcise to flush your kidneys, you understand, and move that 12-finger bowel and threadworm inhabiting it, lassie, and perspire freely, lick your lector in the lobby, and why out you go by the ostiary onto the dirt track and skip. Be a sportive. Deal with nature, the great greengrocer, and pay regularly the monthlies. Your punts perfumes only in the hatpenny shop, beside the reek of the Rawny. It's more important than air. I mean, than eats. Air. Oh, I never open mo mouth, but I pack me food in it, and promotes that natural emotion. Stamp out bad eggs. Why so many puddings prove disappointing, as dietitian says, in Creature Comforts causeries, and why so much soup is so muck slop. If we could fatten on the Elizabethans, we wouldn't have teeth like the Hippopotamians, however.
Likewise, if I were in your envelope shirt, I'd keep my weather eye well cocked open for your furnished lodgers, paying for their feed on tally with company and piano tunes, only stupefying yourself. The two friendly friends sort, Mazurikowicz or some other Sukin of a vitch, who he's coming from old Pannonia, on this porpoise whom Sue stood her in about the mall and femoral articles, and who makes himself so at home mid the music and spanks the ivory that lovely for this your Mistro Melosius McShane may soon prove your undoing, and bane through the succeeding years of reign, should you, whilst John is from home, get used to basking in his lover's low lap, inordinately clad, moustache teasing, when close bended together behind closed locked doors, kissing steadily, Malbongusta, it's not the thing, you know, with a calf loving self seeker under the influence of women inching up to you, disarranging your modesties and fumbling with his forked paws in your bodice after your billy doos, try as a first go off. Take care, would you stray and split on me? And going on doing his idiot every time you give him his chance to get thick and play piggly wiggly, making much of you, bilge talking like a ditherer, goo goo zoogog about your glad neck and the round globe and the white milk and the red raspberries. Oh, horrifier! And prying down furthermore to chance his lucky arm with his pregnant questions up to our past lives. What has that caught to sing with him? The next fling, you'll be squitting on the tabernacle, pouring pitchers on the well for old Gloatstain's glorification, and the postiquities of the Black Watch peeping private from the bush and rangers.
And our local busybody Talker Go bragged, worse again, off of that praying fan and onto them prayers. It would be horribly state of affairs altogether for the red columnist of press-written epics, Peter Paragraph and Paulus Puff. I'm keep soaking them to cover my concerts, to get a hold of for their balloons and shoot you private by surprise, considering the marriage slump that's on this oil age and pluxes 3 shillings a pint and wives at 6 and 7 when domestic calamities belaying par and new laids Bellamar for the 22 2 cent time 12 took thousands in the slack march of civilization where you, becoming guilty of unlucky like intoxication, to have and to hold, to pig and to pay direct connection quae interverner with a prominent married member of the vice-reeking squad, and in consequence of the therein under subpoenas be flummoxed to the second degree of by becoming a detestificated company keeper of the demi-monde of Lucia Lamplight, Luca Lamplight, anything but that, for the fear and love of gold. Once and for all, I'll have no college swankies. You see, I am well voiced in Love's Arsenal and all its overtures from Collision Boys to Colleen Balls, so I have every reason to know that Rogue's gallery of nightbirds and bitch fanciers, Lucky Duffs and Light Lindsays, haughty Hamiltons and gay Gordons, dozed, doctored, and otherwise messed around skirts and what their finkling intentions look like. You may you make up your mind to that. Trespassing on your danger zone and the dancer years. If ever I catch you at it, mind, it's you that will cuckooch it. I'll tackle you and feel if you have a few devils in you. Holy gun, I'll give it to you, hot, high, and heavy, because you say Cedru. Or may the maledictions of loisy fear fall the nettle rash of the White Friar's father that converted from moonshine to foster mother of the first Nancy Free, that ran off after the troubadour, that mangled Moore's melodies, or so upturned the tube shred of the star draft journal writer to inspire the prime finisher of fell hymn and fir tree, out of which Cooper Funnymore planned the flat of the beer barrel, of which my granddad's lustiest sat his seat of unwisdom with my tante's petted sister for the cause of his joy. Amenin.
Poof! There's puff for ye, begore, and planksty of it, all abound me breadth. Glora, glor, and glory be, as broad as its lung and long as a line. The Valiantine Vaux of venerable Val Vousdom. If my jaws must brass away like the dew drops on my lay, and the top note of delivery you'd expected be me invoice. Theo Donahue's warning from Daddy O'Dowd. Who? What? I'm wondering to myself for there's a strong tendency, to put it mildly, by making me the medium. I feel spirits of itchery out from all over me, and only for the sludge hammer's force in my hand. To hold them, the darkens alone knows who will be saying of next, however. Now, before my operatic register, something nice. Now, dear sister, in perfect leave again, I'd say take a brokerly advice and keep it to yourself that we, John, first of our name, here now make all receptacles of free of price. Easy, my dear, if they tingle you either, say nothing or not. No cheek-a-cheek with chipper-chapper, you and your last mash boy and the padre in the pulp box enumerating you his nostrums. Be vacillant over the vigilant, who would leave you to belave black on white. Close in for a psychical hygienics as well, but fight shy of mug punters. I'd burn the books that grieve you and light an Alessandrian bonfire that would suffragate tome plyfire or zolphanerol. Peruse in state your weekly standard, a virile organ that is Ethelred by all Crestum. Apply your 5 wits to the 4 verilatest. The Arcidicens, a treaty on Miracula or viewed to death by a priest hunter, is still first in the field despite the castle bar. William Archer's a rompan good catalogue, and he'll give you a riser on the route to our national rabbinry. Skim over Through Hell with the Papes, mostly boys, by the divine comic Denty Alligator, expunging your index, and find Equip and Acquire Aristus Areem from Bastard Title to Father Johnston. Swear aloud by pious fiction, the like of Lentil Law by Carnival Cullen, or that Percy Wins or of our S.J. Finns, or Peace in Plenty by the Cure of Wars, licensed and censured by our most picturesque prelates, their graces of Linsen and Pettyboy, bishops of Hibernites, Lyset ut Lebanos, for expansion on the promises, the 2 best sells on the market this luckiest year, set up by Jill the Father, put out by Gil the Son, and circulating dissimile at Gilly Hoodhoodley's cost. Strike up a nodding acquaintance for our doctrine with the works of old Mrs. Trott, Senior, and Manuel Cantor, Junior, and Lope de Figus, Natus Maximum. I used to follow Mary Little Lamb's flitzy tales, spickly with the sentimented sauce. Sifted science will do your arts good. Egg laid by former cock, and with flageolets in Sen Fancy's land, chiefly girls. Trip over sacramental tea into the long lives of our saints and sacerdotes, with vignettes cut short into instructional primers by those in authority for the betterment of your sorts. Forfeit not the palsied. Light a match for poor old Contrabally and send some balm oil for the schismatics. A hemmed in need is aye a friendly deed. Remember, maid, thou dost art powder, but Cinderella thou must return. What are you robbing her sleeve for, Ruby, and pulling your tongue, Polly? Cog that out of your teen times, everyone. The lad who brooks no breeches lifts the lass that toffs a tailor. How dare ye be laughing out of your mouth shine at the lack of that? Keep cool your fresh chastity, which is better, far better far. Sooner than part with that vestalite emerald of the first importance, descended to me by far from our family, which you treasure up so closely where extremes meet, nay, most les mended, rather let the whole ecumene universe belong to merry Hal, and do whatever his Mary well likes. When the gong goes for Hornet's two-nest marriage, step into your harness and strip off that nullity suit. Family, hold back, for the race is to the rashest of the romping, jomping rushes of. Haul Seaton's down, black, green, and grey, and hoist Michaeli's way in sawdust. What's overdressed if underclothed? Poposhed forestake me not where there's white let's ope. Wished! Blessed be she that walked with old Duke Humphrey, for he made her happy tight. Go! You can down all the dripping you can dumple to, and buff kid scours to ad libidinum in these lassitudes if you've your parents and things to look after. That was what stuck to the Comtesse Canteline while she was sticking out Mavis toffee lips to feed her sopranated husbands, and it is henceforth associated with her names. La Dreeping, Die Drooping, the inimitable in pure suet of the inevitable. There's nothing to touch it if we are. Nothing to touch it. We are talked, unless she'd care for a mouthful of white pudding, for the wish is on her rosemarine and the lunch light in her eye. So when you pet the rolling pin, write my name on the pie. Guard that gem, sissy, rich and rare, says he. In this cold old world, who'll feel it? The jewel you're also cracked about, there's flitty flew of them gets it, for there's nothing now but the sable stoles and a runabout to match it. Sing him a ring, touch me low, and I'll leck ye so, my so-and-so. Show and show, show on show, she, shoe, shone.
Divulge, sturdently, shouted out hard-working John, kicking the console to his double and braying aloud like Braham's ass, and, as his Volkshumenar swelled to great, clenching his manlies, so highly strong was he, man, and gradually quite warming to her, there must have been a power of canantics in that buell of gruel he gobed at bed-goal. Divorce him to me, and say the Kearney in undress. If you get into trouble with a party, you are not likely to forget his appearance either. Of any lap whelp or sleeve mongrel who talks to you upon the road where he tuck you to be a roller. Oh, the goat-tanned Saxo peeler, upshot down Clegg's peel of him, and volunteers to trifle with your roundlings for proffered glass and dough, the marrying hand that his leisure repents of, without taking out his proper password from the eligible ministries for affairs, with a black friendling, that enemy of our country, in a clean-looking light, and I don't care a tongster's tammany hang who the mucky is, nor two hoots in the corner, nor three shouts on a hill, were he even a Constantinople, name such as my very own Araboy Noling, and like Enoch to my town major ancestors, the two that are taking out their divorces in the Spooksbury court circuits, rear Uncle Remus, the Baz of Eberrockham, and old Father Ullisbanon Knickerbocker, the lanky sire of Wolverhampton, about their bristlings. But as true as there's a soap for sakes in two ways, Peterborough, and sure as home, we come to New Sky Prospect from west, the wave on schedule time. If I came any quicker, I'll be right back before I left. From the land of breach of promise, with Brendan's mantle whitening, the Kerry Barrasilon sea, and March's pebbles spinning from beneath our footslips to carry fire and sword, rest ensured that as we value the very name in sister, that as soon as we do possibly, it will be a poor lookout for that in sister. He's a marked man from that hour. And why do we say that? You may query me. Query? Guess. Call'st thou?
Think and think and think, I urge you. Muffed, the wrong porridge. You are an ignoratus. Because then probably will soon show him when what the Sean way is like, how will go a long way towards breaking the outsider's face for him for making up to you in his bring thee palm of Gayland and his sing thee songs of Arupi. Chance trying my ward's head into sanctuary before feeling with his two dimensions for your nuptial ditto. O Ohibao, if I was blunderboss, I'd go and franchising duels men. Now, we'll tell you what we'll do to be sicker instead of compensation. Will he'll burst our his mouth like Leary to the Lister face and reduce he'll will our hyson lineaments to a pupil. Open the door softly. Somebody wants you, dear. You'll hear him calling you, bump, like a blizz in the musin of the Turkish night. Come on now, pillar box. I'll stiffen your screw bellow broken reed. That'll be it. Grand uproar style. Even should I, with my sluice of hog pew and chicas, have the comb, the brash of the libs round close Saint Patrice to lay my low's boob on his BH like Solter. We are all eyes. I have his quorum of images all on my retuin. Momo Madhon Mike. Brass up. Moreover, after the bad manners to me, if I don't think strongly about giving the brother's keeper into custody to the first police bobby constables of Dora's diehards in the field, I might chance to fall upon. Or, for that matter, for your information, if I get the wind up, what do you bet in the buckets of my wraith I mightest even take it onto my programme as sweet course to do a rash act and pitch in and swing for your perfect stranger in the meadow of heapiness and then wipe the street up with the Conmelian. Pending my bringing proceeds verse, the joy boy before a bunch of magistrates and 12 good and gleeful men.
Filius nullius per fas et nefas. It should prove more or less of an event and show the widest federal in my cup. He'll have pansements and then for pensamientos howling for peace. Pretty knocks, I promise him, with plenty Burks for his shins. Dum lim wim hum. In which case I'll not be complete in fighting lust until I contrive to half kill your Charlie. You're my darling for you, and send him to home Surgeon Hume, the algebrist, before his appointed time, particularly should he turn out to be a man in brown about town, Rollo the Gunger, son of a once of a Fleur waltzer to Arnulf's, picking up ideas of well over or about 56 or so, pithcoid proportions with perhaps 5'8", the usual XYZ type RC Toc H, nothing but claret, not in the stud book by a long storch, with a toothbrush mustache and jaw crockeries, alias grinner through collar, and of course no beard, meat and Coleman suit with Tar's baggy slacks, obviously too roomy for him, and springside boots, washing tie, Father Matthew's bridge pin, sipping some Wheatleys at Ross's on a bar stool, with some pub pal of the Olaf Stout kidney, always trying to poo chase movables by hebomadaries for to put in a new house to loot, cigarette in his holder with a good job and pension in businesses. What about our trip to Normandy-style conversation, with an occasional, they say, that Phil McCullard featured in the Mothra Pearl screeny about Meekan, and his lost Angelines in corky shows do more of a lose, bluey green eyes, a bit scummy, developing a series of angry boils with certain references to the deity, seeking relief in alcohol and so on, general omnibus character with a dash of railway brain, stale cough, and an occasional twinge of claudication, having his favourite fecund class family of upwards of a decade, both Harefoot and Logan Broad, to boot and buy off, I mean.
So let it be a knuckle or an elbow. I hereby admonish you. It may all be topping fun, but it's tip and run and touch and flow for every whack when Marie stopes Phil Flother's game to go. Arms a roam side to side, facing to the wall. To the tumble of the tossed-tot, the trouble of the swaddled. Oh, unless there be no misconception, Miss Forstew Wellesley over who to fasten the plights for fire on 333 to 1 on Rue the Day, when the nice little smeller squalls in his criddle, what the dirty old bigger'll be squealing through his coffin. You better keep in the gun barrel straight around Volksburst, as I recommends you to You gypsy-eyed baggage, do you hear what I'm praying? Or, gash, without buffering my head, to a swordtail whose stroke forced, or which struck backly. I'll be all over you, my silks, horizontally, as the strap hanger said, for knocking me with my name and yourself and your baby bag down at such a great sacrifice with a rap of the gavel to a third price cow handler, as cheap as the niggard's dirt. For sale! Or I'll smack your fruit flavoured jujube lips. Well for you, so I will. Well for you if you don't keep a civil tongue in your pigeon house. The pleasures of love lasts but a fleeting, but the pleasures of life outlasts a lifetime. I'll have it in for you. I'll teach you bed minners, tip for tap, to be playing your odd daughter tango tricks with Mickey Dazzlers if I find coarse hairs on your river frock and the squirm side of your Burberry Lupitilli covered with cliff chaff and shavings. Up Rosemary Lean and Potanasty Rod, you woos, was you? I overstand you, you understand. Asking Annie Betty Slace to carry your parcels and you dreaming of net glory. You ging nae mair wi' Wolf the Ganger. Cutting chapel, were ye? And had dates with slickers in particular hotels, had we? Lonely went to play your mother as odd. You was with friends? Hey, dot's a dull yarn. Mark mean then, I'll home seek you, Luperca, as sure as there's a Palatine in Limerick, and in striped conference, here's how. Nerbu de Bios. If you twos go to walk upon the railway, guard, and I'll go to beat behind the bush. See to it. Snip. It's up to you. I'll be hat snatching Harrier to hiding hurries, hinder hedge. Snap. I'll tear up your limp shades and lock all your trotters in the closet. I will, and cut your silkskin into garters. You'll give up your ask unbroadful ways when I make you really smart. So scalp your bud and kiss the hurt. I'll have plenty satisfaction, praise the bishop for your partials indulgences, if you're my rodeo gal. Fair man and foul suggestion. There's a lot of lecit pleasure coming bang slanging your way, Miss Pinpernally Satin. For your own good, you understand, for the man who lifts his pud to a woman is saving the way for kindness. You reb memer your motob. Ave Tiger Roma. Micry smarter the next time. For I'll just draw my prancer and give you one split puck in the crupper. You understand? That will bring the poppy blush of shame to your peony hindmost, till you yelp paparadon and radden your rhododendrons to the beat of Calor Durbaror. I am, I do, and I suffer. Do you hear me now, Lickspoon? And stop looking at your pussycat bow in the slate. That you don't that you won't obliterate for the bulkier part of a running year, failing to give a good account of yourself. If you think I'm so tan cupid as all that, lights out now, boof, tight and sleep on it. And that's how I'll bottle your greedy beauty bus, for me, ye, me bullin heifer, for 'tis I that have the peer of arms that carry a wallop between them.
Unbeknownst to you, would I return or see, the nuncio would I return here. How, from the sublime to the ridiculous, times out of oft, my future, shall we think with deepest of love and recollection of retrospection of thee, but me far away on the pillow, breathing fondly o'er my names all through the empties, whilst moid heard by the rattle of the duple door knockers. Our home roll poet to Osterlinda, Fred we- Weatherly, puts it some ways better. You're sitting on me style, maybe, where oft I helped you or your oar. Little game, roomily from Liffaleden Bankum, Tubliquimi, but a big corner fill you do in this unadulterated seat of our affections. Our wingers, my breed, so may we uncreepingly multiplied like the sands of Amberhan. Seven heavens, O heaven, I want you. Your ways to me, little me, were wonderful, so icum purse pound and sinuum loveliest painful thoughts touching me dash in you through wee dots hyphen the so pretty arched godkin of bedding goodnights. If I'd prove to your sallis fashion how I'm a man of armor, let me sew, let me sue, let me see your isbellies. How I shall, should I survive, as please the uniter of UMI hearts. I am living in hopes to do, replacing Ming, wandering, hands up, the yawers so eager of Mitch. Positively cover the two pure chicks of your calmly plump cheek with Zuriching kissings. Hong Kong, and so gone, that I'd scare the bats out of every one of those pudgy mornings. Honestly, by my rattan dog and daddy oak, I will become coming when upon the mingling of our meetings waters wish to wisher like massive mountains to part no more. You will there and then in those happy moments of our your soft accord rain kiss on me back for full marks with shouldered arms, and in that united IRU stayed where I come toff toff wildflowers fox into my own green geese again, swap sweetened smugs, six of one for half a dozen of the other, till they'll bet their where the cuckoo derby when cherries next come back to Ealing as come they must, as they're musting in their past, as they must for my pressing season, as hereinafter must their cheery will immediately saunt on my safe return to ignorance and bliss in my horseless copal pour through Surland and Norland kings, country and queens, with my ropes of pearls for gamey girls the way ye'd hardly know me.
Slim ye, come slum with me and rally rats round up. 'Tis post-purification we will, sales of work and social service, misses, completing our Abolite union by the adoptation of fosterlings, embark for Euphonia. Up, Murphy, Henson, and O'Dwyer, the Worcester warders. I'll put in a shirt time if you'll go through your shift, and between us in our shared sleeves, brace to brassiere and shouter to shunter, we'll pull off our working program. Come into the Garden Guild and be free of the gape at home. We'll circumcivicize all Dublin country. Let us, the real us, all ignite in our pre-purgatory grade as apocols and be instrumental to utensilize, help our Jacoline sisters clean out the hog's hole, and generally ginger things up. Meliorism in mass quantities, raffling receipts and sharing sweepstakes till navel, spokes, and fellows hum like hymn. Burn only what's Irish, accepting their coals. You will soothe the coke black bile that's Anglia's and touch Armorican's iron core. Write me your essays, my vocational scholars, but cursorially, dipping your nose in it, for Henrietta's sake, on mortinatality in the life of juries, and the sludge of King Harriton's at his height, running boulevards over the whole of it. I'd write it all by moan self, if I only had here of my jolly young watermen. Bear in mind, my Michael, all the provincials' banana peels and ellicock eggs, making draw-dust jubilee among Henry Moore, Earl, and Talbot streets. Look at all the memmer manning his dung for the prey of birds, our priest-mayor king merchant, strewing the Castleknock road and drawing manure upon it, till the first glimpse of Wales, and from Balls's breech Harshow up to Dumpling's corner, with the merest fathers, brothers, 11 versus Whitefriars out on a rogation stag party. Compare then Caponchim trollers with the Bridge of Belchers in Fairview, Northeast Dublin's favourite sou-west watering plats, and ump as you lump it. What do you mean by Juno citizen, and how do you think of Jas Pagan? Compost Liffey of Duffblin by Pierce Egan with the Borch in Borchley of Fino Raleigh. Explain why there is such a number of orders of religion in a see. Why such an order number in preference to any other number? Why any number in any order at all? Now, where is the greenest island off the black coasts of Spagn? Overset into universal. I'm Peredrix, and upon my pet ridge, Oralmus. Way, oh way, for the auto-intoxication of our town of the Fords in a huddle.
Hail, fellow, some well met, bone shaker, or, to ascertain the facts for herself, run up your shower weather once and trust and take the drum gondola tram, and, wearing the mid-limb and vesty endorsed by the hierarchy, fitted with eclastics, blending your steps, pick a trail, and stand on, say, Aston's. I advise you strongly, along with a copy of the Seeds and Weeds Act, when you have procured one for yourself, and take a good longing gaze into the nearby shop's window. You may select at, suppose, let us say, the Hoyth of number 11, Cane or Kiosk, and in the course of about 32 minutes' time, proceed to turn a roundabout on your hills towards the previous causeway, and I shall be very cruelly mistaken indeed if you will not be just astonished to see how you will be meanwhile done wheel, top-coated with cakes of slush occasioned by the mush jam of the Cross and Blackwall's traffic in transit. See Caples and then fly. Show me that complaint book here. Where's Cowten's cake clean? The woman with the muckrake? When will the W.D. face of our sow muck-loved Lynn, the Troya of towns and Carmen of cities, crawling with mendiants in perforated clothing, get its well-belaboured white like Liverpool and Chester? When's that Grand National gold-capped Dupsy Derby house bill coming with its vomitives for our mothers-in-load and stretchers for the devilitized males? I am all of me for freedom of speed, but who'll dispit Garrigus, Pope's Avenue, or who'll suppose the Opian Way? Who'll brighten Bray House, and baits the bull badly, and never despair of Lorcansby? Rampant royal commissioners! 'Tis an ill weed blows no poppy good, and this labour's worthy of my hire. Oil for mead, and toil for feed, and a walk with the band for job loose. If I hope not charity, what profiteers me? Nothing. My tippers of flags are knobs of hard shape, for it is a grim tale, keeping the father of curls from the sport of oak. Do you know what, little giddles? One of those days I am advised by the smiling vote-seeker, who's now suing Clued to positively strike off hiking for good, and all as I buildy will buildy aught until some tense as some smooth is made under privy sealed orders to get me an increase of automobile and footwear for those poor discalced, and a bourse from Bon some wind for a cure at Badenweir, for where it's going to come from this time, as I certainly think now, honest to John, for an encompasses, that's about the sanguine boundary limit. Amen.
Sis dearest, John added, with voice somewhat murky, what though still highfalutin, he turned his dorse to her to pay court to it, and overleaved his boosies to give the notes and score, phonosopically incuriosited, and melancholic this time, whiles, as on the full moment he gaped in wonderment, his on-satin-cast eyes in stellar attraction followed swift to an imaginary swallow. Oh, the vanity of vanity! All ends vanishing. Personally, Grog helped me, I am in no violent hurry. If time enough lost the ducks walking easy found them. I'll nose a blue fonks with any tristies blinking upon this earthlight of all them that pass by the way of the deer drive, Conconi's run or Wilfred's walk, but I'd turn back as lief as not if I could only spoon find the nippy girl of my heart's appointment, Mona Vera Tutu Ipostila, my Lady of Lyon, to guide me by gastronomy under her safe conduct. That's more in my line. I'd ask no kinder of fates than to stay where I am, with my tinny of brownies tea, under the invocation of St. James Hanway, servant of Gamp, lapidated, and Jacobus a Pershorm, interstitious for my thurifex, with Peter Roche, that friend of my bosom, leaning on my cubits at this passing moment, my bilocaloption in the bird's lodging me, pheasants among, where I'll dreamt that I'll dwellth mid warblers' walls, when throstles and choffs to my sigh high hide, with me hairs standing up well and me long lugs dittos, where a mordering row, the fox, has broken at the coward's sight, till well on into the bosom of the exhaling night, pinching stop-and-go jewels out of the hedges and catching dim-top brilliance in the tip of my wagger, but for that old clock, fast cease to it, has just gone too-hoo the hour, and that yen breezes zipping round by Drumsily do be devils to play flirt. I could sit on safe side till the bark of St. Grotius for Hoopo's hours, till Hio's Horaces, laughing lazy at the sheep's lightning, and turn a widermost ear dreamily to the drumming of snipers, hearing the wireless harps of sweet old Ariel, and the mails across night rives, peep-peet, peep-peet, and the whippoorwill Willie in the Woody, Moor Park, as peace-fed as a Philoppotamus, and cracking jugs at the granules, leaving tea leaves for the trout and bearlicks for the wary, till I had followed through my upfielded new viewscope the rugby moon cumulously god-rolling himself west asleep amongst the cloud scrums, for to watch how carefully my nocturnal goose-mother would lay her new golden sheg for me down under in the shy Orient. What wouldn't I poach, the rent in my riverside, my other shoes, my beavery, honest? Aye, and melt my belt for a day's feast of Granham with the Finnegans, those happy greppies in their minnow haul, flashing down the Swan's Way, leaps ahead of the swift mac eels, the big Gillaroo red fellows and the purse-winded carpers, rear in Antis rude purchase, a stench of me. Or when I'd like my own company best, with the help of an orange and bear, to be reclined by the lasher on my Logansum, my GBD in my FACE, Solfanelli in my Shelley holders, and loved Latakia, the benevolent, for my nose thrills, with the jealouser minds wilting away to their heart's delight, and the king of September letting down his humely odours for my consternation, dapping my graphene, burning water in the spearlight, or catching trophies at the King's Royal College of Sturgeon by the armful for to bake pike and pie while, twined me a bower in Alouette's tower, all Adelaide's naughting girls jucking beneath me, I'd gamut my twitty-nice Dorian blackbuds, chthonic solfea, off my singer-songer piccolo to pipe musical airs on numberous fairy acidodes. I give a king to me, she does, alone up there, yes, see. I double give, till the spinney all eclosed, a song with them. Isn't that lovely, though? I give to me alone I trouble give. I may have no mind to lamnaggage the forte bits like the peonage, but you can't cadge me off the key. I've a voicicial lilt too true, no Mario, and Bemolly and Giasis. For I sport a whatchamacallit in the latcher part of my trowsers, and the lark that I let fly, hoo-la-la, is as cockful of fanantics as is my tune to my fork. Natural, you might lower register me as disrecordant, but I'm athrone in the lilla-billing of Killarneys. That's flat. Yet where in the wold, you? What's good for the gorse is good for the garden. Lethal's lurk heimlooked in Logans, loath laburnums. Dash the gaudy death cup. Bryony O'Brieny, thy name is Belladama. But enough of Greenwood's gossip. Birds' nests is birds' nests. Thine to wait, but mine to wage. And now play sharp to me. Double first I'll head foremost through all my exam hoops. And what sensitive coin I'd be possessed of at Latouche's, begor, I'd sink at some total, every dolly farting, investments of subdominal poteen at prime cost, and I bait you, my chancy old coat, against the whole ounce you half on your backboard, if Madamord strips mesdamines may cold strafe ill glands. That I'm the go-getter that'd make it pay like catch registers, as sure as there's a pot on a pole. And what with one man's fish and a dozen men's poissons, sowing my wild plums to reap ripe plenty-horns mead, lashings of herbole and hydromel and braggot, I'd come out with my magic fluke in close time, fair, free, and frolicky, zooming top hole on the mart as a factor. And I tell you the Bectives wouldn't hold me. By the unsleeping Solomon Andromedus, ye god of little peskies, nothing would stop me, for Moni makes multimony, like the brogues and the kishes. Not the Ulster Rifles and the Cork Milicy and the Dublin Fusees and the Connacht Rages assembled. I'd axe the Channon and leap a liffey and drink Annie Black water that ran on me way. Yip! How's that for scats, mine shats, for a lovebird? To funk is only preternatural, its daring fears divine. Be bold, like Varians belaying all behind me. And before you knew where you weren't, I staked my initials divey, cash and cash can again. I'd be staggering humanity and loyally rolling you over, my sow white sponse. In my tons of red clover, 99 to the metronome, fi high and fi higher and fi highest of all. Holy Petter and pal, I'd spoil you altogether, my sumptuous Sheila. Mum all to do, Brett, throll up fizz and unpop a few Shortusians, or shake a pail of sparkling ice, hear it swirl, happy girl. Not a spot of my hide but you'd love to seek and scan again. There'd be no standing me, I tell you. And as Game Boy as my pagan name KC is what it is, I'd never say let fly till we shot the bliss up and swamped each other, man a wife, into our sever nevers, where I'd plant you, my gizzy gay, on the electric ottoman in the lap of lechery, surprisingly stitchless with admiration amongst the most luxuriously furnished compartments, with Sybarite chambers, just as I'd run my shoestring into near 1 million or so of them as a first-class dealer and everything. Only for one thing that, however over-famixt I would become, I'd be awful anxious, you understand, about shoe pisser pluvius, and in consideration of the terrible luftsucks wobbling around with their hydraulics in the cooled stop here, till the bortling that would perish the Dane and his chapter of accidents, to be atrimental to the better half of my alto lyrical health, not considering my caps flap, and that's the truth now out of the cackling bag, for truly sure, for another thing, I never could tell the least falsehood that would truthfully give satisfaction. Satisfiction. I'm not talking applesauce etho, or up in my hat. I ernst. Shoo! Sisyphus, dearest, I was reading to myself not very long ago in Tennis Flannel's Macarthur, his correspondence, besated upon my tripos, and just thinking like the author how long I'd like myself to be continued at Hothel Izzard, peeking into the focus and peeking at thumbnail reveries, pricking up ears to my phono on the ground, and picking up airs from t'other over thither. 'Tis transported with grief I am this night sublime, as you may see by my size and my brow that's all forehead, to go forth frank and hoppy, to the tune of the old plough tied off, from our no-story house, upon this Benedictine errand, but it is historically the most glorious mission, secret or profound, through all the annals of our, as you so often term her, effort-fresh-painted Livy, in beatific repose upon the silence of the dead, from fair off the next verse down to Ramshackles, the last bust thing. The Vico road goes round and round to meet where terms begin. Still unappealed to by the cycles and unappalled by the recourses, we feel all serene, never you fret, as regards our dutiful cask. Full of my breadth from pride I am, breeze be the healthy same, for 'tis a grand thing, superb, to be going to meet a king, not an every night king, nenny by gannies, but the over-king of hither on thither Erin himself, pardie, I'm saying. Before there was a patch at all on Ireland, there lived a lord at Lucan. We only wish everyone was as sure of anything in this watery world as we are of everything in the newly wet fellow that's bound to follow. I'll lay you a guinea for a hayseed now. Tell mother that, and tell her the old one. 'Twill amuse her. Well, to the Finnegans of Annan Mises with the whole bluish business, for I declare to Jeshuam I'm beginning to get sunsick. I'm not half Norrowain for nothing. The fine eye so temperate of our, alas, those times are not so far off as you might wish to be congealed. So now I'll ask of you, let ye create no scenes in my poor Primifor's past wake. So now I'll ask of you, let ye create no scenes in my poor Primifor's wake. I don't want yous to be billow fighting your Biddy Moriarty jewels gobble gabble over me till you spit stout, you understand, after soused mackerel, sniffling clam-baked herring, an impudent Barney, braggart of Blarney, nor your ugly lemon colic gobs over the hobs in sewing circle, stopping oddments in maids' costumes at sweeping reductions, wearing out your O's by sitting around your R's, making a reekerancy round where I last put it, with it painters in too, cursed luck, with your rags up, exciting your mucuses, turning breck farts into lost soup ears, and salon they ye not flabby on your groaning chairs over Bolivar's trouble of a blue moondag, steaming your damp ossicles, praying holy prohibition in John Dyspeptist, while old Cleo goes through the wood with Shep together, touting in the chestnut burrs for good boy Summers and Mistral Blower Nose, hugs his kindlings when vicey versy, it's my gala benefit, robbing leaves out of my tale-told book. May my tunk fester if ever I see such a miry lot of magaleens. Once upon a drunk and fairly good drunk it was, and the rest of your blather rum skite. Just a plain chaise but the fire for absent the po, and I'll make ye all an eastern humming sphere of myself the moment that you name the way. Look in the slag scuttle and you'll see me sail spread over the singing. And what do ye want trippings for when you've Paris-inspired a hat? Some cordials all round, let ye Aloysius and Omnes, while I stray, and let ye not be getting grief out of it, though blighted troth be all bereft, on my poor head's sake, even should we forfeit our life. Lo, improving ages wait ye, in the orchard of the bones, some time very presently now, when yon clouds are dissipated after their 40 years' shower, the odds are we shall all be hooked and happily communistically among the field knights Elysium elite of the elect in the land of lost of time. Johannesburg's a revelation. Deck the diamonds that never die. So cut out the lonesome stuff. Drink it up, ladies, please, as smart as you can. Lower it. Out with Lent. Clap hands, postilion. Fastentide is by. Your soul and my opera must hereupon part company. For airfare thee welt. Parting's fun. Take thou the ringles thine, love. This dime doth tross thee from mine arms. Goodbye, Swiss start, goodbye. Ho, ho! Sure, treasures, a letterman does be often thought reading ye between lines that do have no sense at all. I sign myself, with much leg, inflexibly yours, Anne Posht the Shorn. To be continued. Huck! Something of a side-splitting nature must have occurred to Westminster Jonathan, for a grand, big, blossy-hearty, stertorous laugh, even Drudge that laid doggo thought feathers fell, hopped out of his Woolly's throat like a ball lifted over the head of a deep field at the bare thought of how jolly they'd like to be trolling his hoop, and all of them true to types in missemnemasness were just starting to splotter with the jolly magorios, hickey hecky hock, huges, hugie, oh John, so jokeable and so geepy, oh thou pure, O thou virgin, O thou holy, our health, thou strong, our victory, O salutary, sustain our firm solitude, thou who thou well strokest. Here, hairy ones, we have sued thee, but late, beauty powerless. When suddenly, how like a woman, swifter as Mercury, he wheels right round sternly on the rizzies suddenly, with his gimlets blazing rather sternish, how black like thunder, to see what's loose. So they stood still and wondered. Till first he sighed, and how ill suffered, and they nearly cried, the salt of the earth, after which he pondered, and finally he replied, there is something more. A word a parting, and shall the heart's tone be silent? Engagements, I'll beseech you. Fare thee well, fare well. All I can tell you is this, my sorrelies, it's prayers and layers all the thumping time, begore. The young glorious gang voices the old doxologers. In the suburbs of the heavenly gardens, once we shall have passed after surceases, all serene, through neck and neck like Darby and June, to our snug eternal retribution's reward, see scorch line, the scorch house. Shunt us, if you want to be Felixed, come and be parked. Sacred ease there, the Shornad and Pobble Q's remainder. To it, seek it head up, No petty family squabbles up there, nor homemade hurricanes in our cohort yard. No cup hurling, nor apocalypse, nor no punch and jodeling, no, nothing. With the bins, which is far better, and Eve forever your idol be. You will hardly reconnoitre the old wife in the new bustle, and the farmer shinner in his latter-day paint. It's the full-dress Toissons walks expedition after a bail motion from the chamber of Horace. Saffron buns or sovereign bonhams, whichever your avatar to like it and lump it, but give it a name. Irony all over Ireland's, and there's food for affection when the whole flock's at home. Hogmanay do you get? Hogmanay do you smell ye gut? And Hogmanay do you smelly spattery gut? You take Joe Hanny's tip for it. Post-mortem is the goods, with jollification a tight second. To borrow and to borrow and to barrow. That's our crass, hairy, and evergrim life, till one final howdy-do bouncer Naster raps on the bell with a bone and his stinkers stank behind them, with the sceptre and the hourglass. We may come, touch and go from our atoms and ifs, but we're presurely destined to be odds without ends. Here we molt in moycane and flop on the seamy side, living sure of hardly a doorstep for a stopgap, with who goes there and a live sandbag around the corner. But up yant, prospector, you sprout all your able and woof your wings dead, certain, however, of new thing whatever to eye forever, while Hyam's in the chair. Ah, sure, pleasantries aside, in the tale of the cow, what a Humpty Dorm earth looks our misery me here today as compared beside the here we are again gaieties of the afterpiece, when the royal revolver of these real globos lets regally fire of his meo culpo for the chrisman's pandemon to give over and the harlequinade to begin properly, SPQ weary king, Mark Time's finished joke, putting all space in a nutshell. Well, the slice and the veg joints are well in its way, and so is a rib roast and the jackknifes as a sporting dish, but home cooking every time. Mountain's good mustard, and with the helpings of ladies' lickfings and gentlemen's relish, I've eaten a griddle. But I feel twice as stew-hard what I felt before when I'm after eating a few natives. The crisp of the crackling is in the chawing. Give us another cup of your scald. Santos Mozos. That was a damn good cup of scald. You could trot a mouse on it. I enjoyed your pick of hissing hot luncheon find. I did, thanks awfully. Sublime. Tenderest bully ever I ate with the boiled Protestants. Alan Noelia, only for your peas again, was a taste too salty to carry flavour with my go-down, and hereby return with my best savoury condiments and a penny in the plate for the Jeems. OK, O Cosmos, R Ireland, I. And for Kale Cannon Cabas, give me Cincinnatus with Italian, but si vuol poco. Sicilic cheese, haggis good, haggis strong, haggis never say die. For quid we have recipe, O lout, and save that, Olivero, for thy sunny day. Soup meagre, couldn't look at it, but if you'll buy me yon coat of the very furry best, I'll try and pull it on me. It's in fairly good order, and no doubt 'twill sarve to turn. Remove this boardcloth. Next stage, tell the tabler, for a variety of Huguenot legumes, I'll try my set on edges, grappling and airy docks, grilled over birchen rods with a few bloomin' cows and albies. I want to get outside monasticism. Mass and meat mar no man's journey. Let a missile lest. Nuts for the nerves, a flitch for the flu, and for to rejoice the chambers of the heart, the spirits of the spice isles, curry and cinnamon, chutney and cloves. All the vital means is beginning to sozzle in tune, and the hormonies to clingle, clangle, fudgem, cates and eeps and nabok and erics and oinos on King Clud and XOXXOXO and XOOXOX, XXOXOXX till I'm fuss-fed like a fungstive, and very presently from now post-haste is off you'll see me. You're all on my usual rounds again to draw terminus lower and killer down and let a noosh, let a speak, let a muck, to litter an anima and the roomiest house, even in Ireland, if you can understand that. And my next item's platform, it's how I'll try to and collect my extra professional postages owing to me by Thaddeus Killiesque Squire, Doctor, for non-desirable printed matter. The Dukes and the Kellycooks have been milking turnkeys and sucking the blood out of the Marshalsea since the Act of First Offenders. But I know what I'll do. Great pains off him I'll take, and that'll be your red letter-day calendar, window Machri. I'll knock it out of him. I'll stump it out of him. I'll rat-tat-tatter it out of him before I'll quit the doorstep of old Con Connolly's residence. By the horn of 20 of both of the two St. Colopes, blackmail him I will in arrears, or my name's not Penitent Ferdinand. And it's daily and hourly I'll nurse him till he pays me fine fee. Emile. Well, here's looking at ye. If I never leave you biddies till my stave is in a bar, I'd be tempted rigidly to become a passionate father. Me hunger's weighed, hung king. Me anger's swaged, hang. Ye can stop in as ye are, little lame mothers, and wait and wish in vain till the grime reaper draws nigh, with a sickle of the sickles as a blessing in disguise. Devil a curly care, I care. If any Lightfoot Clod Duvale was to hold me up dick slurping me and marauding me of my rights to my onus, Yan, Tian, Tetherer, Metherer, Pimp, I'd let him have my best pair of galloper's heels in the cream sourer. He will have better manners, I'm dished, if he won't. Console yourself, draw your delish. There's a refund of egg-sized coming to you out of me, so mind you do duty on me. Do me duty on me. Bruise your bulge below the belt till I blue-black beside you, and you'll miss me more as the narrowing weeks wing by. Some day duly, one day truly, Tuesday newly, till Wednesday. Look for me always at my west, and I will think to dine. A tear or two in time is all there's to't. And then in a click of the clock, toot toot, and doff doff, we pop with cinnarettes and silkettes, lining long routes for his diligence majesty, a long-distance laird that likes creation. To whoosh! Mish. Yes, pet. We were too happy. I knew something would happen. I understand, but listen, draw her nearest, Tizzy intercepted, flushing but flashing from her dove and dart eyes as she tacitfully grabbed her male correspondee to fluster her sweet nun songs in his quick-turned ear. I know, Benjamin brother, but listen, I want girls palmassing to whisper my wish. She, like them, like us, me and you, had thought he ne'er it would holten so lithe when least his tacit tempest tongue. Of course, engine dear, I'm ashamed for my life. I must clear my throttle over this lost moment's gift of memento nosepaper, which I'm sorry, my precious, is all at home I with grief can call my own. But all the same, listen, Johnnick, accept this Whitwee's mite, though a Jenny teeny Whitween piece torn in one place from my hands, in second place of Linenhall Valentino, and with my fondest and much left to tutor, X. It was heavily bull-addicted to young Father Mull, my pettest pariage priest, and you know who between us by your friend the Pope, 40 ways in 40 nights. That's the beauty of it. Look, seen it, ratty. Too perfectly priceless for words. And listen, now do enhance me, oblige my fiancé, and bear it with you mourn till life's e'en. And of course, whenever you make usage of it, listen, please kindly think Galways again, or again, never forget of one absentee, not Sister Maggie. Ah, him. That's the stupidest little cough. Only be sure you don't catch your cold and pass it on to us. And since Leveret bounds and larks is soaring, don't be all the night. And this, joke, a sprig of blue speedwell, just a spell of Flora Laura so you'll mind your Veronique. Of course, Jer, I know you know who sends it, presents the please, Mercy on the face of the water, that like that film A Boat. Awfully charming, of course, but doesn't do her justice, apart from her cattiness and the Magan bottle. Of course, please too write, won't you, and leave your little bag of doubts, inquisitive, behind you unto your utterly thine. And thank you, forward it back by return pigeons pnew to the loving, in case I couldn't think who it was, or any fun for all happens, I'll be so curious to see in the Holmesworth breakfast tablots, as I'll know either ways by pity blue if it's good for my system. What exquisite buttons, gorgios, in case I don't hope to soon hear from you. And thanks ever so many for the 10 and the 1 with nothing at all on. I will tie a knot in my string game jip to letter you with my silky paper, as I am given now to understand it will be worth my price in money one day, so don't trouble to ands unless sent be special, as I am getting his pay and wants for nothing, so I can live simply and solely for my wonderful kinkless and its loops of loveliness. When I throw away my Rolettes, there's rings for all. Flea a girl says it is her colour. So does B and L, and as for V. And listen to it. Chevelure. So distant you're always. Bow your bosh. Absolutely perfect. I will pack my comb and mirror to praxis oval O's and artless O's, and it will follow you pulpically as far as come back under all my eyes like my sapphire chaplets of ring-a-rosy. I will say for you to the all-Michael and solve qui pew, while the doves pick my mouth buds. Mish, mish, with Nurse Madge, my linking class girl. She's a fright, poor old Dutch, in her sleep talking when I paint the measles on her in mud tuskers to make her a man. We. Issy done that, I confess. But you'll love her for her hessians and sickly black stockies, Claring's jumblies, salvaged from the wash. Isn't it the cat's tonsils? Simply killing how she tidies her hair. I call her Sosie because she's society for me, and she says saucy while I say sassy, and she says, will you have some more scones, while I say, won't you take a few more schools, and she talks about Ithel dear, while I simply never talk about Athel darling. She's but nice for enticing my friends, and she loves your style, considering she breaks in me shoes for me when I've arch trouble, and she would kiss my white arms for me so gratefully, but apart from that, she's terribly nice really, my sister, round the elbow of Erin Street lower, and I'll be strictly forbidden always, and true in my own way, and private where I will long to betrew you, along with one who will so betrew you that not once while I betrew him not, once he be betray himself. Can't you understand? Oh, bother, I must tell the truth. My latest lad's lovely letter I am sore I done something with. I like him lots, 'cause he never cusses. Pity bon homme, pip pet. I shouldn't say he's pretty, but I'm cocksure he's shy. Why, I loved taking him out when I unlatched his cordon gate. Oh, Jake and a Tem. Obi albi my adoras, and he dote so. He fell for my lips, for my lisp, and for my lewd speaker. I fell for his strength, his manhood, his... Do you mind? There can be no candle to hold to it, can there? And of course, dear Professor, I understand. You can trust me that though I change thy name, though not the letter never while I become engaged with my first horsepower, Master Thief of Hearts, I will give your lovely face of mine away, my boyish Bob, not for tons of donkeys, to my second mate, with the twirlers, the engineer of the Passion Flower. Oh, wicked untruth. What a tell that he has bought me in his Wellingtons what you haven't got. In one of those pure clean lapstocks of yours, thankfully, arrow of the passkeys, no matter what. You may be certain of that, Fluff, now I know how to tackle. Lock my mirrors next myself. So don't keep me now for a good boy for the love of my fragrant saint, you villain, peppering with fear my goodless graceless, or I'll first murder you. But hip, sir, meet me after by next appointment near you, show no ships just there beside the ship that the future poor fools and circuits of Love Mountjoy Square. To show my disrespects now, let me just your Caroline for you. I must really so late. Sweet pig, he'll be furious. How he stalks to himself, Luther and lover, immutating a Parabali. My prince of the courts, who'll beat me to love, and I'll be there when who knows where, with the objects of which I'll know or forget. We say, trust us. Our game, for fun. The Dargle shall run dry the sooner I you deny. Whoever he heard of such a think, till the utmost of all Elmos shall steal our hearts as thone, and Mrs. Amara makes it up and befriends with Mrs. Amorum. I will write down all your names in my gold pen and ink. Every day, precious, while memories of leaves are falling deeply on my Jungfrau's messenger book, I will dream telepath posts, dulcets on this isinglass stream. But don't tell him or I'll be the mort of him, under the Libans and the sycamores, and the cypresses and the Babylonius, where the frond oak rushes to the ask and the yew leaves to kiss themselves, until carry on my Harris waves, my still waters reflections in words over Margaret von Hungaria, her quady rain ways and her flaven hair, to thee, Jack, ahoy, beyond the Bosphorus. Splash of hiss, splash springs your salmon. Twick, twick, twinkle, twings. My twilight is Saturday afternoon. Lex Leap will smile on my 4-enhanced 12 months in mind. And what's this I was going to say, Dean? Oh, I understand. Listen, here I'll wait on thee till Thingavalla with beautiful do be careful tea cakes, more stewcer-flavoured than vanilla and blackcurrant there's a cure in, like a born gentleman till you resemble me. All the time you're a while away, I swear to you I will by Candlemas. And listen, Joey, don't be annoyed with me, my old Evernew, when by the end of your chapter you chitch water on the wagon for me being turned a star. I'll do bury my 2 feskies under Pout's Venetia cream. They're way for spilling cream, and accent to extend my personality to the latents. I'll buoy me for myself only of expensive rainproof, of pinked elephant's breath grey, of the loveliest, sheerest, dearest widow's hood, of an Air Force blue I am so wild for, my precious once, Hope Brothers, Faith Street, Charity Corner, as the bee loves her sky-high deed, and for I always had a crush on heliotrope, since the Duchess of yore cycled round the finest park and listened. And never mind me laughing at whatsoever. I was in the nerves, but it's my last day. Always about this hour, I'm sorry, when our gaming's for Bruin and nose long is all you tease, and after Dune, my little pussiness, I steal Heimlich in my Russians from the attraction part with my terrible boots, calves catcher, pincher, popper, poff, who is going to be a Jenny roll at my nape-drenched love, with dripping to affectionate slap mama, but last at night, look, after my golden violence wetting in my upper stairs, splendidly well illuminated, with such little lilac curtains, wallpapers to match the cat, and a fireplace keep looking of priceless pear logs. I just want to see, will he or are all muckles all like that? I'll strip straight after devotions before his fond stare, and I mean it too. Thy gape to my gazing I'll bind and make leash, and poke stiff under my eisenbound with my soide sante china knees, cheek chubby chambermaid for the night's foreign mails, and your name of Shane will come forth between my shamefaced West End, with other lips I nakest open my thight, and just woken by his tocker tootle too, my first morning. So now to Thok Thildish, Thome, theated with Mag at the oil fan, we are doing to they one little player before doing to deed, and a tis to the tassie for Lou and for two. Coach me how to tumble, Jaime, and listen with supreme regards, Juan. In haste, warn me which to men. Juan responded full-chantedly to her sororal sorority, imitating himself capitally, with his bubble blown in his patapet and his chalice drink now well in hand. A spilt, see, for a spilt, see, ever gloriously kind, and I truly am eucharized to you. Also, sacre pere and mater d'hôtel. Well, ladies upon gentlemen and Toastmaster General, let us brine-dicing brand a song, woo and win woman long, with healths to rich vineyards, erin go dry. Amidst the living waters of, the living in giving waters of, tight, loose, a stiff one for Staffetta, mollified with creams of harmony, the coupe that's chill for Jackless Jill, and a filiform douche on Doris. Esterels, be not on your weeping, what though Shaunathan is in his fail. To stir up love's young fizz, I tilt with the bridal's cup champagne, dimming deuce from his peep-air of hide-seeks, tight squeezed on my snowy brusted, and while my pearlies in their sparkling wisdom and nippling their bubblets, I swear, and let you swear, by the bumper round of my poor old snaggletooth solid bowel, I ne'er will prove I'm untrue to your liking. There, so long as my whole looks down. So gulliby, my poor Isley, but I'm not for forgetting me, Innerman monophone, for I'm leaving my darling proxy behind, for your consolaring, lost Dave the dance curl, a squamous runaway and dear old man pal of mine too. He will arrive incessantly in a fraction of a crust, who, could he quit doubling and stop tippling, he would be the unicorn of his kind. He's the mightiest pen-umbrella I ever flourished on beyond the shadow of a post. Be sure and link him, mio tresoro, as often as you learn, provided there's nothing between you but a plain deal table, only don't encourage him to cry lesson times over Leopardstown. But soft, can't be? Do mailstains mumble? Lum-tum, lum-tum. Now, the frubador, I fremble. Talk of wolf in a stomach by all this verminous. Ecolo me! The return of the athlete. Who can succeed to his success? Isn't Johnstown, Österreich, the small place after all? I knew I smelt the garlic leak. Why, bless me swits, here it is. Here he is, darling Dave, like the cat o' nine lives, just in time, as if he fell out of space, all draped in mufti, coming home to Mourne Mountains from his old continents, and not on 1 foot either, or on 2 feet either, but in quinquisecular cycles, after his French evolution and a blindfold passage by the 432 with the pork's pate in his suicide paw, and the gulls laughing lime on his natural skunk, blushing like Pat's pig, begob. He's not too Tim-Tom well ashamed to carry out honour glib to grape bakeley in his showman sinister the testimonials he gave his 20 anise orf, showing the 3 white feathers as a home-cured emigrant in paddy you are far below on our sea level. Bearer may leave the church, signed Figura Porca, Lictor Magnifica. He's the sneaking likeness of us, faith, me alter's ego, in miniature and every Oxonian aimers aces nasal a Romeo as I am, for ever cracking quips on himself, that merry, that Jean Jakes, he'd soon arise mother's roses mid bedewing tears under those wild wet lashes onto any living girl's laughter cheeks. That's his little veniality, and his peppered deportment. He has novel ideas, I know, and he's a jerry queer fish betimes, I grant you, and cantankerous, the poisoner of his word, but lice and all and semi-coloured stained glasses, I'm enormously full of that foreign, I'll say I am. Got by the one goat, suckled by the same nana, one twitch, one nature makes this old world kin. We're as thick and thin now as 2 tubular jawballs. I hate him about his patent Hennessy, plash shit, yet I am a morist. I love him. I love his old Portugal's nose. That's the nasturtium ye now that saved many a poor sinker from water on the grave. The diasporation of all pirates and quinconcentrum of fake like Basilius O'Cormacan McCarthy. To camouflage he turned his shirt. Isn't he after borrowing all before him, making friends with everybody red in Russia, white in Alba, and touching every distinguished Irishman, or he could ever distinguish before or behind from a Irishman for a customary help of a crown and a piece? He's looking aged with his pebbled eyes, and Johnny Thin too, from livicking on pigeons' ifs with puffins' ands. He's been slanderizing himself, but I pass no remark. Hope he hasn't the cholera. Give him an eye at the farot. Moses and Noah says, how are you? We'd be as snug as Column's eyes old Jonas, rocked in the belly of the waves, as quote had before. Bravo, Senior Chief. Famous. Sure, there's nobody else in touch any sides to hold a chief's cankle to the darling at all, for cheer dare with that prison postil of Spanish beans on him, like the knave of trifles. A jolly tan fine demented brick and the prince of good Phyllis. Dave knows I have the highest respect of anyone in my own smooth way for that intellectual debtor, obligado. Monsieur David R. Crozier. And we're the closest of chems. Mark my use of you, Cog. Take notice how I employ, Crib. Beware as you I foil copy. It's a pity he can't see it, for I'm terribly nice about him. Can Willie Shimry, the marmaid's flam, a leal of the old loonies, a Brazel Abu, the most omnipotent man, Shervos. Oh, be the holy snakes, someone has shaved his rough diamond skull for him, as clean as Nuncius Pidish. The burnt-out mesh and the matting and all. Thunder weather, Khyber Shinka, Escaper Sansa Pega. He's a spat and spit, so he is, scaly skin and all, with his blackguarded eye, and the goat's beard on his butting hole of Shemuel Tulliver, me grand sword. The old crusader when he off with his poor Dean. That was to let the crowd of the flu-flux fans behind him see me proper. Ah, he's very thoughtful and sympathetic, Crow, the way that his brother Intelligentius when he's not absent-minded with his Paris address. He is, really. Hold hard till you hear him clicking his bull's bone. Some toad clacking. You're welcome back. Wilkins to red berries in the frost. And here's the butter exchange to file and dram ye with a bowlful of the Molesale base and Yunker Doodle a wank to wall a writing of his phony. I'm tired herring of you. Hat yourself. Give us your dyed dextremity here, Frother, the clatter clasp. I met with Dapper Dandy and he shocked me big the hammed. Where's your watchkeeper? You've seen all sorts in shapes and sizes marauding about the Mopper Mound. How's the cock and the bullfight? And old Oster and Hungrig? And the beer and belly and the boot and ball? Not forgetting the oils of grease under that turkey and julep and Father Freeshot's filebogen in his rockery garden with the costard. And did you meet with Pedhar the Grab at all? And did you call on Tower Getius? Was Mona, my own love, no bigger than she should be, making up to you in her best-behaved manner when you made your breast law and made her tell me? Did you like the landskip from Lambay? I'm better pleased than 10 guineas. You rejoice me. Faith, I'm proud of you, French David. You've surpassed yourself. Be introduced to yes. This is me aunt, Julia Bride, your honour, dying to have you languish to scandal in her bosky old dell tangle. You don't recognise him. He's Jackot the Horner, who boxed in the corner, jilting no fewer than three female bribes. That's his penals. Shavorum! You haven't seen her since she stepped into her draw-offs. Come on, spinster, do your stuff. Don't be shy, husbandmanver. Way, what's on you, whip? Up the shame war. She has plenty of womb in the small clothes for the Bosphorus. Nephew's push. Hatch yourself well. Enjom yourselves thoroughly. Would you wait bis she buds till you bite on her? Embrace her bashfully by all means at my frank incentive, and tell her in your semiological agglutinative yes how I dos be asking after her. Let us be holy and evil, and let her be peace on the bow. Sure, she fell in line with our tripartite photos as the lionized males when we were stable lads together, like the Corks Again brothers, hungry and angry, Cavalier Grace by round-eared force, or like Boy Run to Sibster, me and you, Shinners True and Pinch Me, our Tertius Quittus, that never talked or listened, always raving how we had the wrinkles of a snail charmer, and the slits and sniffers of a fellow that fell foul of the County de Luna, and the meat trap of the first vegetarian. To be had for the asking. Have a hug. Take her out of poor tuppenny luck before she goes off in pure treble liquidance. I'd give you 3 shillings a pullet to the cannon for the conjugation of shadow, you kissing her from me liberally all over as if she was a crucifix. It's good for her bilabials, you understand. There's nothing like the missile touch for finding a queen's earring false. Chink, chink. As the curly bard said after kitchen the wom in his hymn to the hum of her garnets. You try a little titch to the tissel of the tail, the racist to the racy Rossi. The soil is for the well self alone. Be own kind, be kith-kinnish, be bloody Sibby, be Irish, be Inish, be Ophalia, be Hamlet, be the property plot, be Yorick and Lancaster, be cool, be Mackinamux of yourselves, be Finnish. No matter where the preacher is, there's no plagues like Rome. It gives up the gripes. Watch the swans sway. Take your tiger over it. The leady on the lake and the convict of the forest. Why, they might be Babu and Momi. Yip, yip, to Pan, to Tin Pinny Pan. All follow me, yap, to curl you. Give us a pin for her and we'll call it a toss-up. Can you reverse positions? Let's have a fuchsia all round, courting cousins. Quack! The duck of a woman for Quack, the drake of a man, her little live apples for Lees, and love potions for Leos, the next beast king. Put me down for all ringside seats. I can feel you being corrupted. Recoil. I can see you sprouting scruples. Get back. And as he's boiling with water, I'll light your pyre. Turn about, skeezy Sammy, out of metaphor, till we feel you still tropeful of popetry. Told you so. If you doubt of his love, of daring his feelings, you'll very much hurt for mishmash fractured of Europe. You can read off the tale of his. Ripper, Rippist and Jack. Dwell on that, my hero and lander. That's the side that appeals to him, the wrong way to right woman. Shuck her, let him. What good for? Shuck her more, let him again, all he wants. Could you wheedle a stavling encore out of your imitation as Jubalheart, hey, Mr. Jinglehoys? Congregational singing. Rota ran the pagoda, con Dio in capo, ed il diavolo in coda. Many a diva Davusha saw her Dalbadan at the priesty pagoda Rota ran. Ugh, he's so sedulous to singe always if prompted, the mirth provoker. Grunt unto us, I pray, your foreboding article in our own DS Docken Doylish introducing the death of Nelson with coloratures. Corio fra, and I'll string the second to harmonise. My loaf and pottage, he here, Rochelle, with your dumpsy diddly dumpsy die, fiddly far, diavolo. Oh, come on, school colours, and we'll scrap rug and mat, and then be as chummy as two bashed spuds. By trial bay Holmgang, or betrayal by jury. Attaboy. Fee gate has heenan hoity, mine Uncle Hare. What, sir? Poss? Mister? Achieve? Thou, what say ye? Taurus periculosis, morbus pediculosis. Misery me in miserabilibus. There's oval language for you. The towel is precluded, the mob's in her petticoats, Mr. R.E. Meehan is in misery with his billy boots. Begob, there's not so much green in his Ireland's eye. Sweet fellow Overcal, he stones out of stune. But he could be near a colonel with a voice like that. The bark is still there, but the molars are gone. The misery billy boots I used to lend him before we split, and be the whole in the year they were laking like heaven's reflexes. But I told him, make your, and I will be done, and go to a general, and I'd pray confessions for him. Arish, and I'll be your intrepider. Ambras, ruffle her. Bussing was before the blood, and bissing will behind the curtain. Tris, did you note that worried expressionism on his megalogue? The full octavium below me. And did you hear his brow rings rattle-making when he was preaching to himself? And whoa, do you twig the sham-looking leaf creeping ghastly down his blousey frock? Our national umbloom. Arish, he won't. He's shoy. Those worthies, my old Faher's uncle, that was garroted, Caius Coco Codenhand, what I lost in a crowd, used to chop that tongue of his, Jeplayton, with my uncle's owl cellar, Woolwolf Woodenbeard, and went stone-bathered in the Tower of Balbus, so as brisk, man, as I'd scoff up mutton chops and lobscouse. But it's all deaf's man duff to me, begob. Sam knows miles better than me how to work the miracle. And I see by his dire oath he's dropping the sammer out of his silence bladder since I bonded him off more as a friend and as a brother to try and grow a muff and canonize his dead feet down on the River Erie by thinking himself into the fourth dimension and place the ocean between his and ours, the churchyard and the cloister of the depths, after he was capsed out of Buelad's skull for the sin against the past participle and earned the facilitation of codding chaplain and being as homely gauche as swift BAA, who gets twickly fulgets twice as Alamandan huskers. But the whacker his word, the weaker our ears for oracles who parses orles. Ill-starred punster, lip-stirring Cal Nux, 'twas the quadracentim and Trinity too, and he can cantab as chipper as any oxon ever I mooed with, a tiptoe singer. He'll prixily soon hand-tune your errand's ear for you, PP a mimeograph at a time, Newman bitter, and with his anchor martins to read the road Roman, with false steps add pernicious from real silver ormulus to Torquinwans superbers, while I'm far away from wherever thou art, serving my tally-hos and tullying my hostulus by going in by the most holy recitandus fortissimo for my versatile examinations in the ologies, to be a coach on the Fucian missions. P? F? Piano? Forte? How used you learn me, brother Subutans, in my Augustan days, with Caesarella looking on? In the beginning was the jest, he justly say, for the end is with woman, flesh without word, while the man to be is in a worse case after than before, since she on the supine satisfies the verge to him. Tough, too logical. Thou the first person shingella. Art an imperfect subjunctive. Paltry, flappant, had serious. Myth Smith, onomatopoetic. Hamus and divus, axis colus, waxus warmus like sedulus. So picture stops with fondness snow, and mind you twine the twos nudes of your nice names, and pull up your furbeloves as far above as you farthingales. That'll hint him how to click the trigger. Show you shall, and won't he will. His hearing is in doubting, just as my seeing is unbelieving. So dactylize him up to blank point and let him blink for himself where you speak the best ticklish. You'll feel what I mean. Fond namer, let me never see thee blame a kiss for shame and thee. Echo, read ending. Sipario mochi. But from the stress of their sunder enlivening, I, class deciduously, a Nick Rocco smicon must come to Mike. Well, my positively last at any stage. I hate to look at alarms, but however they put on my watched craft must now close, as I hereby hear by ear from by sealess socks, 'tis time to be up and ambling. My middle toe's mitching, so mizzle I must, or else 'twill sarve me out. Gulpa-bulpa at parting, and the more the melodist. Farewell, but whenever, as Tisdall told Toole, tempos fidgets. Let flee me fiacles, says the grand old monarch, storm-crested crow cock, and undulant hair, hoodies tway. Yes, faith, I am as mew let freer beneath me cortage bound. I am as bored now at bowling beer's grace as sore pores there at Andrew Clay's was sharing sawdust with Daniel's old collie. The shack's not big enough for me now. I'm dreaming of ye, Azores. And remember this, Cholrines, there's the witch on the heath, sistra. Bathsheba peeling hoary hard, while her orchotron is whoring ho. But when minuet fluts between her titch cries Talmudi. Daughters of the heavens, be lux in turnabouts to the wandering sons of red loam. The earth's a trot, the sun's a scream, the air's a jig, the water's great, 7 oldie hills and the one blue beamer. I'm going. I know I am. I could bet I am. Somewhere I must get far away from Banbashore, wherever I am. No saddle, no starfoot, but spur on the moment. So I think I'll take Freeboot's advice. Psst. I'll borrow a path to lend me wings, quick-quack, and from Jerusalem's wall, click-clack, me course is clear to cheer up street, I'll travel the void world over. It's Winland for Moyne, Big Buck. Gee Jakers, I hurt myself netly that time. Come, my good frog marchers, we felt the fall, but we'll front the defile. Was not my ulti mutter, Sareth Maritza, a running water, and the bold one that quickened her, the sea-born Fingale? I feel like that hill of a whaler went yolding around Grunmann's circus with his tree full of seaweeds and Dinky Doll asleep in her shell. Hazel Ridge has seen me. Jern Veiling is. Squall aboard for Q. Hop! Farewell a while to her and thee. The bride's my bride to be. Lead on, McAdam, and danked be he who first cries, Halt! Rindruff! Solo, Solone, Solong, Luder Ariana, wear thee well, with me singamy sorim o orem. Here's me takeoff. Now nunk or nimmer, Siskinda. Here goes the enemy. Benedict Hotfoots in on impudent stayers. Sorry. I bless alls to the wished with this pan-Romaine apological, with waddle we whistlem sang to the Kerrycoys. Break ranks. After wage of battle bother, I am thinking most. Fick you! I'm through. One, toe, adri. You watch my smoke. After poor Jones the boast's last fireless words of postludium of his soapbox speech ending in heaven, 20 add 1 with a flirt of wings were pouring to his by-assistance. Could they snip that curl of curls to lay with their gloves and keep the kids bright? Prepared to cheer him should he leap or to curse him should he fall. But with their bigger trigger reader rodeo, the cherubs in the charabang set down here in sedan chair, don't you wish you'd be a yoke or a bit in your mouth, repulsing all attempts at first hands on as no es nada, our greatly misunderstood one we perceive to give himself some sort of hermetic prod, or kick to sit up and take notice, which acted like magic, while the phalanx of daughters of February Phildyke, embushed and climbing ramblers and weeps, voiced approval in their customary manner, by dropping knee-deep in tears over their concelebrated midnight sunflower, Piopady boy, their solace in Dorcas, and splattering together joyously the plaps of their tappy hands, as with a cry of genuine distress, so prattly polylogue, they viewed him, the just one, their darling, away. A dream of favours, a favourable dream. They know how they believe that they know. Wherefore they wail. Oh, Jordwa! Oh, Jordwo! Do cicerately it samodid. Guest turns Lothlide answering to Maronite's wail. Oasis, Cedarus, East Shelter, homing Leafs, Bonoon, Oasis, cold presses on Mount of Sighing, Oasis, Palm most air saltering homing Gladays, Oasis, fantastical Roseway and Jericho, Oasis, New Levo spatiosing encampness, Oasis, Plantanus, Dew stuck aquamarage play tennis, Pipetta has misery unnoticed. But the strangest thing happened. Backscuttling for the hop off with the odds together in favour of his tumbling into the river, John just then I saw collect from the gentlest weaner among the weaners, who by this were in half-droop leaf-long mourning for the passing of the last post, the familiar yellow label into which he let fall a drop, smothered a curse, choked a guffaw, spat expectoratiously, and blew his own trumpet. And next thing was he gummelicked the sticky backside and stamped the oval badge of belief to his Agnello's brow, and a genuine dash of irrepressible piety that readily turned his ladylike Tim Manzel's capsy curvy, the holy scamp, with half a glance of Irish frisky, a Juan Jameson hasta luego, from under the shag of his parallel brows. And it was then he made as if he be but waved, but instead a hand across the sea, as noticed to quit while the Pacifirettes made their arm-packs widdershins. Frida, Pasa, Pacey, Irene, Aranette, Bridame, Bentame, Sosakopki, Bibi Becca, Baba Badkesi, Good Guthodu, Dama Domina, Takia, Tokia, Skyoria, Sicurilinia, Piokia, Homi hoping, Hami happiness, Myra, Solima, Salamita, Sainta, Sianta, oh peace. But in self-righting the balance of his corporeity to re-exchange wide remembrance with the pillar bosom of the dizzier he loved a prettier, between Estelos and Venusus, bad luck to the lie, but when next to nobody expected, their star and garter gazer at the summit of his climax, he topped a lipple off on to the off, and making brand new start for himself to run down his easting. By blessing his stirs with a sign of the Southern Cross, his bungaloid Borsaline with the hedgy green bound blew off in a love blast award for Trover, and George on Redhead, bucketing after Mecca Maniac, the headless shall have legs, Kings couriered around with an easy rush and ready relays by the bridge stadion beyond Lady Castle. And what Herm but he narrowly missed fouling her buttress but for he aqueduct, and then cocking a snook at the stock of his sermons, so mere and yet so far from that region's general, away with him at the double, the hulk of a Garin pelting after the road, on Shank's mare, led off like a windhound loose, the bushel, you'll think it was that moment they gave him the jambos, with a pose of tossing hanker waves to his windward like seraph summonses on the air, and a tempest of good things in packet shape teeming from all accounts into the funnel of his fan mail shrimp net, along the high road of the nation, traitor's track, following which fond floral fray he was quickly lost to sight, through the statue men through, without a doubt he was all the more on that same head to memory dear, while Sickerson, that born of Björn, like guard auxiliaire, she murmured, Helig Ursulinka, full of woe. And how fitlier should good boy's hand be shook than by the warman of her bosom that wrung his swaddles. Where maggot Harvey kneeled till bags, ate Andrew Coos Hogdam Farville. We then now, may the good people speed you, rural horn, export stout fellow that you are, the crooner born with sweet wail of evoker, healing music, aye, and heart in hand of Shamrogueshire. The goo-goos of the suckabolly and the rockabetty have become the copiosity of wise ableness of the friary layman in the pulpit barrel. May your bawny hair grow rarer and fairer, our own only wide-headed boy. Rest your voice, feed your mind, mince your peas, coax your quiss, come to Distoon Blarmy and walk our groves so charming, and see again the sweet roccolos where you first hymned O Cecia Me, and touch the light theorbo, songster, angler, choreographer, piper to prison, musicianship made ambassador at large. Good by nature and natural by design, had you but been spared to us, horneen lad, but sure where's the use my talking quicker when I know you'll hear me all astray. My long farewell I send to you, fair dream of sport and game and always something new. Gone is Horn, my grief, my ruin, our Josel Jovan, our Krishnamurti. 'Tis well you'll be looked after from last to first, as yon beam of light we follow receding on your photophoric pilgrimage to your antipodes in the past. You who so often consigned your distributory tidings of great joy into our never too late to love box, Mansuetudinious manipulator, victimizedly Victoria horse, dearest horn of all, you of the boots, true as 80, step walker, penny a time, a lamp paddy fair, post danu rengro, our Romani cheel, thy now paling light, Lucerne, we may ne'er see again. But could it speak, how nicely would it sputter to the four cantons praises be to thee, our patent scent. For you had, may I in our, your, and their names dare to say it, the nucleus of a glow, of a zeal, of soul, of service, such as rarely, if ever, have I met with single men. Numerous are those who, nay, there are a dozen of folks still unclaimed by the death angel in this country of ours today, humble indivisibles in this grand continuum, overlorded by fate and interlarded with accidents, who, while there are hours and days, will fervently pray to the Spirit above, that they may never depart this earth of theirs, till in his long run from that place where the day begins, ere he return his post-alexic, on that day that belongs to joy for Ireland, the people that is of all time, the oldest, the youngest, after decades of long suffering and decennia of brief glory, to mind us of what was when, and to matter us of the withering of our ways, their January, February winds true from Sylvester. Only Walker himself is like Waltzer, whimsicalissimo they go murmurand, comes marching a home on the summer crust of their flagway. Life, it is true, will be a blank without you, because Avicum's not there at all. To no more cares from nomad nose, ere Moloch wars bring the devil error. A slip of the time between a date and a ghost mark, rived by Darby's chill day's embers, spatched fun June the Dantyforth, from the night we are and feel and fade with to the yester selves we tread to turn upon. But boy, you did your strong 9 furlong mile in swick and slap record time, and a far-fetched deed it was in troth, champion docile, with your high-bouncing gait of going and your feet of passage will be contested with you and through you for centuries to come. The phoenix rose the sun before Erebia sank his smother. Shoot up on that, bright Bennu bird. Va fatuar. Eftsoon so too will our own phoenix spark spurt his spire, and sunward stride the rampant flambe. Aye, already the sombre opacities of the gloom are vanished. Brave footsore horn, work your progress. Hold to, now. Win out, ye devil ye. The silent cock shall crow at last. The west shall shake the east awake. Walk while ye have the night for morn, light breakfast bringer. Morroweth, whereon every past shall full fast sleep. Amen. Lowly, longly, a wail went forth. Pure yawn lay low. On the mead of the hillock lay, heart-soul dormant, mid-shadowed land-shape, brief wallet to his side, an arm loose, by his staff of citron briar, tradition's stick-pass on. His dream monologue was over, of course, but his drama parapolylogic had yet to be a fact. Most distressfully, but my dear, how successfully, to wail he did, his locks of a Lucan tinge, quick-rich, ripely rippling, unfilleted, those lash-betasseled lids on the verge of closing time, whiles ooze of his sidewise open mouth the breath of him, even so languishing as the princeliest treble, treacle, or lychee chew-chow purse could buy. Yawn in a semi-swoon lay a wailing, and whew, what helpings of honeyful swoot-head Phew! Which ear-piercing dulcitude! As were you supposed to go and push with your blunt blank pen in hand up into his flesh as plush cushionettes of some chubby boy bold love of an angel. Wha! When, as the buzzer brings the light brigade, keeping the home fires burning, so on the Turing cool themselves came at him from the west borders of the East Midlands, 3 kings of 3 suits and a crowner, from all their cardinal parts, along the amber way where Brosnar's furzy. To lift them they did, senators 4, by the first quaint squeak of the cloming, and they hopped it up the mountainy molehill, traversing climbs of old times gone by, of the days not worth remembering. Inventing some excuse-thems, any thought, having a 7-ply sweat of night blues moist upon them. Fifi, fofo, frucha, agala, jishi, palula, oridinimini. Afeard themselves were to wonder at the class of a crossroads puzzler, he would likely be, length by breadth nonplussing his thickness, ells upon ells of him, making so many square yards of him, one half of him in Con's half, but the whole of him nevertheless in Owen Moore's 5 quarters. There would he lay till they would him descry, spancelled down upon a blossomy bed, at one foul stretch amongst the daffy-down dillies, the flowers of narcosis forfettering his footlights, a halo hedge of wild spuds hovering over him, epicures waltzing with garden fillers, Puritan shoots advancing to Arran chiefs. Fo-fo! The meteor pulp of him, the seamless rainbow peel. Agala! His belly voiled of nebulose with his never-stopped navel. Palula! And his veins shooting melanite phosphor, his cream-to-custard comet's hair, and his asteroid knuckles, ribs, and members. Oridimini! His electro-latiginous twisted entrails belt.
Those 4 claiming clomb together to hold their sworn starn chamber query on him, for he was ever there quarrelled away they would see themselves, every bug in their bodiment atop of any woman or notion, and the meat of their knot was worth 2 of the morning. Up to the Escaridge it was Mullingar parish, to the mead that was not far, the sun's rest. First clettered Shanator, Gregory, seeking spirit through the deep time field, Shanator lines trailing the wavy line of his partition footsteps. Something in his blisters was telling him all along how he had been in that place one time. Then his recordership, Dr. Shanator Tarpey, caper chasing after their honourable sleep, hot on the aniseed and up of his prompt corner. Old Shunny MacDougall, the hiker in the rear of them on the run to make a quorum. Roping their ass he was, their sky-grey globe-trotter by a way of afterthought, and by no means legless either, for such sprouts on him they were that much uneven it was tumbling by he was 4 lengths, within the ball of a mascot. Cuss clay, patsy-watsy, like the caper and the cabases, and big ass to hear his unaided ears, the harp in the air, the bugle, Diana blowing wild as wild, the mockingbird whose word is misfortune, 'tis said, the bulbul down the wind. The proter was trapezing through the tangle then, Matthew Walker, Godson's, Godstafar, the Putises and the Gosparaccuracy, and his station was a few perch at the weather side of the knoll. A snock, and it was from no other place unless there, howsoever, and he prox tended aloof upon the ether, mismers manum, the hand-making silence. The buckles beyond on the lee, they stopped wheresoever they found their standings, and that way they was set ward about him, doing obedience, nod, bend, bow, and courtesy like the watchers of the prospect, upholding their broad awake probers' hats on their firm heads and travelling court on its finding, circuiting the personer in his falling, and a quatchiar stenoggers they made of themselves, saloons and psychomurrers, all told with their hurts and daemons, spites and clops, not even in the seclusion of the beast by them that was the odd trick of the pack, trump a new friend, the carrots. And what do you think? Should he be laying there above all the other persons, foremost them yawn, all of a sprawl, he was laying them amongst the poppies, and I can tell you something more than that, dear writer, profoundly, as you may believe it, he was asleep, as it was far more similar to The rap he lay there with Noctis beauty all surrounded it, the poser for what and all. And like Lord Lummen coaching his preferred consolations in faith and doctrine for old Matt Gregory. 'Tis he had the star menagerie, Marcus Lyons and Marcus Meckler therapy and the Mac that he never forgave the ass that looked behind him, Johnny and hustling. More than their good share, their five senses and scroll you would say themselves were fume and censor, the way they could not rightly tell their heels from their stools, as they couched down the mammal Jew as it was cubicle crib as question time through, nigh the mat with the souls, group paracry rose in relief within their quarterings to play tops or kites or hoops or marbles, churchy gawking on him for the insolence of the numb and the savanizing of them and not the boga quaestors. And it was what they began to say to him, Terradarally, then the masters, what way was he? He was given the wee barnyard in his leader. You're a what, me leader? Wish it to be bushed or what, Alana? Or his winds from a wrong cuts his Ned the hill. Lesson. Why would you so speak up? Do you hear me, sir? Or is he rehearsing someone's funeral? Wished out of that, hovers up. And as they were spreading abroad their octopods, their drifter nets, their crummers, gleamy sheeders nets, and no lie, there was word of assonance being soft spoken among the quartermasters. Get busy, kid. Chirpy come now. The best hopsies is a good time. I'll take on that chap. For it was in the back of their minds' ear, tentative listener, how they would be spreading the quadrilateral azure potted fine attractable nets and the nascent nets from Matt Senior to the turtable Mr. Goo and after him from thence the neighbour and the way that the Pusney donkey man and crucifiers called it. And in their minds years back slibber so it was, slipping beauty how they would have meshed in that way when he rose to it with the plankton at play about him and quivers of scaly silver and their clutches of chromes and highly lucid Spanish and gold, whilst as an hour gave to her ways an hour, with Jan himself keeping time and his triple tongue and the up on his blorbious lips he would let out classy way, murr of the moor and molten moonest, would you be melding mellifond into his mouth, why before
Just
you
hold,
echo.
we just we just hold up there for a second, Sarah. You've jumped into TJ's section.
Sorry.
I was like, "You're going," and so I'm not going to stop you.
I'm not even going to cut this section. I'm not even going to cut this section out of the edit because I just would need everyone to hear how when you get going, you get going.
I was like, you were in flow state, so I was
it's like red rum.
So yeah, but you got the breaks marked somewhere. All right, so TJ, pick us up.
Yes. Okay, what's the last line that was read?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't even looking.
After Mellifond into his mouth.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Why, before you, echo, how sweet the answers makes, afterwares, in the land of lion's odor? Friends, first in your don't mind, name your historical groans. This same prehistoric burrows 'tis the orgery. I see. Very good now. If it is your orgery, I take it you have your letters. Can you hear me, you sir? Thorough sins for my darling. Typette. So long aforetime? Can you hear better? Millions, for God's sins, for my darling dearling one. Now, to come nearer zone, I would like to raise my deuterus point audibly touching this. There is this maggers. I am told by our interpreter, Hannah Ellisis, that there are fully 606 rag words in your malherbal magus land Landergage, in which walled wand rhymes Alpman, and there is resin and all roots for monarch, but yav, haste, not once pronounceable term that blows in all the volumes of tar telegate to signify majestate, even provisionally, nor no rodar, or porpentine path, or hallucination via, nor Aurelian gape, nor sunken rut, nor gross grown trek, nor crime slaved trucks way, or no more hens cry, or mourners plank gang there to lead us to Hopenhaven. Is such the und derivator cast matter, Messior. Frankly, Magus Inneriter minus Hawk Intelligo.
How? C'est mal prononçable. Tartaglielio per français. Vous n'avez pas d'eau dans votre banche provinciale, monsieur. J'ai m'écline moi j'ai trouvé les clés dans les champs. Hey, Sean, that petty velour, come on. Up there, come on, ça n'a pas de levure. What's tight dans your jambes? Where's that inclining and talking about the Messiah so clover? A truce to your trifling. Where are you? Trinithan Partnick Diodene. Have you seen her? Typet my tactile O. Are you in your fatherick, lonely one? The same, 3 persons. Have you seen my darling only one? I am so ho-hold. What are you shavering about, Ultramontane, like a hoon? Is there cold on ye, Dorophopian? Or do you want your prima fairy schoolma'am? The woods of Fogloot, oh Miss Parages. Which the wild Greyleg? The duck is rising in your wake that stand of plover. I know that place better than anyone. Sure, I used to be always over there on the 4th day at my grandmother's place, Tien Nanorg, my little grey home in the west, or in or about Mayo when the long dog gave tongue and they coursing the marches when they straining at the leech. Tortoiseshell for a guinea gold. Burb, burb, burb. Follow me up, Turgurg. That's the place for the Clare oysters, Poldoody, County Conway. I never knew how rich I was, like another story in the Zoodone of the Zephyros, strolling, carrying my dragoman, Mead's marvel, thus witham pronounceable tale, along the shore. Do you know my cousin, Mr. Jasper Dougal, that keeps the anchor on the mountain, the parson's son, Jasper of the Tuns, Pat whatever your name is? Dude and I dude. The wolves of Foklut. Why do you call me? Do not fling-a-me jig to the twelves. Turca fiera, and that's a good wan right enough. Hulavs no less. One moment now, if I foreshorten the bloss on your blether. Encroachment spells erosion. Dunlin and Turnstone augur us where, how, and when best as to burial of carcass, fuselage of dump, and committal of nuisance. But since you invocate oysters for the trailing of vixens, I would like to send a cormorant around this blue lagoon. Tell me now this. You told my learned friends rather previously, a moment since, about this mound or barrow. Now I suggest to you that ere there was this plague burrow, as you seem to call it, there was a burial battle, the boat of millions of years. Would you bear me out in that, relatively speaking, with her jackstaff jerking at her penny ladders? Why not, in sizing a fair sail, knowest thou the kind? The pourquoi pas, bound for Weiss du Wassland, that foremaster Barkentine, Webster says, our ship that ne'er returned. The Frenchman, I say, was an orange boat. He is a boat. You see him. The both how you see is they. Drake and F. Danemook. Sacked it or ate it? What? Hello! Spake ab lout!
Cooch Cortez, ring barrow dung cairn, beseek the ruins and see the long run. All mawn away when you hear the gang horn and meet knots and SSOS. Warm nice. Conning 2 lay pays, nor circa her raven flag was out the slaver. I throw upon good Jordan Scaper, good Barnet and trusty man. Crouch low, you pigeons 3. See, call that girl with the tan tress on. Call wolfhound, wolf of the sea. Folku. Very good now, that's folklore straight from the ass's mouth. I will crusade on that. I will crusade with the parent sheep. Whether profiting from far away those green hills of station, Eraton tells me bonafide keel tappers. Now come to the midnight midi on the 11th train Ponateer from Daneland saying the oxy-eyed man. Now mark well what I say. Magnus Spadebeard, Corsets, Crosser, Welcher, Prifide, A destroyer in our port, signed to me with his ball and scoop, laid bare his breastpaps to give suck to suckle me, Eki Hagios, Christman, oh Jesus fluid, said the poisoned well, foot's fishy the fish, hooch copper's ankle in the navels, Monarvers. Hep, hello there, Bill of Old Bailey. Who's he? Who's this lad? Why is the pups? Hankless childered Esther held. It's his last chance. Enema, wear him well. Hey, did you dream you were eating your own tripe? Oscar, that you that you tired yourself with a wry necky fix. I see now we move in the beast circles, grim barb and panzer crucifer. You took the words out of me mouth, a child's dread for a dragon voice, father. Hill cloud encompass us. You mean you lived as milky as the Leitrim Cuard while you learned flop flop to howl yourself wolf wise. Dib dib do your best. I am dobbing like old boots courteous. The cubs are after me. It zeebs the whole totem pap. Vuk vuk and vuk to them and vuk for Robinson's shield. Sense and sense and gospels the animal jangs again. Sense and gospels the animals jangs again. Find the Fingal harriers here, hell me wise acres till I die of the milkman's lupus. What Wolfgang? Whoa, talk very slow.
Hail him, heathen, heal him, holy stone, courser, recourser, change child, eld as Endor earth. A catalytic mythophilic was this totem fulcrum est ancestors you'd hauled and dies irium where no spider webbeth or anon modi iribods plied and skiff straight. Be fair, Chris. Dream. On a known day I sleep. I dreamt of a someday, of a wonder I shall wake. Ah, may he have now of her fear-filled me, sin-flowered, oh sin-flowered, fie, befugt Christ. I have your tristic now. It recurs in three times the same differently. There is such a fooey story which obtains of him. Coming noun from the asphalt to the concrete, from the human history brute, Finson, Finian, Oshia cleaved to the same vulgarized Hilser from yours, Mr. Tupling torn of morning the heights with his lavish flow and his rambling undergords. Would he reoccur ad horum as old Romeo Rogers in city or country, and your sub or and your sure ob or by with or from an orb of your known the differenticaibus as Branchbard and Apaharamasa Syria. We speak to Gun, the father, and live and end the locative bap, or Tad, Helling Babu, whom certain orbits ascertant re hume place of Chisavitas Smithwick, Rhonda, Claydon, Salem, Mass, Childers, Argos, and Douthless. Well, I am advised he might, in a sense, be both. Nevertheless, every a man like myself suffix it to say Abramasks and Brookbear. By him it was done Bapka, by me it was gone into, to whom it will bublive, mushame. I am afraid you could not heave a whore, one or your own old stepstones, barn, over a stumbling down wall in the Huddlestown to this classic Nocturber night, but it and they would binge much as vicious off the Doss house back to the race rider and the tuta flesh collars, either handicapped on her flat or barely repeating himself. That is a tip Tim oldie for her. Now the man I go in fear of, Tommy Terracotta, and he and he could be all your and my das. and Bordar of the founder of the father of the finder of the finder of the funder of the funnest man, and Ranalai. Foy, foy, Pitress and Violet Ice. I am Yam, as me and Tam Tower used a Jagger Pemner into over the house of Eddie's Christy, meaning dog the father, dog son, and coup, and spirindirius sanction. Breathe softly. Arus howls his non. Me das has or orlis. Piercy. White I Lucius and muddy horse broth. Pig Perseriley. But where do we go off? Chisler, yeah. Halt still, Lucas in Dublin. Vulva. McDougal, Atlantic City, or on his onograss that is Chum and Coffin? I would go near identifying you from the Stavrotides, Jong O Maho, and the West Wesleyers round your Yokohata, and the O Molachonry Plutcher you have from the worst curse of Ireland, Glorlord of the Magdwag Grup, is no use to you either. Johnny, my donkey shot. Number four, fix up your spread eagle and pull your weight. Who sent whom to our regionals hen and the gander or Haydn? Would you keen a young step schuler of physical choreography, the name of Kevin, or let outers pray, Evan Vaughn, or his post horn in the high streets that was shooting as Gaini Gagag Paula Pinter that found the Dogaman number one. I would suggest an ineligible downfund by an uneligible. If I do know scented Sagnesses, sometimes he would keep silent for a few minutes as if in prayer and clasp his forehead, and during this time he would be thinking to himself, and he would not mind anybody who would be talking to him or crying stinking fish. But I no way need you, stroke oar, nor your quick handles. You are too far a cock in the north there. Maddie Armagh, and you're due south so. South, I see. You're up in Leo Ulster, and I'm free down in Asia. This is much better. He is cured by faith who is sick of fate. The Prouts who will invent a writing there ultimately is the poeta, still more learned, who discovered the rating there originally. There's That's the point of esterotology. Our book of kills reaches from now and so many counterpoint words. What can't be coded can be decoded if an ear eye sees what no eye e'er grieved for. Now the doctrine obtains, we have occasion causing effects, and effects occasionally recausing alter effects. Or I will let you take it upon myself to suggest to twist the penman's tale porterwise. The gist is the gist of Sham, but the hand is the hand of Samus. Shan, Shim, Shong. There is a strong suspicion of counterfeit Kevin, and we all remember ye in childhood's reverie. 'Tis the bells of scandal that gave tune to grumbling over him and someone between me and thee. He would preach to the two turkeys and dip all the dindings, this masters in the abbey, and give gold tidings to all there are in the Bronze Age, the an- Recitism, to entrust their Easter near-appearance to Brossolini's house of hatcraft. He is our sent on He is our scent on the firm. Now, have your reasonably hesitancy in your mind about him after 4 priests read mass, or are you in your post? Tell me Adat sans dismay. Leap, pard.
Fire rapping, putting years on me. No, no. This bolt in hand be my worder. I'll see you move farther, blarneying Mercant Antonio. What can such wretch to say, or to I, or how have my to doom with him? We were womb full of mischief, and initium wise, ever liking alike, hairy top on heel tipper, Albi Becker's unwatchissables, and Ixon am Ixon, that babe in principally, my leopard brethren, the pure and innocence of but 15 primes. You're all in your Calblion eyes so lustriously standing the real school. To be upright as his match, healthiest as his egg, saviour so the salt and good we browed, paralleling butter did I automobile him to a flare inciting hog's fat. Being I his kindergarten, I know not, O Cashla, but I am sure oft habithand is this undered heaven, my enfants, contrasting the first mover that father I ascend froming knows, as I think caused whom I, herself the sign, came remaining being dwelling heir, Plage and Watford, as to I was altered impostulants possessing my future state, falling towards thrice myself, resting the child hide when I received the habit, following Menzinius, connecting Mesosius, including was verted, embracing a pilgrim, circumcised my hairs, O Lord, and removed my clothes from patriotic motives, meus minimus culpads. Permitting this Ikakun, crouch low, entering humble down, dead through mean scatological past, making so smell partaking myself to confess abiding clean tumble you poning use octopods, mouth speech all no finger force, owning my Matsu and tide, before him attaching Audons, prostrating wards mine sore, accompanying my thrain trops, offering my eyesalt, what I, the person whom in I now am, did not do, how he to say essayed anding, how he was making errand and anding, how he all locuty sunt. Why did you, my sect best friend, blabber always you would be so delighted to back me, then erst erident toppling Humphrey hugging nephew, old Bigelout, designing such posts sitting his night office? Annexing then, producing Saint Mamolulius, you snub around enclosing your moving motion, touching the other catechumens, continuing say, providing a pend of signature quoniam, you will celebrand my dearth dags quoniam, conceal the concealer, I am 2 sides uppish, a mock belief insulant, ending none mere hyber Irish. Well, chunk your dimmed chink before Avto Kinnatown, for as much as many have tooken in hand to, I may as well humbly correct that Vespian now in case of temporalities. I've my pockets full come play of your lay-created cardinals, ap Rince, ap Rowler, ap Rancer, ap Rowdy. Improperial! I saved you 4 of the Heckites, and you loosed me hind bland Harry to the bergamot of Ord Dub. I teach it you in fair times, my elders, the WXYZ and PQRS of legatine powers, and you, Albion CR Declan, I learn episcoping me altogether, circumdetitioned me. I brought you from the loops of Lazare, and you have remembered my lapsus langways. Washi-wachi watai watatashi. Oira siya shiahor bukyu ji bun. What a cushy lot. Mind of poison is. That time thing think. Honorific remembrance to spit humble makes. My ruri decanal cast is a cut above you, peregrines. Aish boishu de ruminescu. See the Liebhauer of my generations. Has not my master, Theophrastus Spheromeumaticus, written that the spirit is from the upper circle? I am of the ochlocracy with Christopher Columbus and Porvis Pario, Soa Coa Kerry Telly Percelli Derry Leposet. Oh, look at my jailbrand Exquovis and Sequentius high marked on me, fake similar in the foreign by Papa Gallus and Puppus Magnus. Ahem, Anglici, egg squashfish lean yo nun feed mar curious. Sagart can self-lord, nigh-lobe-stent, to Lomans Catholic's patrician morning coat of arms, with my high tripenifery cresta and caudal mottarms, itch dean, which Gaspy Otto and Sour, he renders echo stay so, addressing eat nor not eat, body yours am. And mine praise Gad is the first praisenal and ego name yod heard Boise in Moy Bog's doomsday. Hastan the Vista, or in Alaman, suck at. Suck it yourself, sugar stick. Misha, yid. Think those that were asking to luck at your sore toe or to taste your Gaspy hot and sour. Ichthian, Hegvat tosser, gags be plebsed, between his voice and her coincidence. Thug, Dirk, and Hacker with Rose Lancaster and Blanche York. Are we speechin' Danglass Langded, or are you spracken die Deutsch? Oi soy, blessy blassy. Where to go is knowing remain. Become quantity that discourse bothersome when what do, knowing remain? Come back, Batty Riley, to bully dames tough. Come him, Buddy Rowley, come with me. What about your threepenny croucher of an old fellow, me boy, through the ages? Tell us, eh? What about Brian's the Vauntan Don Line me, Master Monk, hey? Eh? Spira in me domino, spear me doin. Fat prize the bona fide peach pigeon lover, Esquire Airwugs, Escudado of Jenkins area, with his ivy under his tang and the ho-hallo to his dullophone, before there was a sound in the world. How big was his boost friend and be Shanghai to him? The swabber, the twicer trier fold in Wanstable. Louds curse to him. If you hoard him outily as we harem labyrinthally, from Norning Rice till Nightmail, with his drums and bones and hums and drones, your innereed herdly heard me. Ho, ha, hi, he, hung, sing, sing.
Me no Angli moan, me speaky almonds linglis. Nicey doc, Miss Lou, please. Me no pidgey ludiments all saying num to one topside telemassy fella. Me piggy saggy a song, a noodle time, pleasey Mr. Lukey Walkie. Jodasome cowbelly mam. Be a long game, she pulling me along, begolla. Jack in the box, be long a she, plenty much, boo-hoo me mo. Hell's cruciform the elements, toot woohooch. Toots never puzzle cleric. Checking chin chat with nip pun nippers. Halt their sob story. Halt their sob story to your lambad's tale. Are you Roman Catholic? Are you Roman Catholic? 432. Quag me rig yoke, me yoke, triple me tryst, tandem messiah. History has her heart. To 1 year old fro. Your old fro lied. Tantric, Hatrick, Tristan Parton of Velglide. I feel your trill dry mouths over speaking, or Dragoman hands under stadium. Plunger words that paddle verbs, mere man's mime. God has jest, the old order. Channet and last like the first. Every third man has a chink in his conscience, and every other woman has a jape in her mind. Now fix now fix on the little fellow in my eye, Minikin's mandrake, and follow my little psycho-synology, poor armour in the sing-slang. Now I, the Lord of Tutu, am placing the initial T-square of burial jade upright on your temple a moment. Do you see anything, Templar? I see a black fringe piles through cook. Who is he carrying on in his brain span? A cathedral of love jelly for his theons. How is it like somebody's? Pious, a pious person. What sound of tistress issoles of my ear? I heard around the same. He serpy the ram's head and laid it lightly on your lip a little. What do you feel, lip love? I feel a fine lady floating on a still stream of isinglass. Is his glass, with gold hair on the bed and white arms on the twinklers. Oh la la. Purely in a pure manner, oh say but swift and still a vain essaying. Throat it today, trend tomorrow. I invert the initial of your tripartite tri- tripartite and signed it sternly and adds a girdle on your breast. What do you hear, breastplate? I hear a hopper. I hear of a hopper behind the door slapping his feet in the pool of in the pool of bran. Bollocks, acting like a bollocks. And so the triptych vision passes out of the hillside into the hillside, freshly fading again, and I'm delicated to the picture cuteness of your images. Now on the wonder urge interpellant, I feel called upon to ask, did it ever occur to you prior to this, by a stretch of your herborally relic imagination, when it's quicker than this quacking, that you might bar accidents, be very largely substituted in potential succession from your next life by a complementary character, voices apart. Up, Jack, I shudder for you, your thought, think. Put from your mind that and take on trust this. The next word depends on your answer. I'm thinking too thug to be think I'm thinking too thug to be thinked. I was just trying to think when I thought I felt a flea. I might have. I cannot say, for it has no significance at all. Once or twice when I was in the old borough with me old fellows, Jake Jones and his hand scabby when I tinkled, I were trying on my garden substitute buys apart at my next word neighbours, and maybe more largely nor you cusha you messmate realise a few times so to shape I chanced to be stretching in the shadow and I thought the life right out of myself in my auriculous imagination. I felt feeling a half scotch in a pottage like a rogue my riddle agent like Bewley in the bath, so that I indicate out for myself, and I swear, my guts, how that I am not myself at all, no jolly fear. And when I realise, believe in myself, how becomingly I am going to become. Oh, is that the way with you, you crater? In the becoming was the weird want not. Who'd make it not for ye? The voice of the voice joke up, I fear. Are you imitating Roman now or Amor now? You have all of our empathies, eh, Mr. Trickpat, if you don't mind, that is, aside from sings and mush and answering to my straight question. God save the monk. I won't mind this answering to your strict cross queets, whereas it would be unethical for me to answer as it would have been nonsensical for you then not have asked. Same, no one can, home no will, gagging I am, gang in mine, and I will return out of the name you call me, Leelander. But it is my shelter you'll miss when Lupac walks backwards and darkest horse and callow suit. You knew me once, but you won't know me twice. I am a simpliciter arduous hours of the shoe, 3 days child, loving and thieving.
My child, know this: some portion of that answer appears to have been tokened by you from the writings of Saint Senedius, that first liar. Let us hear, therefore, as you honor and obey the Queen, whether the indwellingness of that which shame firth be entwined of one or atoned of two. Let us hear art simplicissimus. Dearly beloved brethren, Bruno and Nola, Lyman bongholders and stationary life partners off ordinary St. Nessa Street, where explaining it avacadius all round each other ere yesterweek out is of Ibsen and Eppenzuch. When him upon Nola Bruno monopolius his ego Bruno most unwillingly seized by the mortal powers Alinea Nola equal to opposite Bruno ipso id est eternally provoking uh, alio opposite equal as provoked as Bruno at being eternally opposed by Nola por omnibus signalo singolo singularium, so is he. One might hear in there beyond that lion roar in the air again the zoo home home of felon make a call. Bruin goes to noble ever who is. If is Itzrin, or you mean Nolan's, but Volan's an alibi? Do you mute malice, suffering unegotistically from the singular, but positively enjoying on the plural? Justify of the soul, you breather, remember blither, thou must lie.
Oh, yes, oh, yes. I never dreamt of being a postman, but I mean in Australian someplace. Malt's deeply doubly dead. Beloved dead. I, Alaboy brother, negoist cabler of this city, whom 'tis better ne'er to name, I said brother, the skip god, expelled for looking at churches from behind, who is exsender of the hollow eve cenograph in prose and worse every All Souls night. High Brazil's Brandon's deferred midden Erse Clare Iang language 0009 Assas doublier and per neuropaths punk. Starving today plays punk opening tomorrow. 2 plays punk wire splosh. How 2 plays punk cabler. Have you forgotten poor Albie Sobrinos, Jeff, you blighter, identifiable by the necessary white patch on his rear? How he went to his Swilter's land after his lungs, my sad late brother, before his coglional expansion. Won't you join me in a small Hail Mary, a bottle of the best for well-met Kapler, United Irishmen? What though preferring the stranger, the coughs and the itches and the minis and the ratties, the opulos and bilgenses? For of his was the patriots mistaken, the heart that wast our Graw McGree. Yet there be some who mourn him, concluding him dead, and more there be that wait a stand. His future's up the stairs, and the ladgers in his hairs. He ought to win that VVC Vulgraps for an end-upper, half muxy on his hole. Would he were... Would he were even among the lost, from ours bereft beyond belongs, Oremus poor for Turnibus, that he may yet escape the gallows and still remain ours faithfully departed. I wronged you. I never want to see more of bad men, but I want to learn from any on the Erse, like Tass, and much thanks. Here's Ditto if he lives same place in the antipathies of Austrasia, or anywhere with my fongest on his hoosh money, safe and damned, or he has hopped it, or who can throw any lime on the Sopjack, my fond foster, Obit Nolan, the workings, New South Wales, his condition off the venerable Jerry built, not belonging to these parts, who, I remember ham to me, when we were like bro and sist over our castor and porridge, with his Roman, I suppose, expecting for a Clarence Negus, a teetotum abstainer. He feels he ought to be as ashamed of me as me to be as shunned of him. We were in one class of age like to 2 clots of egg. I am most beholding to him, my namesake, as we said it in our Meharican through the doubly telewisher. Out past heart's wag short peritymes. Worn down shoes upon his feet, to whose redress no tongue can tell. In his hands a boot. Spare me, do, a copper or 2, and happy I'll hope you'll be. It will be pleased me behind, with thanks from before, and love to self and all, I remain here your truly friend. I am no scholar, but I love that man who has apricot lops with the moonshine in his profile, my Shem Blabble. My Freer, I call you my half-brother because you, in your soberer oteomic moments, reminded me deeply of my natural Saywen brothel in Feed, Hop and Jollity, S.H. Devitt, that benighted Iris maimed, who is tearly belaboured by Sydney and Albany. As you sing, it's a study. That letter self-penned to one other, that never perfect ever planned? This non-day dairy, this all-night's newsery reel. My dear sir, in this wireless age, any owl rooster can peep up bostoons. But who waxed he so anquished? Was he vectored or victim vexed?
Mighty sure, way for his witchul, a paramberite ram in his bag small when he was reading aloud, with 2 equalites and he was failing of the kink in his arts over a sense. Madonna and Teal, idlest, leading a double life, but who for the brilliance of brothers is the Nolan as the parent is nominally. Mr. Nolan that's too. Mr. Nolan is pronominally Mr. Gottgab. I get it, but by hearing this thing about a person, one begins to place him for a certain and true. Eureka, he stands pat for you before a direct object in the feminine. I see by maiden's name. Now I am earnestly asking you and putting it to you between this you and whom and you who. Will you just search through your Gabbard memoirs for all of the 2 minutes for this impersonating pro Nolan for a head of foul shoulders? Would it be in twofold truth and untaken Miss Patriarch to fulfill it through and really a doubling ganger, much about your own medium with the sandy whiskers. Poke me nabs in the ribs and pick me earthworms out of your mouth. Travel thought to Holy Bagot Street, formerly Swords Meat, who I surpassed them lately for 4 and 6, bringing home the Christmas as heavy as music, hand to eyes on the pier for the Noel's Arch in Blessed Foster's place and doing a dirty on me with his tantrums and all his God-forgiven kilowatts. I'd be better off without him. She's right to him. She's left by me. Jenny Rivedi Viva, toot deader of you, Mr. Newbrook, toot better for you, Mr. and all. This is the way we of the retter day morning when your countryman from to work Kitty Tay is looking for writing that is not good sign, not. I speak truly, it's a shower sign that it's not. Oh, that's a truer. It's a truer sign that it's not. What though for a sow in his heart, even if he were a good pool pagan? If she ate your windowsill, you, if she ate your windowsill, you wouldn't say so. Would you be? Would you be surprised after that? My asking, have you a boss bully with a whistle in his tail to scare other birds? I would. Were you with the Cindy and Sandy attending Goliath a bull? You'd make me a sag what you like. I was attending a funeral simply and samply. They are two wise of a soul bling of our siblings, and boot croon the same team. Took bag in bagots when a crispin socialist besoops juts camps and clapper claws and Irvin guys off the docks. A look change, I see. Thinking young through and middleage thinking young through the middleage spread and moral fat his mental leans on. We can cop that with our strats that is called corkscrewing. It would be the finest boulevard billy of a mile. For a mile in every direction from Lismore to Cape Brendan Patrick's. If they took the bint out of the middle of it, you you told of a tryst to a two. I wouldn't know without releasing skeetlets of the alcove, tortoise of rabrabs have I heard mention of whose name anywhere, Malalane or Damask. Strike us either. Strike us up either end. Have you heard of Van Humper of Ambel Fraser Kane? Marak. He dropped his directs on his Mancian house, Parak, and he had to borrow the wat across Sharaklatz off to Arak. Rodri Branons Brummel and Lily Pets on the lane. Being again a begumens again from the sallies to the alleys through their central power. Pierce, quick.
Oh, Tara's Thrush, the share pusher, and he said he was only taking the average grass temperature on a Thursday. The Boltries, the Blutchy Skagler, who you know, the muscle man, his muscle mum, and missile ma'am, Mayomi, Mamie, my mo mum. He loves the dreary lane. Feel philistatiousness to daft Mr. Hairwigger, who has just had twinned little curls. He was resting between Horicus's sheets, wailing for warfare. Goodness gracious. Poor boy. Poor boy watched Brenton and unbiased by the embarrassment of disposal, but the first walking day by thunder. He stepped into the breach and put on his recreation trousers and riding apron and Baltic Bygrad. The old soggy was when the bold bias of Iran wouldn't join up. Oh, how voice you that? Nice sandy man, not large, good man is he, sandy nice. Ask him this 1 minute up throw inner lotus of his burly ear womit. He dropped his bass up to P flat, and for that he was a la laughed, and then baited, and the whole gamut. Luna seed, Madara died, mad wake mira hira kolost. Judasike kissed. Para ask v mia said. Lura dogged. And Needle fall scarce died.
Dias Domnus, Dol de Dolthood, and Annie de Little, his Daintree diva, in Deltic dualites, singing him henpeck roosish through the bars. My Wallace's wild as the Krasnian sea. Grabash hag, Groogy, scoop and I'll cure ye. Mother of emeralds, are a poog neighbours. Capilla, Rubrilla, and Melcombe Miller. Dorby, without delay. Well, I beg to reverse same above statement by Saxy looters in their back hall of Kolkata, what reflects upon my administrance of slow poisoning as my dear Devere, revered main here, was confined to guardroom, my Hindu stand, by my pint of his filtered Pilsen's bottle due to a Xenophia Holwell, H and JCS, which I was bringing up my qui parapoticaries orders in my Sedone chair with my mud-face packet from my cash chemist and family drugger, Surig of Dowling, VS, to our oral surgeon, Alfamado Hair Doctor Ahmed Burumbarad, MACA, Sahib, of a 1001 Ombrilla Street, Syringa Padam, Allipulli, to see what was my water good, my messical wassagus, for repairs though done by Bulworm in the rear of Pilch Knickers, 7 yards to his galland har pole on perch, together with his, for me, unfillable slopper, property of my deeply forfair reverberated, who is costing us most fortunes, which I am writing in me petition to Kavanagh General, when he was sitting him humpbacked in dry, filthy heat to his Trinidad's pinslers at their orpentings, entailing a laxative tendency to marry, especially with him being forbidden fruit and certified by his sexual clergy to have as basdami emotional volvula, with a basketful of priestess crossing the Singorges to anoint him with tummy moors maladies, and thereafter liable to succumb when served with letters, potent below the belch if my rupee reputed husbandship HRR took a brief one in his shirt sales out of that alleged given mineral, telling me see his in Foreignistan Sambat papers Sunday features of a welcome aperitif with a valid of Errol Piercy. Oh, he never batted one eagles before, paying me his duty on my anniversary to the Paratise list in my nil ensemble, in his lazy chair, but he hid it up my hammer faces, all my Mayav rannies, and he locked plumb into my mirror mouth like Ysamasi morning in the end of time, with so lights hope on his ruddy cheeks and raw jaws, and my charmer, whom I dipped my hand in, he simply showed me his propendiculous load poker.
No. Okay.
He simply showed me his propendiculous load poker, sea serpents hisses cicitones, which was as then is produced in his mansway by this wisest of the Vikramadityiationists, with the Remure remark in his Gulugharutti, Uran for parasites with rum for the turkey cockers, so Lithia MD as this is for snooker bought. Which was said by Wem to whom? It wham, but whim I can't wamumba. Fantasy on fantasy, amnes fantasies. And there is nihil nuda under the clothing moon. When Ota we wore wifical of Torquel's bumps her dumpsy diddle down in her wool sark, she mowed our huty-luty girlery of peerlesses to set up in all their bombosities of feudal firety, fan, flounced, and frangipanned, while the mastab whereby Ephialtes has exceeded is the measure simplex mendacis, by which our Autus cuts his thrush. Ark away now. Yerds and nudes say eyes and nodes. Vide! Vide!
Let even be member of Gates of Gold for the faithless sons berate her. Iris arises us. Be thy mouth given unto thee, for why do we lack a link a look to pies a point of prefect peace? On the vignetto of the raging the goose, the overseer of the house of the oversire of the seas, Newman triumphant, saith, fly as the hawk, cry the corncrake, and he latched the postern as thy name shout. My heart, my mother, my heart, my coming forth of darkness, they know not my heart, O Coloom dearest, mon gloomery, mon glamouroo, what a surprise, dear Mr. Preacher. I to hear from you your strong numisal modesty. Yes, there was that skew arch Crum Street home, floodlit up above the flabber ghosted farnament and bump where the camel got the needle. Talk about iridescencies, ruby and beryl and chrysolite, jade, sapphire, jasper and lazuli, orca, bellon and heaven cry, at earth call Etnath, Atnos, extinct your volcanology of the lava moltens. It's you, not me's, and the erupting heckler of Finnegans being visible above the Trizon molecula occluded by Saturn serpent ring system and the Poisilineous nova Ardness and Prisca Partenopea Araboni's feature in the northern sky, ere Mars and Mercury surgeons below the rim of the zenith part, while the Arcturnia and Tolia, Hesper and Mesmebria weep in their mansions over the north has south west, a pep and act. Holy snakes chase me, Charlie. Eve has got barley under her fluencies. The oral, the oral mountains on the move, and he'll quivy her with a strombolo. Waddleworth the bag of toes, broad as above as below. Creeping through the lion grass, and bull rushes us, and of Benzidine before the effing and the Moira's class, and Bill Shatter's shot shift right in academy camouflage as a blancmange and a maple shroop. Obsians is their sit-ins as its felicity of a zorp. Her streak to slave is dick to Dave, and the fat of the land, Goigus, the treadmill, the treadmill pebble dropper, half a head overgrown, and she'd chit chats on her spanking be bonatroy, Alapalooza, up the slanger. 3 cheers and a heave for the name Dan McGraw. The giant sun is in his eminence, but which is the chief of those white dwarfies of which he's ever sore abandoned? And do you think I might have been given his 7th? He will kissel me on the melba. And what about his age, says you? What about it, says I? I will confess to his sins and blush me further. I would miss the mean to rebuke the labels of snaps from the flesh shambles and the cannonals. Cyanamide is good for them. 2 over 30s and sure. 2 over 30s in the shower shites. In the shower shites. She's asked part of the Nile Lodge and the kitty canny at the Mrs. Hazamon's. Will you warn your old husband barking at the beggar man, his choke full chewing his chain? Responsive view plays. They said Sully a Berwicker, associated with thinkers, the black hand, shovelly wands, wanter of anonymous letters and scurrilous ballads in Parsi French, whose McGad's token smells cheaply of power's spirits, like a deep-sea dibbler, and is not fit enough to throw guts to down to a bar. Stifling me. Stifling me when he is a maid, not a maid, when he would not any past lent for her. So long, Suleiman. If they cut his nose off on the stitcher, they had given 7 good reasons. Here's the leg lift of my snuff and trout stocketed handkerchief, orange fin with mosaic of dispensations and foreign black patata from the church milliner. When Lynch brother, with workers, friends, and company with T.C. King and the Warden of Galway, is prepared to stretch him and scared at the powers of the starlight. L.B.W. Hemp hooray, says the captain in the moonlight. I could put him under my palliasse, slept on him all nights, and I would roll myself for holy poly over his burrowing places. How will we make laugh over him together, me and Riley in the vicar's bed? Quink, says I. He calls to me Granny Stream Auburn when I'm hiding under me hair from him and I cool him in my when I cool him in my Finnegans. He's so giant on the bounder. Plunk, he said, inasmuch as I am delighted to be able to state with a joy of lifting in my 40 winkers that a handsome sovereign was freely pledged in their in their penance in the sluts machine, along with the cherry wicker wishing brack of Mary fruit under shadow la rose to both the legitimate lady performers of display unquestionable Elspeth and Marietta Gunn H2O with the noblest letters and the Saxon tannery with motto of Walsh's French Latin. O'Neill saw Queen's Molly's pants and much admired engravings meaning complex manly parts during alleged recent act of her chief Mergy magistrate 5 inches above the kneecap as he required by statute VIC 56. If you won't release me, stop to please the leg of me now you see. Respect SVP St. Vincent. What? No. SVP or wife Amman.
You wish to take us, Fru Maria, by degrees as artius lateralnerum qua patrona, but I am afraid, my poor woman, of that same name. What with your Sylvains and Salavines, you are misled. Uh, Alas, for living pledgeries. Lordy Daw and Lady Don, Uncle Fozel and Auntie Jack. Sure, that old humbuggers was boycotted and girl cutted and debt and doom on hill and haven, even by the show the flag flotilla. And I'm giving down to understand and ill-scribe and all the uh, gratuitous of and conspewed and the take your hands away. Bumpty Tumpty sought on a wall, mute art for the million. There wasn't an archimandrite of Danes Island in the townlands, nor meats from the Isle of Woman, nor one of the four cantons, nor any on the whole wheel of this inseminal consolabulum, nor nogent igen mide, and all the whole scruffus of the jorth would come next or nigh him, Mr. Eel Whipper, seed and nursery man, or his Algus Bumaglorer, Auxilium meum solo domino. I'm sad. For rhyme or ration from piles or faces after that. All ears did wag. Old ear wake as Piers Orell was flabbergasted. Recount. I have it here to my fingers' ends. This liggity piggity wanted to go to the jam pot, and this leggity peggity spelt pea, and these lucky puckers played at pooping tulatum. Mazda, Dasma, Madas, Sodom.
Pater paterum cum filiabus familiarum, or but now, and arriring out of her Marjorie watersheds, and to change that subjunct from the trauma turgid for once in a while, and darting back to stuff, if so be you may identify yourself with the him in you, that fluctuous neck merchampter, blood fatter, and milk mudder, since then our too many of her, Abba Nalifi, and getting on to the daddy again, as them were ne'er free of. Was he in tea ere he went on the beer, or didn't he on time do something seemly, heavy in sugar? He sent out Christy Cullum, and he came back with the jailbird's unbespokables in his beak, and then he sent out Lacron Crow, and the PCs are still looking for him. The seeker from the swade, the beesabouties from the parent swarm, speak to the right, roticist Cacani, he con ne'er be bothered, but maun e'er be waked. If there is a future in every past that is present, quie qui non novi Queen and quique qua at Queenigans quake. Stump, his producers, are they not his consumers? Your examination round his factification for encamination of a warping process. Declaim, Ara, Irara, Hirara man, weren't they arriving in clandestines for the abandonment of ad regius agnidapes, fogaballers and pan high burnskers after the crack in the lean years, scalp jaggers and health hunters, like the mesicles of the great god, a scarlet trainful, the two-edged Petrarch totaling legates and prelaps in their aggregate ages 2 and 30 plus undecimed centuries of them with insiders, extra omnis, and tutti fruttis, all cunked from Rathgar, Rathanga, Round Town and Rush, from America Avenue and Asia Place and the Afrian Way and Europa Parade and Besagar the Wallies of New Suck Wilds, and from Vico, Mespil Rock, and Sorrento. For the lure of his wheel and the fear of his apadumic, to his salon d'espara in the keel of his crow like loads of oars flocking fast to Mount Max, a magnetic, afeard he was a gunner, but affared to stay away, Marianites, dumb drummers, Lucanicans, ash tumors, batters by parks, and Krumlin boyards, Phillipsburgs, Cabraists, and Finglassies, Ballymunites, Rahanaiacs, and the Bettlers of Clontarf for to contemplate and manifest and pay their first-rate duties before the both of him, 12 stone aside, with their thieve LaRue and their sure of the thirst, and their whiskey and Infernos, and their whiskey and Nebreos at and in the licensed booziness primuses of his delightful bazaar and reunited magazine hall by the magazine wall, Hosties and Co. exports for his 566th birthday. The grand old Maganus Moore, Percy and Raleigh, taker of the tributes, their Rinsky, Papa Cork, and Piotr the Grape, holding Dunkers, Durbar, Boot Kings, and India rubber umpires and Shaws from Paisley and Muftis and Muslim and Sultana raisins and Jordan Almonders and a row of Jam Sahibs, and odd Principessa in her pettied coat, and the Queen of Knights clubs, and the Claddag ringleaders, and the two Salamins, and the Halfa Ham, and the Hanses Khan with two fat Marashers, and the German Silver Geyser, and he polished up, protemptible, tintantambulating to himself so sulphuric, and there was J.B. Dunlop, the best tyrant of Irish times, and a swanks of French wine, Stuarts and Tudor keepsakes, and the Caesar Vitch for the current counter, Leo de Garius Sant Legger riding lap saddle long legs up the oak staircase on mule back like a Maxadius Ister Protus, hind quarters to the fore and kick to the lift, and he handy grabbed on to his trolley natural anthem, Horsebus, keep your tally up, and as much as the hall of the vacant Fronaroom, Old Loaf's buttery could safely accommodate of the houses of Orange and Better's MP, permeated by Druids DP, Brehones BP, and Flahulags FP, and Agiopemenites AP, and Anti-Pummelites PP, and Ulster Kong, and Munster's Herald with Athcli and Signing, and Athlone Pursuant, and his Imperial Catchering, his Fainawan, and his Gemni Nose Sanctions, and Ufid, and Ortolan, and his diamond-skulled Grand Dowker Adamantaya Lubioskuska, all murdering Irish a mock and a mac out of their boom companions in Punch, Jab, and Doggerel, and Pamel and Gugarati, after plenty of his fresh stout and his good balls of malt, not to forget his Olza Mononor, his beers O'Reilly, sopped down by his Panny and Agalorum at Kennedy's kiln, she ned her dough back of her bake for me buns, socializing and communicating in the deification of his members, for to nobble or salvage their hero bit of him, the poor old Balse Loose, with his Arthurius Clay Roses, Doderic Ogonock rack, busted to the world at large on the table round with the floodlight switched back as true as the Vernons have Brian's sword, and a dozen and one by one Tilly Tallows round in ring camp, circumassembled by his daughters in the foregiftness of his sons, lying high as he lay in all dimensions in court dress and Ludmer's chain, with a hoggo fluorescent of his swathings round him like the commolium of scents in an Italian warehouse, Erica's clustered on his hair, the spectrum of his present mocking, the candy dites of his dad-tid bag pudding prodded to the deaf spot, bewept of his children and seraphim, poors and personalities, venturous drones and dominators, ancients and all ancients, with his buttoned-up expositoed for sale after referee's inspection, bulgy and glorious, bung to ignorious, healed, cured, and embalmed samate pending a resurrection of his bogey, most highly astounded as it turned up after his life overlasting, at thus being reduced to nothing.
Bappy go gully and gaff for us and all his morties calisthenic, tripping a treepes, ninia twanting, mulo mulelo, homo humilo, don't see oh deddy, oh, dude, oh boss, oh Murther, oh Mord, mamato, moot maro, oh smirch, oh smirts, woe hillel, woe holol, thou Thuoni, thou Thaunaton, Umartir, Udamnor, Chit, Merg, Ulumu, Huam, Kuam, Malawinga, Malawanga, Sir, O Sir, C, Hemovs, Mamor, Rockqueem Eternual, give Donal I in Dolemni, Bad lucks per pepperpot, loosen his eyes, Pish! But there's leps of flam in Funnycoon's wick. The cane has passed. Lung lift the king. God save you, king, muster of the hidden life. God surf you's kingly, adipose rex. I had 4 in the morning and a couple of the lunch and 3 later on, but your souls to the dowel, do ye? Think, fime, fud? Impassable tissue of improbable liars. Do you mean to sit there where you are now, coddling your supernumerary leg, with that bizarre tongue in your tox chap, and your hindies and shindies like a muck in a market, sorely boy, repeating yourself and tell me that? I mean to sit there on this act knoll where you are now, surly guy, replete in myself, as long as I live in my home spins like a sleeping top, with all that's buried of sins, incense, insides of me. If I can't upset this pound of pressed olives, I can sit up zoons of sounds upon him.
Oliver, he may be an earth present. Was that a groan, or did I hear the dingle bagpipes wasting war and, watch, tris, ani ma me, prisoner of love, belting heart, lowland herd, albane hand, wanted foot, a squee, lingnum in, wrath of Gar and Donnerbrook fire. Is the strays world moving mound, or what static babble is this? Tell us. Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? Linking in. Who is he? Who is he? Who is he? The snare drum. Lay your lung to the gown. And dead giant man alive. They're playing thimbles and bodkins. Clan of the gale. Hop. Who's within? Dove gale and fin shark. They are ring to the rescue. Zin. From Abu. Cromwell to victory. We'll gore them and gash them and gun them and gloat on them. Zin. Oh, widows and orphans, it's the Yemen. Red shanks forever. Up lanks. The cry of the roe deer it is. The white hind. Their slots. Link. The hound hunt thoring. Send us and peace. Title. Christ in our Irish times, Christ on the heir's independence, Christ hold the freedmen's chairmen, Christ light the duly expressed, slog, slanked, and slaughter, rape the daughter, choke the pope, Aru, cloudy father, unsure, non-good, zin. Sold, I am sold, Brian a bribe, my Esther, my sister, Brian a bribe, goodbye, Brian a bride, I sold. Pipette dear, us, me, fort, by route, march, me, I'm true, it's old, pipette, my precious, zin, Brian a bride, bet my prince, Brian a bride, my prince, my precious, zin, Brian a bride, my prince, when you sell, get my price, zin, pipette, my priceless one, oh, mother of my tears, believe for me, fold thy son, zin. Now we're getting it. Tune in and pick up the foreign countries. Hello? Zin. Hello? Tinit. Tell your title? A bride. Hello? Ballymaricret. Am I through Miss True? Tit. What is the tit
Silence. Act drop. Stand by. Blinders. Curtain up. Juice, please. Foot. Hello. Are you cigar shanking wheat? I got you. Gobbleland's carrot cans. Parfait. Now, after that just a jiff siesta, just permit me a moment. Challenger's deep is child's play to this, but by our soundings in the Swiss channels, land is due. A truce to demob swore words. Clear the line. Priority call. Sybil. Better that or this, Sybil head this end. Better that way. Follow the baby spot. Yes, very good now. We are again in the magnetic field. Do you remember on a particular Luke's summer night following a crying fair day, moisten your lips for a lightning strike and begin again, mind the flickers and dimmers? Better? Well, the isle is Times, the ale is Penzance, vehement general Delhi expulse, still calling of some wave from its specific, not more, less continuous. There were fires in every bald hill in holy Ireland that night. Better so, you may say they were, son of a cove. Were they bonfires, that clear? No other name would at all befit them unless that. Bonfires with their blue beards streaming to the heavens. Was it a high white night now? Whitest night mortal ever saw. Was our Lord of the Heights nigh Our Lady of the Valley? He was hosting himself up and flosting himself around and ghosting himself to Mary's murmur like an Andean upper Balkan. Ludes, Carol, was there rain by any chance, Miss Indu? Plenty. If you went far enough, there fell some fall of little winter snow, holy as ivory. I gather, Jessie, by Snatcha Clacka, the nicest at all in Hillian heavens Emalyars. Did it not blow some gales Westmaster us sent rather strongly to less, all in humours out of turn, Jessie as they rose and sprung in? Out of all jokes it did, pipe up ice cold, burn a burr, niper, lieto galamfantes, still cling, murr, peace specific. Do you happen to recollect whether Muna, that high lucky gnat, was shining at all? Sure she was, my midday darling, and not one but a pair of pretty geelacres. Quanda, go, datey. Laterly, that was latter lig, certainly. And was there frostwork about in thick weather, and ice soon callid, soon frozen, cold and warm, but mostly dry, and a boat's shaped blanket of bruma air size, and hellstones, and flamballs, and voda shouts, and everything to please everybody? Hail, many fell of greats, hoary mory, smother of fog there was, so plays your our tides, absolutely boiled, obsoletely cowled, Julie and Lulie, at their parkiest. The amenities of the amenities, with all their amenities, and the firmness of the formless of the famous of the fumous of the first fog and maiden vale. Catch, and couch-shamed. From Miss Somer's nice dream back to Mad Winthrop's delugium stremens, one expects that kind of rhymy feeling in the sire's season. One certainly does. Desire for hire would tire a shire phone funkler wire and mares. Of whitecaps any foam flakes flock fooyin from fox rock to fingless. A lamb skip for the marines, paranoma, the entire horizon cloth, all effects in their joints caused ways, rain drum, wind machine, snowbox, but thunder sheet? No, here, under the blankets. This commoner garden is now in still a reality, or starry sphere of an oleatorium for a broken pottery and ancient vegetables. Simply awful the dirt. An ever nasty ashtray. I see. Now do you know the well-known Kinkid where the ill-assorted first couple first met with each other? The place where Eilderman fan again? The time when Junkermen fun again? Deed then I do, WK. In Fingal too they met at little piece aneath the bide tree, yellow house of Snugsborough, Westreve, Astagob, and Slut's End with stockings of Winnigans, Folly, Mary Falls, and all of it too, Skidoo and Skepumble. God, a Medi, you're a devil of a Tolkar. Is it a place fairly espoused to the four last winds? Well, I faithfully, sincerely believe so indeed, if all what I hoped charity is half true. This stow on the wolds, is it woeful Dane bottom? It is woeful, the need whatever about anything or all else under the Gryan black sun of Gangrene Garan, a tricolour ribbon that spells a caution, the old flag, the cold flag.
The flagstone, by tombs deep and heavy, to the unavailing memory of Pisa the grave. And what siggeth wooden warning of thereof? Trix pisses vil be par secluded. There used to be a tree stuck up, an overlisting estuary? There used, sure enough, beside the Anna, at the ford of Silvernamont, Oakley's ashes elm, with a snowdrift from one birchen bough, and the grandest, crownedest consecrated maypole in all the rain-laden history of wilds. Brown's Thesaurus plantarum from Nolan's, the Prittlewell Pest, press, has nothing alike for it. For we are fed of its forest, clad in its wood, burked by its bark, and our lecture is its leave. The cram, the king of all crams, squire maid, the damsman of Plantagenets high and holy. Now, no hiding your wren under a bushel. What was it doing there, for instance? Standing forninst us. In Cimmerian sunshine? And in Cimmerian shudders. You saw it visibly from your hiding place? No, from my invisibly lying place. And then you took down in stereo what took place being tunked committed? I then tuck my taken place lying down. I thunk I told you. Solve it. Remounting a lift towards the Araugian of spaces. Just how grand in cardinal rounders is this preeminent giant, Sir Arbor? Your bard's high view, Avis on Valley. I would like to hear you burble to us in strict conclave per rando, and without too much Italiote interference. What you know in petto about our sovereign beanstalk, tonans tomatius. O dite! Kokor Andy, udite, your eminence, your eminence, and delected fraternitries. There's Tuador queensmaids and Idaho shopgirls, and they woody babies growing upon her, and bird flamingans, Sweeney swinging flugel worlds, on the tipmast and Orania Epples playing hop to seal, bomp to tear, and Tyburn Fenian snoring in his quicken bowl and crossbones strewing its holy floor, and culprines of Erasmus Smith's Burstall boys with their underhand lead pencils climbing to her crotch for the origin of spices, and Charlotte Darlings with silks blue ask me's chattering in dissent to them, Gibbonses and Gobbinses, Guelphing and gibbering, proffering preludes to their Anatoles and blighting fine blasts on their catastripes and their kill maim them pensioners, chucking overthrown milestones up to her to fall to her cranberries, and her poms and nets for their unnatural refection, and hand-painted hoydens plucking husbands of him, and cock robins much more hatching most out of his misado egg drazzles for him. The sun and moon pegging honeysuckle and white heather down, and timtits tapping resin there, and tomahawks watching tar elsewhere, creatures of the wold approaching him, hollow mid-ivy for to claw and rub, hermits of the desert barking their infernal shins over her triliteral roots, and his acorns and pine cords shooting wide all sides out of him, plantitude outsends of plenty to thousands, after the truants of the utmost fear, and her downslider in that snakes to nausea, whimmering woman's sea lib, such a fashion-aping Sathanas dress out of that exquisitive creation, and her leaves, my darling dearest, sinning since the night of time, and each and all of their branches meeting and shaking twisty hands all over again in their new world through the germination of its gemination from on's outset till odd's end, and encircle him circularly, evove. Is it so exaltated, eximious, extraordinary, and excelsiorizing? Amongst men like trees walking, or trees like angels weeping, no birdie aviar saw any wing to eagle it, but rocked of agues, clift for eye. Telleth that eke the truth? Moosh of a mixedness, a shrub of libertine, indeed, but that stain of law in dead what styles its naming. Todd, too hard parted.
I've got that now, Dr. Mellerman, and see, finite men's mid-infinite true, the form masculine, the gender feminine. I see. Now, are you derivative of it yourself in any way? The true tree, I mean? Let's hear what science has to say. Pundit the next best king, splank, up fellabaum. It reminds of the whipping of the daughter, and remounts of the senses of the sense arrest. It remounts to the sense arrest, to withhold the froushes and the dribble. How this loose affair brimped and fuss flowers, and was the man angel of his sorabum hand, because knockout the kick naver knacked him and the knock shaft. Well, he was ever himself for the presentation of crudities to animals, for he had put his own nickel name on every toad, duck, and herring before the climber clomb of loft, doing the mid-hill of the park. flattering his bitter holoft with the conundrums. He would let us have the 3 barrels. Such was the bitter to thicky of the muster of the who's so as he called down, and the grand precursor who coiled him a crawler in the dupest die, and the thundered at him to flatch down off the erection, and the a-slimed of himself for the balance of hished leaf. Oh, Finlay's cold powled. Ah days begot them. Were you there, Hera? Where were you there when they lagged through the comb? Whoa, whoa, who? Sometimes it grows on me to ramble. Whoa, whoa. So that was how he became the forest of our tree fellers? Yes, sure, and in the absence of the sober quiet, the fannest of the true follis, Baps, bomb slinger. How near do you feel to the Copa promontory, sir? There do be days of dry coldness between us when he does be liking the linging house far astray, and there do be nights of wet wind whistling when he does be making me onions whoop all kinds of ways.
Now you are mayor of the mark, land's own road. She's through'd her pippins thereabouts, and they've cropped up tooth one edge with hate's dead leaven, this so cried isle. Now thorny born, follow the spotlight, please, concerning a boy. Are you acquainted with a Pagany vicariously known as Tusher's Tom who is? I suggest Finnegans as his habitat. Consider yourself on the stand now and watch your words. Take my advice. Let your motto be inter nubila numbum. Never you mind about my mother or Hapatout. I consider if I did, I would feel frightfully ashamed of admired vice. He is a man of around 50, struck on Anna Lynch's pecco with milk and whiskey, who does messuages and has more dirt on him than an old dog has fleas, kicking stones and knocking snow off walls. Have you ever heard of this old boy Tom or Tim of the fishy stare who belongs to Kimmage, a crofting district, and is not all there, and is all the more himself since he is not so, being most of his time down at the Green Man, where he steals, pawns, belches, and is a curse, drinking gaily 2 hours after closing time, with the coat on him skin side out against rapparitions, with his socks outsewed his spring sides, clapping his hands in a feeble sort of way, and systematically mixing with the public going for groceries, slapping grates and little gets soundly with his catgut belts, flapping bare sides and waltzy wembling about in his accoutrements, always in font of the tubber knuckles, like a long-armed lug, when he would be finished with his tea. Is it that fellow, as mad as the brambles he is? Touch him, with the lawyer sticking to his truer shins, and the swat me knotting on the basque of his beret. He has kissed me more than once, I am sorry to say, and if I did commit glad rolleries, may the loon forgive it. Oh, wait till I tell you. We are not going yet. And look here, here's my dear, what he done as snooks as I am saying so. Get out, you dirt, a strangely striking part of speech for the hottest worked word of a brogue. You're not unhindered in odd times, mere thumb show lately. How do I know? Such my billet. Buy a barrack pass, ask the hornies, tell the robbers. You are alluding to the picking pockets in Lower O'Connell Street. I am alluding to the peck and packet, but I am alluding from Laura Connor's treat. Now, just wash and brush up your memorias a little bit. So I find, referring to the patter of the present man, an eerily demented brick thrower. I am wondering to myself in my mind, quare Ark of the Covenant, was Tusher a Methodist whose name, as others say, is not really Tom, but is this salt son of a century from Boterstown, Shivering William, the seeliest old forker ever hawked Cranach, who was always with him at the big elm, and the arch after his teeth were shaken out of their sockets by the rang dog for having 5 pint 73 of Nunarian blood in him abaft the seam level, the scatterling wearing his cowbeamer and false clothes of a brewer's grains, patterned with back buckins with his motto on, "You'll remember," ostensibly for the occasionally of the 12th day Pax and Quantum wedding. I'm wondering.
I bet you are. Well, he was wandering, you bet, whatever of his was his matter. In his mind, too, give him his due, for I am sorry to have to tell you, Hullo and Evo, they were coming down from off him. How curious epiphany! Hodi casus ebsob frac conton. It looked very like it. Neither knows Nisus and neither garments. Man is minder of the ma. What? Willie? Walty? Aye, another good button gone wrong. Blond man's blaff, like a skib's leaked lintel, the arbour lightened with Pamela's, Peggy Lee's, Polly Wolly's, questuants, quaintaquilities, quickamarys. Concaving now convexly to the semi-demi hemispheres and from the female angle, music ministering, were the subligate sisters P and Q, Clopatrix Chiriapist, Mutatus Mutandis, in pretty much the same pickle, the peach of all piedom, the quest of all quicks. P-Queen ourselves, the prettiest pickles of unmatchable mute aunties I ever bo-peeped at. Seesaw shall see she, since the town go went gonning on pranksome quain. Silks appeal and sulks are lusty, boy and giddle, gape and bore. I hear these two goddesses are liable to sue him. Well, I hope the two Collinses don't leg a bail to shoot him. Both were white in black arpists at cloever spilling. Knicked? Gelsy back. I languished, listed, out etudes for the right hand. Were they now? And were they watching you as watcher as well?
Where do you get this wash? This representation does not accord with my experience. They were watching and watched watching. Fetchers all. Good. Hold that watching brief and keep this witching longer. Now, retouching friend Tomsky, the enemy, did you gather much from what he let drop? We are sitting here for that. I am Russian mad, no lie, about his shapeless hat. I suspect you must have been. You are making your thunderous mistake, but I am dung sorry for him too. Oh, Sham, not really? Were you sorry you were mad with him then? When I tell you I was Rushamara with myself altogether, so I was, for being sorry for him. So? Absolutely. Would you blame him at all stages? I believe in many of an old stagger. But what seemed sooth to a Greek summoned Nuth to a Gentile? Who kills the cat in Cairo, coxes in Gaul? I put it to you that this was solely in his sunflower state, and that his heliodraping het was why maids all sighed for him, ventured and vied for him. Hmm? After Patawayu, Kansas, Lebanon, and New Amsterdam's, it wouldn't surprise me in the very least. That tear and this mole you tear in our smile, 'tis life that lies if women's eyes had been on our old undoing, lid after lid. Reform and mind size his deformation. Tiff puff up my nostril. Would you puff an earthworm outer my ear? He could Claude boost his eyes to the birth of his grace. Could slump all his lot through in half of her play, but he just couldn't laugh through the whole of her farce. Be corpse, he couldn't build that way. So he out out and outsed his volumentary, and he was lightning consultation, and he downs his pantalogians and made a piece of first parapersonal purity that stale state remains to be cleaned.
Booms of bombs and heavy thudders, this aim to you. The tale so masterdantic as you tell it nearly takes your own mammoth's breath away. Your troopers are so unrelieved because his troopers were in difficulties. Still let stultitium done in veno condone ineptius made of veritus. How many were married on that top of all strapping mornings after the midnight turkey drive, my good watcher? Perhaps that'd be telling. With a hoe fro him and a hay fra her, but as regards to Tammy Thornycraft, I define the lawn mare, and the laney Morris, and all the prentices of wilds to massage him. Now, from Gunner Shotland to Guinness Scenography, come to the ballet at the Tailor's Hall. We mean to be melee on the Mailer's Mall, and leap rink, and make folly till the gaoler's gall. Awake, come, awake! Every old skin in the leather world, infect the whole stock company of the old house of the leaking barrel, was Thomistically drunk, 2 by 2, lurking o' tootlers with tambours of beggars, the blog and turfs and the brandy wine, bank rompers, true Norman fashion, I have been told, down to the bank lean clerks. Some nasty blunt clubs were being operated after the tradition of a Wesleyan bottle riot act, and a few plates were being shied about, and tumblers bearing traces of fresh porter rolling around, independent of that, for the Aaron of Finns and Sewell, and then followed that whapping breakfast at the Heaven and Covenant with rodeo echoing how his bread cost on the voters would be a comeback for Arrow One, like the depredations of Scandal and Ivory in and on, used to wobble slops off clotes, eh? Would that be a tall tale too? This was the grandsire Arthur. This was his in-white horse Sip. Well, naturally he was Luty's also gendry men, being cursive festidite. They came from all lands beyond the wave for songs of Inish feel. Whiskway and mortem no pussy Portius either. Invitum, happiness all around, but the right reverend priest, Mr. Hobson Bond, and the reverend bride left, Frizzy Frau, were sober enough. I think they were sober. I think your widdershins there about the right reverence, Magraw, for the North Wiggerin Cup team was wedding beastman papers before us, Carrie. You saw him hurriedly, or did you, if that seems not irrelevant, with Slater's hammer perhaps, or was he in surge? I hardly did, on the stroke of the dozen. I'm sure I'm wrong, but I heard the Reverend Mr. McGraw, in search of a stammer, kicking the bedding out of the old sexton Red Fox Goodman around the sacristy till they were bull, beetle, black, and buff-eater blue, while I and Flood and the other men, jazz like Broleys and Sessuos, was gickling his missus to gackles in the hall. The Divaline, she's a lamp in her troth, with her Sigan Leckle and her 12-pound lack. A loyal wifeish woman, Cacanic weeping cough, while she lay law was all their rage, but you did establish personal contact in exegesis or on a point of order. That perfumery pond is beyond my pinigay pretensions. I am resting on a pigs of cheeses, but I've a big suggestion. It was about the pint of porter. You are a suckersome. But this all, as Ayres said to Oscar, was only that child bearer might blog us well side split, where Letsy's hereditate a dark, mean, swart Harry. Only 'twas woman's, to woman with man's throw man. Bully, burly, yet hardly hurly, the saloon bulkhead, did you say, are the tween decks? Between drinks, I deeply, painfully repeat it. Was she wearing shub ladies' tyros and humor of her hobbish, masses, star stellar? Mrs. Tan Taylor? Just a floating panel, secretare's sliding drawers, a budge of clees on her shalter, a cider brass sedes on her annulus findring, and 40 crocolips in her curling thongs. So this was the dope that woolly the cad, that kinked the ruck, that noised the rape, that tried the sap, that hugged the mort? That legged in the hoax, that joke bilked, the jest of junk, the jungular, jacked up in a jock, the rapper.
Lol, gol. You didn't soy so. All upsy down her whole creation? So there was nothing circle about between you? And Drysalter, Father Izzard, how is he now? To the pink man, like an almanax in hers shirt and stick-up, Brustle to the bear, the megalomegellon of our wine vats waterway, squeezing the life out of the Liffey. Christopher Carambus, such is Zodisfaction. You punk me. He came, he kished, he conquered. Vulturuvarnar, the must of his glanceful coaxing the beam in her eye, that musked belle of this masked ball, Annabella, Loverbella, Poolabella, yup. Tien Tong Tolatone in Sabina's. Aye, she was lithe and pleasable. Wilt thou the lee? Wilt thou the he? Wilt thou the hussif? The quicker the deef, the safter the scepter, saf. But the main, the mightier, the stricker, the straight. To the vast go the game. It is the circumconversioning of an anteleluthial paganings by a Huguenot Cranwell energuman, or the K-code dedition of an absequiliterous Patagonian to the herarium of a cabotinesque exploser? I believe you. Tape top, really, oh really. Not Norte, we're nowhere without ye. In steam of Cavos now our botos above our hearths doth hum, and Malchus crackles logs of fun, while Anglus cheers our Ingles. So lent she him an ear to borrow his manhood, so it appears, and borrow his namus? Soulful eyes and sallowful hairweed, and the sickly sigh from her gingering mouth, like a Dublin bar in the morning. Primus ori forsti me. The park is gracer than the whole, says she, but Shackleton's my fortune? Ever sort of being artained? You've soft a say wi' ye, flatter o forward, and that, honey, I hurriedly chew you. Is that answers? It am query. The house was toot and come in by the bridge called Tiltas, but are you solemnly sure, beyond the shatter of the canicular year? Nascitur ordo seculi numfit. Seriously and serenely sure behind the shutter, securius indicat umbris telerem. Date as? Your time of immersion? We are still in drought of Aminus Domine, Marcus of Corrig, a laughing hunter and purty Sue. And crazy-headed Jorn, the bullway born? Fluteful as his Orcan, ex Ugola Lenonomin. And jams of Delphins born, or as old as lay of Tofat? Daunts in the Nijitski Choreopiscopally, like an Easter sun round the colander, the vice, Taranta boon today. You should him prance the polecat. You should sniff him wops around. You should hear his peedy grots shraying as his skimpy skirper Crasher Defa Columbus, a dancer indeed. Der Villish glad too. Auto veto semi-recordo. The pantaglionic affection through his blood like a bad influenza in a leap at bounding point. Out of prisky Popagenua, the palsied old priamite, home from Edwin Hamilton's Christmas pantaloonade, Oropros, Roxy, and Panther here at the Gaiety, tripudiating round the area with his 52 heirs of age. They may reel at his likes, but his noe bonum shin do.
And wit was Lillabill Isabill Mandive made it, tryst and trans in trinies and trains. A take back to the virgin page, darn it. I grant ye. The Quarbus quartet were there too, if I mistake not, as a sideline, but pace the contempt of Senate well to the fore, and an animancy meeting, metamorphosed to decide where again when to meet themselves, flopsome and jerksome, Luber and Delaric, drinking unsteadily through the carry quadrilles and Listol Lancers, and Master sings always with the conservative fifth of theirs, eh? Like four wise elephants inundating under a 12 pedestal table. They are simple scandal mongers, that familiar and all. Normand, Desmond, Osmond, and Kenneth making magical history all over the show. In some hum, some hum, and other marriage feats, all over stakes. They are a stumbling round the ranking roars, assembling when big Arthur flugged the field at Annie's courting. Suddenly, some well-fired clay was cast out through the Schappensteckers of Hoy's house. Shortly there was a Hellfire Club kicked out through the Wazitais of theirs were like heavy tots, Envil cataclama tumbling. 3 days, 3 times into the Volcum, punch, or no et Ecclesiastes, no one, ninny. There is no hay in Eccles hostel. Yet and I saw a sign of him. It could scrape out his acquaintances, name or redress him, and we'll call it a night. I, oh, L, you are sure it was not a Schuler's shake-up, or a Pleiter's palming, or a Wicker's wake, etc., etc., turium, You were at? Precisely.
Mayhap, hora pro nubis, Thunder's Day, at a little bit of heaven houth, the wife of Demetrius Dam, Earl Adam Fitzadam of a Tartar, Bertha, or Sackville Laurie and Moreland West, at the Auspice for the Living, Bonnie Brook, by the river, and A. Briggs Carlyle, guardian of the birds' maids and deputalizer for groom, pontifical mess, or soddenly shot, furtive fired by the riots. No flies. Agreeest? Mayhem. Also loans through the post, with or without security, everywhere, any amount. Mofsovitz, swamp stakers, purely providential. Floods. The pink man, the squeeze, the pint with the kick, and then the punch to galicize it. Fox, the lady with the lamp, the boy in the barley bag, the old man on his arse. Great scrap, 'tis we and you and ye and me and hims and hurts and heels and shields, the Irish race, the Irish nation, the heiress place that air stationed. He was culping for penance while you were ringing his bell. Did the kicky good man, rude fox, say anything important, clam or cram, spick or spat? No more than Richmond's Perry Welker, to word, a gale galled by scheme of scorn, knock, signifying nothing, mock, fortitudois radamem, tenuit, five, maim, or something very similar. I should like to euphemize that. It sounds an isochronism. Secret speech, Hazelton, and obviously disavowed. But it is good lay law, too. We may take those well-meant kicks for free, granted, though alter virus void, and in fact unnecessarily so. Happily, you were not quite so successful in the process verbal whereby you would sublimate your blepharospasmodical suppressions, it seems. What was that? First I heard about it. Were you or were you not? Ask yourself the answer. I'm not giving you a short question. Now, not to mix up, cast your eyes around Capel Court. I want you, witness of this epic struggle as yours so mine, to reconstruct for us, as briefly as you can, and exactly the same as a mind's eye view, how these funeral games which have been pouring over us through Homer's carrier pigeons, massacredoed, as the holy name rally round took place. Which? Sure, I told you that a foul. I was drunk all lost life. Well, tell it to me, be fair. The whole plan of campaign. And that bamboozled, mince thrill voice of yours. Let's have it, Christy. The Dublin own. The thrice familiar. Ah, sure. Aye, witless Fogus. 'Tis all around me. Be batter's bit hat. Ah, go on now, Master Bones. A gig for a gag with your impediments and your perictrix. Blank memory of hatless, darky, and blued suit. You were ever the gentle poet, dove from Haywarden, pitcher cup, patcher cap, praty mane. Be nice about it, Bones Minor. Look cheerful. Come, delicacy. Go to the end, thou slackard. Once upon a grass, and a hopping high grass it was.
Faith then, Mr. Cherryman. First he come up, a gag as a gig, Badglers rake of the town's major from a Wes mix smash all swiggy of the Cadillacs. Got up regardless, with a cock and the Kindale side of the tattle soul, and the Riddler Neeks, ragamufflers, and the horrid contrivances as seen above, whistling into a bone tolerably delicately, the wearing of the blue, and taking of his plush wadded Bugsby and the perusal flea and the loisy manner, saying good Morix and Weevely Bolly, and dragging his feet in the usual course, and was ever so terribly nice, really, telling him clean his naggles and fix himself up, miles and so on and so forth, and to take the comb and the grizzlies and who done that foxy freak on his bear's hair like fire bursting out of his umpire, and have hanged me, sir, if he wasn't wanting his calicub body back before he to take his life or so save his life. Then, begor, counting as many as 11 and 32 seconds with his pocket browning, like I said, Juan Swan's Juan, this is my authority. He kept for cursing Haskup's foul Faden, Kogan, for Kukukori, the key of John Donne's field for it was for scent and the way Montague and was robbed, and wolfing to know all that went off, and who burn the hay. Perchance wilt thou say, before he'd kill all the all the K's in the price of Purcell's fake totem, which the man, his plantagonist, up from the bog of the depths, who was raging with the thirst of the sacred sponge, and who was a master of past, was so far as him was concerned, was only standing 3 non-plus to the corner of Turbot Street, perplexing about a pomp shop and poppering to spit, wanting to know, whelp, the hen conventions, compass, Memphis he wanted, with him knew nothing about.
A Sazencruxer like the Napa, Farrell, Patter, Tandy, Moore, and Burgess medley? In other words, was that how, in the unusual curse of things, as complement to complement, though, after a manner of men, which I must and will say seems extraordinary, their follicular, subtler, angelic warfare or photoplay finished started? Truly, that or I may never. Did one scum then in the aura drama, the deaf after some clever play in the mud, mention to the other undesirable, a dumb during diverse intentional instance, that upon the resume of the Angerus, how for his deal he was a pig-headed Swede, and to wend himself to a Medicis? To be sore he did, the Huguenot. Only it was turnip-hudded dunce, I beg your pardon, and he would jokes bold LeBeau, the beholder, with his black masket off the bowling green. Sublime was the warning. The author, in fact, was murdered. Did he, the first spokesman, do anything to him? The last spokesman, when, after heaving some more smut and chaff between them, they rolled to gutter into the ditch together? Black Pig's Dyke? No, he had his teeth in the back of his head. Did Box then try to shine his puss? No, but Cox did to shin the pun man. The worsted crying that if never he looked on Lever Holmers again, and the bester hewing that he might ever save sun life? Truly, truly, as best as he ever, and so was I never. That forte Carlyle touch breaking the Campden piano back. Patch! Are you of my meaning that would be going on to about half noon, click a clock, pip Emma, grin wicker time by your quirk-quat quadrant? You'll be asking me, and I wish to Higgins you wouldn't, would it? Let it be 12:30 after a summer sotch of the tardest. And it was 11:32 before in so-and-such rely on it. Tick up on time. How day you doom? That rising day sinks rosing in a night of 9 weeks' wonder. Amtees, Marcy Buckup, the uneven day of the 11th month of the unevented year. A Martin Mass. A triduum before our Larry's own day. By which of your chronos, my man of 4 watches, larboard, starboard, dog or dath? Done sink, rugby, ballast and ball, you can imagine. Language this all's fair, for the loaf of Mars is ambivalent about it. Will you swear all the same you saw their shadows 100 foot later, struggling diabolically over this, that, and the other, their virtues pro and his principality con, near the ruins, Drogheda Street, and kicking up the devil's own dust for the Milesian wind? I will, I did, they were, I swear, like the heavenly militia. So reek me, gully, with my tongue through my toe cap on the headlong stone of kismet, if so, 'tis the will of who's be done. Weepin' Lorkins, they must have put in some wonderful work, ecad, on the quiet like during this arms parley. Meteorities forces vegetarians. Dost thou not think so? Aye. The illegal-looking range or fender, alias turfing iron, a product of Hostages & Co., engineers, changed feet several times as Briars revalved during the weapon swap. Piff! Puff! Excuse yourself. It was an ersatz lothering can. They did not know the war was over and were only berespelling or bereppling one another by chance or necessity with sham bottles, mere and whiny as betwixt picture shirts and scuddicules, like their caricatures in an Irish rumen to sorrow-brate the expulsion of the Danos. What sayest thou, Scusa Scumerol? That's all, for he was heavily upright man, limber Romina in buculus tuxada, faith-farsing gutterish. I mean the Morgans and the Dorans in Finnish. I know you don't, in Feenies. The music of the future on the Barberihams of the Bashed. Co Kennelly? Da Dunnelly. Yet this war has made peace in voena veritas. Ab chaos lex neat where. O bella, O pia, O pura, amen. Hand-walled amongst us, thanks be to Balbus. All the same, you sound it would 'twould clang holish like Hull hopin for Christmians. But 'twill cling hellish like Engels open to Europeans. If you'd sense, hold the sum. So be vigilant. And this patent pooch Panamine of Concoon and Propre went on, Hog and Min, a whole whake your night after Larry's night. Spit and spite on Dora O'Huggins, Ormond Court Butler, the artillery of the O'Hefferns answering the cavalry of MacLeod's. 40 and more 40, 1,001 times, according to your cock and biddy story. Ludi Longi for years and years, perhaps? That's right. This is his Lagos life. This is me, Tim Tom Tum, and this is her two peak weenie ones. From the last finger on the second foot of the fourth man to the first one on the last of the first. That's right. Finny! Very, very finny! It may look funny, but fair it is.
This is not good enough, Mr. Brass Layton. Fingering and tonguing and winging and ponging and all your rally and ramp and rant. Did Git think I was asleep at the wheel? Didn't you mean to tall grand jurors and Thathans and Thractic on your oath, me lad, and ask us to believe you for your all enduring long terms, which your last foot foremost, that your moon was shining on the tors and on the crescents and wind blowing night after night for years and years, perhaps after you swearing to it a while back before your course examiner, Mark Walther, that there has read in plenty all the team? Perhaps so, as your grand duly affirm, Robman Calvinic. I never thought over it. Faith, I most certainly think so about it. I hope, unless it's actionable. It would be a charity for me to think about something which I must on no cast accounts omit, if you ask to me. It was told me I was as an inspired statement by a friend of myself in reply to salute Terape after 3 o'clock mass with 40 ducks indulgent that some rain was promised to Mrs. Lyons, the invalid of Aunt Tardy Villa, with lots gulp in sources, and likewise he told me the rest the rescursant, after telling mass with 200 genuflexins at the split hour of blight, when bars are keeping so sly, as was what follows. He is doing a walk, she says, in the Field Mix Park, says he, like a terrible Turk, says she, letting loose on this nursery, and, begala, he meet himself with Mr. Michael Clary on a Tuesday, who said Father McGregor was desperate to the bad place about fastballs and ejaculating about all the steroids and the cat pews, swashing his earwanker, and then convenience, being locked up for months, owing to being putrin, putrinized by stragglers abusing the apparatus, and for Tarpe to pull himself into his soup and fish, and to push on his Barrow's loner, and to go to the temple like grease line and see Father McGregor, and, becad, sir, he was to pipe up the salute that clergyman, and to tell his holiness the whole goat's throat about the 3 shillings in the confusional, and to all how Mrs. Lyons, the cup tosser, was the infidel who prophesied to pose 3 shillings Peter's pelf off her toucher from Paraguay's and Albs by the yard of Mr. Martin Clary for Father Matthew to put up at midnight mass saints within's of a Thursday for African man, and to let brown child do, and to leave an loan, and all the nuances committed to soul dance and non-behaviors and misbelovers and NDD L Ecluse, to send more hee-haw hell's flutes my progger again, and I never brought my cads and togs blanket. Fura, angry as arrows, but you have right, my Couchslinger, Nils, Mung, and Cannot. Should brothers be for all then? So let us off be oct while oil, bike, and bill and wheel wag till wobbling befoul you, but mere turripoles, turloops will never mate a game of the Bibby Bobby Burns of. Quash! What hill are ye flucking about, ye lamb-looking fots? I'll discipline ye. Will you swear or affirm the day to your second sight, no, and recant that all your affirmed and professed at first sight for the Southie accent was all patty flattery? Will ye or nay? I say, I say. I affirm swear to it that it ruly and coolly, bully hooly was with the holy Hagonius lips continuously poised upon the rubricated annuals of St. Ulstar. That's very geed of ye, R.C. Maybe ye wouldn't mind telling us by Labro's lad how very much bright cabbage or pampering paperming comfits do you draw for all your swearing? The Spanglers, Kitty. Rutha Prutha, there you have him. There you have me. Varying nothing. Oh, potatoes, I call it, for I might as well tell your sexily, and I am not swallowing my air. The Golden Bridge is truth. It amounts to nada in pounds or pence, not a glass of Lucan, nor as much as the cost price of the Highlanders men's trouser tee or the 3 crowns round the drape hole. Isn't it dram disgusting from the whole dumb plodding thing? Come now, Johnny, we weren't born yesterday. Pro tanto quid retribumus. I ask you to say to your Scotty pigtail you were promised fine times with some stagger juice and dead horse on strip or in larges at the Raven and Sugarloaf, either Jones's Lane or James's Gate, anyhow. Bushmila, do you think for a moment? Yes, by the way. How very necessarily true. Give me fair play. When? At the Dove and Raven Tavern, no I. Ah, to wit your wizard, to wit your wizened. Water, water, darty water, up Jubilee sod, beat peat wheat treat. What harm wants but demands it? How would you like to hear your right name now? Gaz Gazi Power, my thirsty minstrel, if you're not freckened or Frank Comet, not affrighted by Frank anybody's gas power or ill-conditioned ulcers neither. Your uncles, your gullet. Will you repeat that to me outside Lenconamons after you've shouted a few? I will when it suits me, hustler. Guide. We make fight 3-1. Ratty, but no. For example, em, Emanara, Emania Ra, Rafaru, Emania Rafaru. What do you have? What mean you? August 1, fair play for Phineas. I will have my humors. Sure, you would not do the cowardly thing and maul me roan? Tell Queen's Road I am a sealing. Farewell, but whenever. Bye.
If I choose to put a bullet in you through the grill for heckling, what business is that of yours, you bullock? I don't know, sir. Don't ask me, you honour. Gently, gently, Northern Ire. Love that red hand. Let me once more. There are sordidly tales within tales. You clearly understand that. Now, my other point. Did you know, whether by melanodactylism or purely libationally, that one of these 2 Crimeans with the fender, the taller man, was accused of a certain offence or of a choice of 2 serious charges, as skirts were divided on the subject, if you like it better that way? You did, you rogue, you? You hear things. Beside, and serially now, bushes have eyes, don't forget. Which moral turpitude would you select before the 2? The choice, if you had your way. Playing bull before she-bears, or the hind legs off a clothes horse? Did any orange peelers or green goaters appear periodically up your Sylvan family tree? Bug it if I know. It all depends on how much family silver you want for a nascent pair. Ha! What do you mean, sir, behind your ha? You don't ha to do that, snapograph. Nothing, sir, only a bone moving into place. Blotogaff. What? Are you to have all the pleasure quizzing on me? I didn't say it aloud, sir. I have something inside of me talking to myself. You're a nice third-degree witness, Faith, but this is no laughing matter. Do you think we are tone-deafs in our noses to boot? Can you not distinguish the sense prain from the sound bray? You have homosexual cathes of empathy between narcissism of the expert and state-object invertedness. Get yourself psychoanalyzed. Oh, I want no expert nurse's sympathy from yours, Brune's quadroons, and I can psychoanalyse myself any time I want, the fog follow you all, without your interferences or any other pigeon stealer.
Sample. Have you ever reflected, to that the evil through it was wielded might nevertheless lead somehow on the good toward the generality? The pow of Haster meets Waster and talking to plebiscites by the show of hands, whether declaratory or effective. In all seriousness, has it become to dawn in you yet that the dependent, the man from St. Yves, may have been, one is reluctant to use the passive voice, may have been as much sinned against as sinning? For if we look at it verbally, perhaps there is no true noun and active nature wherever Bali being. Please read this muff too. Is becoming in this own town eyeballs. Now the long form and strong form and reform altogether. Hotchkiss Coulthers every ready. One brother to never reached. Well over countless heads, sire of many winners and losers, groomed by S. Sampson and Son, bred by Delilahs, all stand at bay, Dublin, from nun till dawn to Dan, inviters inversion, and at Miss and Mrs. McManigan's yard. Perhaps you can explain, Sagobine. The mod needs a rebus. Pro general continuation and the peculiar explanation to your singular interrogation are asseveration. Led Ladigant, pals will smile, but me and Frisky Shorty, my inmate friend, is an uncommon struck on popular poetry, and a few flee besides round at West Popper Bosquet. Bosquet was glad to be back again with the chaps and just arguing friendly like in the Deuter Can Ease house, having a wee chatty with our hostie and his comfy estably over the old Middlesex party and his moral turrups, meaning flu, pox, and measles, gripe, gleet, and spruce, carries, rabbies, nums, and dumps. What me and Frisky and our consensus and the whole double gig screw and the subscribers, not to say the Burman, having successfully concluded on tour of uh, Bibble wants to know is this a here? Supposing, for an ethical fict, him, with the findings showed, to have taken his Epstein license before the Norsense divisional, respectively, as regards their male privates, and our concomitantly with all common and neuter respects. To them, public excuses females, whereas albeit really sweet fillies, as was very properly held by the Metropolitan in connection with this regrettably nuanced, touching arbitrary conduct, being in strict contravention of schedule and board of forest and works bylaws regulations, sparkers and suckers, amusement section, and our beloved nature park, and pursuance of which police uh, agents, me and Shorty, have approached a reverend gentleman of the name of Mr. Coppinger, with reference to the piece of fire fitting as was most obliging, upon my Sam, in this matter of his explanations affirmative, negative, and limitive, given to me and Shorty, touching what the good book says, the Tool Daisy Band, concerning the merits of early biscal tollism, besides him citing from approved uh, lectionary example given by the valued friend of the name of Mr. J. P. Cockshot, uh, reticent of England, as owns a pretty Maisonette, quest ut duis, fronting from the Sussex Bluffs, as was telling us categoric how Mr. Cockshot, uh, as he had his assignation with present holder by a deep pool and indenture of the swearing belt, he tells him hypothetic that Reverend Mr. Coppinger, uh, Hirakins himself disjunctively with the windward eye up the dozen miles of the Kerner School of Hearing, passing themselves supernaturally by the Blotternais from 12 of them, and them may riding him by the silent hour. Butting, charging, bracing, backing, springing, shrinking, swaying, darting, shooting, bucking, and sprinkling their dossies so ducky shock with the twinks of the towels. And reverend, he says, somewhat problematic, by yon socialist son. Got me, but them earrings was a gladful as whiskey keepers could be considering, flipping their little copingers bottom, the fresh little flirters, the dirty little brighteners, pickle them spratties, the little smulty galllockers, and Reverend, says he, more Ascententoff, Zwelf me Zeus, says he, let an Olfec be the a tank of the superficies, laming the curves of their scalgerants, and past the ever-urge flosity of their pectoralium. Them little salty populators, says he, most apodictic. Uh, as sure as my brain eggs is on cockshot under news, all them little up and down dippies, they was all of a libedious pick-puck party, and raid on a Rigolo Finsky Duda and testimonies to their early Bishan cultism. Such, he says, is how the Reverend Copinger his visualises the hidebound homilies of Creed Crux ethics. Watch yourself tick tactically every morning in your Braxoli twilight, and use the cold water, testifies Dr. Ruddy, may be warmly recommended for the subjugation of Congolitus loosed Tulu schools.
Tell hell in Barbados were ye, and ye Aryan corpulation, Pelagiarist, Remonstrant Montgomeryite, short lives to your relatives. Wow. Yar absex, so yar, with Macroglosia and Mick Rusey Philix. Wait now, leek's lip. I sent ego archism. I will take you to task. I don't follow you that far in your otherwise accurate account. Was it Esox Lucius or Selmo Firax? You are taxing us into the driven future, are you not, with this ruddy-made fishery? Lalia, Lilia, Lilia, Lulia, and lively, lovely Lola Montez. Gubernethor. That, they say, is a Fenian on the secret, named Parasol Ireli, spawning over and fry like a merry monarch, all a many go round with his 7 parish churches, and peopling the ribald baronies with Dans, Oges, and Connells. Lift it now, hostie. Humps your mark for a Runnymede landing. A Dondering Vesh Vish, Magnam Carpan, S Hit Neat Zoo. There's an old psalm-sobbing lax salmoner, foggy-boren heron ploughed house, who went floundering with his boatloads of sperm and spunk about. Leaping freck after every long tom and wet lissy between houth and humber mouth. Our human conger eel.
That's great.
Oh, hep, I can see him in the fish new. Up with your whippy. Hold that lad. Play him, Markendine. Bullhead. Pull you, sir. Olive Quill does it. Long eel of Malin, he'll cry before he's flayed, and his tear make newest land. Did he rise? Way, Lungfush. The great Finn may cumul. 3 o'er the wild. Manu ware. He missed her mouth and stood into D, Remunculus Remus, plying the rape. So is now any bompress bound to get up her if he pull her leg and bunk on her butt. No. He skid like a skate and birthed on her Bernie, and never a fear, but they'll land him yet. Slithery scales on Liffey Bank, times and halve a time with a pillow of sand to polster him. Do you say they will? I bet you they will. Among the shivering sedges so, weedy waving, our tulip beds of rush below, where you take your mugs to wash after dark, to my lead, to me lout, Tommy lad, beside the bubbly waters of bubbly waters of, right, grenadiers, and tell me now, were these anglers or angelers coexistent and compresent with or without their tertium quid? 3 in 1, 1 in 3, Shem and Sean and the shame that sunders 'em, wisdom's son, folly's brother. God bless your ginger, wiggle waggle. That's 3 slots and no burners. You're forgetting the ginny joss for the Fay boys. What, Walker John referent? Play us your patmost and unpack your loops. Naif Krukaran, woe on woe, says Wardeb Daily. Women will water the wild world over, and the maid of the folly will go where glory. Sure, I thought it was larking in the trefoil of the furry glands with true stripping bear maids, Stilla Underwood and Moth McGarry. He was, hand to dagger, that time and their mother a raw-knee pudsfrau. I was given to understand, with superfluvious airs begum. There was that one that was always mad gone on him, her first king of clothes and the first most broadcast man in Corrick-on-Sharon, County Roscarman. Sure, she was near drowned in ponderous cold streams of admiration for herself, as bad as my Tarpeian cousin, Vesta Tully, making faces at her Bach-spilled likeness in the brook after and cooling herself in the element, she pleasing it, she praising it, with Salices and Weedo Wells, all tossed as she was, the play-actress, Lauf Sheeling's love. Oh, add Sheel some bride little, all of her own. Nursey sissies are as the doters of inversion. Cecilia's through their laughing classes are becoming poolamates in laker life. It seems to same with Iscabellas. Yes, go tell us, a ticky for tight talks. Listenest, me meanest, they were harrowed, these fine finweeds. Come, rest in this bosom. So sorry you lost him, poor lamb. Of course I know you were a very wicked girl to go in the dream place, and at that time of the dream it was a very wrong thing to do, even under the dark flush of night. Dear old Grand Passier. He's gone on his bombashore, through geesing and so pleasing at strip-teasy up the stairs. The boys in the corner were talking too, and your sorrowful miseries first come on you. Still to forgive it, divine my little whiffy, and everybody knows you do look lovely in your invincibles, eulogia, a perfect apposition with the cold cream assolutia from Beaulieu's I always use in the wards after I'm burned a rich egg and derive the greatest benefit, sign of the cause. Ah, you do, simply adorable. Could I but pass my hands on some, my hands through thine hair? So Vicky Veritani. So Frances, say howdy do, Dotty. chic hands, the way they curve there under new charming cuffs. I am more divine like that when I've two of everything up to boy-proof nicks. Winning in a way, only my arms are whiter, dear. Blanche-main idler, fair hair, frail one. Listen, meme sweetie, oh, be joyfold. Mirror do justice, taper of ivory, heart of the convent, hoops of gold. My veil will save it undying from his eternal fire. It's meanly us two, meme idol. Of course, it was downright very wicked of him, really meeting me disguised, Bortolo mio, perfectly appealing DV, with my lovebirds, my columbinas. Their sensitives shrinked. Even Netta and Linda, our CUTTs, and they've sinned some Tim Tankus. My rillies were Libanos, my accents ombra. How me adores each other simply, mon Aishabo, ma Rina Bell, in his storm collar as I leaned yestreen from his musky shed labs. Even my little Pom got excited when I turned his head on the same manly bust and kissed him more. Only he might speak to a person, Lord Sopetius, taking up my worth's ill wrong. May I introduce? This is my futuous, lips and looks love last. Still me with you, you poor child. We'll make it up with Mother Concepcion and a glorious lie between us, sweetness, so as not a novene in all the convent Lorettos, not my litterest one of all, for mercy's sake need never know what passed our lips or. Yes, sir, will. Clothia wind, fee o fi, covius nice, banch the dread, a litton's looking, lo him lovely, make me feel good in the moontime. It will all make Bloss as orange as St. Audien's Rosen chocolate chapelry with my diamonds blick feast after it min owned hose for all the cat club to go crazy and Father Blesius Mendelssohn will be beminding hand. Curil elation, Christial elation, Curil elation in minds. Sing to us, amen. So meme nearest languished Hister, be free to me. I'm fading. And listen, you beauty, Esther. I'll be a clue to who knows you. Pray Magda Martha with lutes and Joan, while I lie with warm lisp of the Tolka. I'm Fay. Eusapia, face lay to Tate, languishing hysteria, the clow historique. How is this at all? Is dad's the thing in such, or are tits the that? Here we hear with her first pose proem of Suora unto Suora. Alicious twin streams twine strains through alluring glass or alas in jumbo land. Ding dong! Where's your pal in silks a luster? Think of a maiden presentation. Double her anupsication. Take your first thoughts away from her immaculation. Knock and it shall appall unto you. Who shone yet shimmers will be air skeening. Cluse her, voil her, hild her hindley, after lyric and themodious soft aglo iris of the vowels. This young bar lady, what, euphemazily? Is she having an ambidual act herself in apparition with herself as consuelers to Sonia's May?
Dang, and teether a long eye. Oh, this and that and dents and dose. You're crackling out of your turn, my moonster firefly, like always. And two RN and Longhorns connect. Stay off my air. You've grabbed the capital and you've had the lion's shire since 1542. But there's all the difference in Ireland between the Bordation, my chatty cove, and me. The Leinstry boy to the wall is gone, and there's Maureen Osterine, Osterine for Moon and Coon in Con. With the tykes named Mook, Doggy Men's Nimmer Win. You last led the first win, we last, but will first trump your last with the lasting. Jump the rail chairs or take them as you please. But, and, sir, my Quexkins first, Foxy Jack. Ye've as much scullabog cheek on you now as would boil a cauldron of calibros. Did the market missionaries Hayden Wombwell, when given the raspberry, find more than Sandstein percent for of chalk in the purity? promptitude and perfection flower of this raw materialist and less than a seventh pro mile in his meal. We bright young chaps of the brand new brain trust are briefed here with the maternal sanction compellibly impaneled at quarter sessions under the six disqualifications of the uniformication of young persons, nodding neutrals, removal act of communal common number under 15 to know had the purest of generals who have been getting nose money cheap in stirring up the public opinion about private balls with their legs, Mrs. Martha and Mary, and the two. I'm sorry, the private balls. The two Dreepers assistants that have their service book in order and duly signed J. H. North and Company. Uh, when discharged from their last situations, will you gup and tell the board in the atrium how, in the name of three tailors on Tooley Street, did O. Bidgersumson and Mock Mackinatish, ex of Butt and Hogsets, violating the bushel standard, come into awful position of the barrel and belly wash? And why is it any harm to ask with was his hackney man and the combi, uh, paper sailor with the white luke of him, faux Fitz Horison, collecting from Manosphile, carrying his arc of egg-shaped fuselage and made in Fredborg into the ballgine across his back when he might have been setting on his Jonas inside like a glass-trun cabman? Where were the doughboys? Three by Nombres, one in Zvile, Cave Hill Exers of Heart of Steel, Hanson, Morfried, and O'Dyer, VD with the Glen Garaeus, directing their steps according to the RUC's liaison officer, with their trench ulcers open and their hands in their pockets, contrary to military rule, when confronted with the life-size obstruction? When did he live off rooking the poor, and how did start preferring at his Patterson and Helicots? Is it a factual fact proved up to Scab's Steeth Schilt that his fancy dress, Nordic in shaved lamb breeches, child's kilts, bibbing bunting and Wellingtons with club torque and headdress, pre-holder of the bar Ptolemy, his co-owner of Hengrester's Circus near North Great Denmark Street, identically. It's the most enjoyable show going to province, and I'm taking the youngsters there Saturday first when it's half price naturals night to see the fallen sickers aping the bulky backers in the blind of two worlds taking off their Deafy Down dummies. And the Sham Shim showman has been complaining to the police barracks and applying for the order of certiorari and carrying on something vile about him being molested after him having triplets by offers of vacancies from females in the cities knighting after the man and his outstanding attraction ever since they seen his X-ray picture turn out in wealthy red in the Sabbath sheets. Was it him that stubborn the Surdom mutual son of his, the literary disturber in St. Patrick's lavatory, to turn a Roman and leave the cherry and gout in his bare ball brigands and sweep and buy the usual jar of porters and morgue and curses and set it down before the wife with her fireman's helmet on her, bidding her mind and whose the strumpet, while him and his Langan lovers were ramping the roads and all their paraply under the noses of Helo Helopolitian constabulary. Can you beat it? Prepare the way. Where's the Gandrem auxiliary? Our aeronautic aeronautic sapultary that reported on the whole hoodlum replying with his Morse air woody book and the trunic up his tail? Ruth Sexine Vanderdekel and get her story from him. Recall Sickerson, the Lizzie boy, Sickerson Magon of Eric, Sackerson, hook up. Day shrinker for Van Floats, he Vanden's market, high liquor maid less torpid, doe hunt her orchid, gob, and he found it on her right enough. With her shoes upon his shoulders, 'twas most trying to beholders when he up their frula tula pleats, uh, with our warning, a disgrace to the homely Protestant religion. Bloody old pre-Adamite with his two-handled umbrella. Trust me to spy on our own. Trust me to spy on me own spew. Wall purges. And there's this our defied city, Norganson, and its wheeze to pry for big messers conversions. Call Kitty the Beads, the man dame and Tipknock Castle. Let Scuba succumb, the improbable his wealth made possible. He's he's cooking Haggard the roast her prayer to him upon the top of the stairs. She's deep, that one, a fart noiser of his Turkish armides, or former who erred is having down the gibbous disgag, our darling breed, and then the confisser for the boobs delusions, del, del, indulgence, as sanctioned by his for his Salmenbog by the consular's arm Trent, pave Penem at his gaiter's bronze. Number half dreads long lafty. Master's gun, he wars the best. I messaged his deltoids, saucepanders, muscles, and the kitchen table. With my ironing ducked through his roll pins and gains fit, doughy dough, till he was brazen red in the toast face with lovin' soft eye bulbs and his kittle drum steaming and ratting like the roasties in my maca mill. I awed and have scorched his Abram's brack for him. For the loaf of Obadiah, for the loaf of Obadiah, take your pastorite arts noise out of me, Flora Bouquet. Of the stranger scene, you give squeezers to me skillet. As cream of the hearth thou rates all home. His lapper and lippers was glue galled as he sizzled there, watching me Loderic's pitcher of Wexford Ulterior as caddy and lanner, the refined soubrette with all bust a la bruche, and the pad bun under my matelot, showing my gigaudy sleeves and all my new Tolong Toulouse. Whisk! There's me shims, and here's me hams, and this in me drippets. Gauze be the meter. Whisk! What's this? Whisk! And that. Have never coached finer bally me at Romeolo Ferlini's flea pantomime out of griddle the sink, or shushies with her soles up, or la Cerzorili in puka boots when I started, so hob mop, ladle like, hidy tidy, to kick the time off the cluck clock, luck lock, quam quam, cam cam, pot a pot, pan pan, kick a kick a kick, cack, hare whore hounds, shake up perfonter, fuddling fun for Folican's sake.
All halt. Sponsor program and close down. That's enough, General, of finicking about Finnegan and fiddling with his faddles. I find a ballot, Governor, to remove all doubt. By Sylph and Salamander and all the trolls and tritons, I mean to top her drive and to tip the tap of this at last. His thoughts that would be words, his livings that have been deeds, and will too by the holy child of Cool, prima patriarch of the Archsea, if I have at first to down every mask in Transylvania, from Territory's hole to Stutterer's corner, to find that yoke off his letter, this yoke and his dahat, past the jousters of the king, the Covenant Journal, and Ironarch's Custos himself, no less, the Meg of Megs, with the Carison old gang. Off with your Persians, search ye the Finn, the cinders under shriving sheet. Fa, fee, fi, fo, fum. Ho, croak, evildoer. Arise, Sir Ghostus. As long as you've lived there, there'll be no other. Doff.
Amsterdam, sir, to you. Eternus situs heil. Here we are again. I am Bubba, brought up under the Camel Act of dynasties long out of print. The first of Shittrick Silkenbeard, or is it Owllaugh McAuscapeth the Thord? But in Pontofax Massimust, I am known throughout the world wherever my good Allenglishes, Allenglashen is spoken by Saul and Will from Augustinus to Ergustulus, as this is. Whether in Farnham's Wrath or in Condra's Ridge or in the middles of Dalkin or Monkish Toonship, by saints and sinners, I alike, as the clean living man and, as a matter of fict, by my half-wife, I think how our public at large appreciates it most highly from me, that I am as clean living as could be, and that my game was a fair average since I was perpetually kept my Ouija wicked up. On my Vera wife, I never was, nor can afford to be guilty of crimcrog con, of malfeasance trespass against parson with the person, of a youthful giggy girl, friff friend, chirped apples, acted by Miss Dash, and with any of my cousines in Killisov's Slutsgarten or Giglot's Hill, when I would touch to her dot and feel most greenly of her unripe ones, as it should prove, most anise and far too behad, needless to say, to my reputation on Babel Malket for daughters in trade being lightly clad. Yet, as my acquainters do me the complacence of apprising me, I should her have arrested under my disguise of whippers through tombs and dempies, lagmen, was she but tinkling of such a tink. And as a mere matter of fact, I tell of myself how I possess the ripest little wifuki around her globalette's globes, upon which she was romping off on Floss Mundai, out of harm's way round Skinner's Kirkasally first, and with her consolation prize in my serial dreams of fair women, Mannequin's Pass, with awards and figures and smiles subsections handicapped by 2 breasts and opera tops. A remarkable little endowment garment fastened at various places. What a spurt! I keenly love such, particularly when savoring of their flavors at their most perfect best when served with heliotrope eye-lips, as this is, where I do drench my jolly soul on the pure beauty of hers past. She is my best preserved whole wife, so well her as hereafter in Evan's eye, with incompatibly the smallest shoe number outside Chinnitins. They are jolly, dainty, speckin' tooly. May we not recommend them? It was my proof piece from my prentice serving. And alas, our private chaplain of Lambeth and Dolkey Bishop Regionary, an always sad-faced man in his lute-string pew cap with cabinet band, who had visited our various hard hearts and reins by imposition of foo-foo fingers, also haddocks thumb, in our upper room can speak loud to you. Some quite complimentary things about my clean charactering, even when detected in the dark, distressful through recital proved to me as this is. When I introduced her Frankfurters, nummerines, why drive fear? To our four-poster toonies, chanteringly under the Cassatruci Senior and Demelios, who whopping oldsters, with sycamon euphornium in either notation and altogether cage house deckime on goose'na green, that cabintini home sweetened through affection's horty pains, first Merkiss, and so they sank-eyed. Dodo, oh, clearly, and Gregorio at front with Johannes far and back. Ow, ow! Gleeglom, there's some gnomes sweet places, and there sweep no wigs. By whom is my kirk findlaters, ye little church rond around ye corner, and KK cactus cam? Enjoineth in the belief, and, as you all know, of a child, dear humans, one of my life's ambitions of my youngard from an early PP period, while still be hedge school intended for Broadchurch, I, being fully alive to it, was parochially confirmed in Caliphate's bed by our bougie beloved curate author. Michael Engels is your man. Let Michael relay Sutton and tell you people here who have a phony habit. It was remarkable. In as clairaudience as this is, as only our Michael can, when reacher out his superstation to bring ruptures to our roars, how I am amplify. Heem la Colin. Pimpim's ornery 4.5. Sean Shemsen say when. Homestock unsteaden. Liv Pumark, Iliorg Hoogs, 1-4 Tups Noying. Big Butter Boost, sorry, thank you. That'll be all for today. Call it off, Godnotch, Verboily, and a muddy crush mess. Appreciates anew your gustums. Kyow, tack.
Tic-tac, tic-tac. A wind, a buzz, a water falling. Pour a cow his dew placator. It's the damp. Calm has entered, big calm. Announcer, it is most ernst truly a morsome entirement. Colt's tooth, I will give Tanzel to it. I protest there is literally not one teaspoon spill of evidence at bottomly to my babad, as you should see, as this is. Keemung Lapsang of first pickings, and I contango can take off my Dudda Dirty Nine articles of quoting here in Pinex Park before those in heavens to provost myself by gramercy of justness. For very man and Mormon, stiff and staunch forever, and enter under the advices of Messrs. Norris, Southby, Yates, and Weston Incorporated, to their favoured client, to my pre-Protestant caveat against the pop-up publication of libel by any Tix-Tim Tipsy Loom or Tob-Tom Towley of Kairis Lean, a blow-eyed lane joint, wearing low-belt suit, with knock-breaking knees and bull-fist rings round him, and falls round axe hand, his convesset Saunters Nocelorets, and the Pose Toffee's directory in his business, the best begrudged man in Belgradia, who doth not belease to our Pavia, to my none such, that highest personage at moments holding down the throne. So, to speak of beauty scouts in elegant pursuit of flowers, searchers for tabernacles in the celluloid art. Happen seen sore eyes belived? The Kaka Cad. He walked by North Strand with his Tom's towel in hand. Snake Eye, strangler of sophisticated green parrots. I protested that he is by my wipe half. He was leaving out of my double inns while he was all teppling over my single exits. So was cashaned on for his recent behaviour. Sherlock is lurking for him. Alara belt spanners, get your air, Kurt. Shame upon Private M. Shames on his fulsomeness. Shamus on his Atkins cum lull lying sullen for an outcast mastiff littered in blood corish. Aristocrat till hanging tower, steck a javelin through his advrow-tried heart. Instanton, flap my Larry bird, dangle my high flyer, jiggity jig my Jack and Dalline. Let me never see his wad fez again, and mine it was, Barkthold Van Hunerig, so sown of furrows, our spring like his gesture, imitate my cry. As yours now, so yours then. When to our lot it fell on my poplar sex, my Saxon centenary, when by gate of hell, before his hostel of the Woden man, I hastened to freehold it op, to his mam, his mamman, magiscules, his magnus magistic, first city's lease cays of his nova tara, a most noble, when Hross bucked on his priceless charger, Ferdinand Alabaster, yet not need light or till Norway for you fanned one o'er every doorway. With my all bums greethums through this whole of my promises, handshaky congratulate-thems, excellencies. Who saw the jackery dares a hand grip of this abreast? Does Macca's ginger? Someone what we was with us all fours. Adversarian, the spiking doivel, first liar in Lund's End. Wolf, see your scaragore on that sheep's brow. And those miseys, sulkin tarts, man sicker I at ere bluffet conservative? Shucks. Such ratchhole bugschmess I cannot barely conceive of. Lowest basement in High Street, obscenest nonsense, nog-sacked, per-peeler and poor, the broker-hearted shoegon, whole affair is rotten muck swinish porky pig's draff. Ouch! Is that you, Whitehead? Have you head noise now? Give us your misspilt reception, will yez? Pass the fish, for Christ's sake. Old Whitehouse, he is speaking again. Ope, useless tube. Pity poor Whiteoath. Dear gone mummeries go by. Tell the world I have lived true thousand hells. Pity, please, lady, for poor O.W. in this profundest snobbing I have caught. 9 dirty years mine age, hare's whore, mummery fail in, snowdrift to my elbow, deft as adder. I asked you, dear lady, to judge on my tree by our fruits. I gave you of the tree. I gave 2 smells, 3 eats, my friandies, my cellar berry mates, my happy bosoms, my all-falling fruits of my boom. Pity poor haveth childers everywhere with mudder. That was communicator, a former colonel, a disincarnated spirit called Sebastian from the Rivera in Januaro. He is not all here. May Fern speak shortly with messages from my dead ported. Let us cheer him up a little and make an appunkment for future date. Hello, communicate. How's the butts? Ever skepistic? He does not believe in our psychos of the real absence, neither miracle, wheat, nor soul surgery of P.P. Quemby. He has had some indigestings, poor thing, for quite a little while, confused by his tonguer of babble. Away with him, poor Felix Colourparrot. Ring his mind, ye staples. Bonds. In my old Reekery's Ballyheart, and in my Crumlin, and in arrondisement, and in Stramus. Sax Elethery. Bam! I deplore over him ruly. Mongrieff, O hone, gesterned with the nobilities, to die bronchitic in Asherus. So enjoying of old thick wiles, in hote white toffs hoyt of our formed reflections, with stock of eisen all his prop, so Buckley hosiered from the royal leg, and his puertas mugnum, he would puff out a dimful bock. And the how he would husband her that veriker fully, his cigar divine. He would redden her with his vestas, but 'tis naught. And with us, his nephos and his knee-barrels, mest incensed and befogged by him and his smoke thereof. But he shall have his glad stein of our Zoba beer best in Oscar Schall's wine tavern. Buen retiro. The voice is still floatish, and his mouth still wears that soldier's scarlet through the flaxifloids are peppered with salsadine. It is by cause of what he was ascend into his prisons on account of. I wit it well. Hence his depraised words. Some day I may tell of his second story. Mood. It looks like some one other bearing my burdens. I cannot let it. Canes, naught.
Well, yeah, man, I have bared my whole past. I flatter myself, on both sides. Give me even 2 months by Lax Law in 2nd Division, and my first broadcloth in business will be to protest the recorder at a Thing of All Things, or Court of Skivanies, with Merchant's Grey, Antient Incredible, Zero Bubble Baritone, Jonah Wally, Determined Coddle, or Cucumber Upright, my jurats, if he does not occur again. Oh, Rhymus! Har fagar, wild hearts in homeland, Herods be the non. Mine kinder come, mine wool be won, there be nothing like Luther. Oh, she! And nasty men's in glad houses, they shad no pegged stones. The elephant's house and his castle, I am here to tell you, indeed to goodness that, albeit discounted bell persuasions in runiciations of pomp of here therefore, was to wax too well in hand. I'm thurgadot to do me dope of her miscaprinks by the virtue of those filter oviconas, presently like brown embracing Christianias after Irishers, to convert me into a Celt. But first I must proxy Babates, my old Antonotes, when, as Sigismond stolter forth with Rabin Robrost, for my auspicer and leecher ruddy of my life first in Lorenza Patorn, Aaron till Vectre, when I will westernize these poor sun-uppers and out-brighten their land's eng. A man should stump up, and I will pay my pretty decent prize for my glucose, Peebles, word even, as this is the legal Eric for infelicitous conduits here in clothes. Please find my pocket-anchored check. And, as a matter of fact, I do undertake to discontinue entirely all practices, and I deny, in whole sweeping in toto, at my own request, at all stoitness to have confermentated and confoderated and agreed in times pre-bellic, when here were wanders for the trains folk, as it were, now nuggently laid to me with a friend of mine, Mr. Billups, Pulliter, my quarter brother, who sometimes he is doing my locum for me on a grub stake, and whom I had clept constoutment, for so it was felt by me at goodbye cooped cops bioscapature, a mouthless Blanchette Brewster from Cherna de Jama, Blauland via Brigstow, or to ill-sell my fourth part in her, which, although allowed in Deuteronomy, as in several places of Scripture, copyright, and excluded, they should have rightly verbanned be, would seem eggs excessively harrowing to my free limbs for 2 punt Scotch, 1 pollard, and a cockard or 3 pipples on the bitch. Thou, Frix Flame, Udin Sulphur, who strikest only on the married box, enquick me if so be I did cofatus my lady's maid. In spec of her beaver, she is a womanly and a sacred. Such wear a frillick for my comic strip, Mon Meg's Monthly, come out of H. Finnegans Whack, to bray at by clown sillies at Donkeybrook Fair. It would be Lakin makin' hodders and cockers arithmetic, the unpardonable preemption of all of her yon, by Junith Monata, if she, Irish Marian Teheresian, had been disposed of for her consideration, I, Ledwick Salvatorius, am tradefully unintrinsited. And if she is still further talc slopping over her cocoa contours, I what Mick Angars, am strongly of opinion why I should not be. Improbable. I do not credit one word of it for such and such as magistivers, just feathers, nanoninities, or to have octroyed to resold or borrow by exchange the same super Melcart, means help. Best Brixton High Yellow, no outings, cent for cent on auction's bridge. 'Twere a honorably crudely welt so tantamount to our nacked leaves and scatab orgias we devour about in the mighty evil rooms of ancient Carthage. Utterly improbable. Not for old Crusoe's or white soul of gold, a pipple on the panis, 2 claps on the council, or 3 pock-pocks Cassie knocked on the postern. Not for 1 tetsy-ticky culprits coined, or for all Eckes and Kuznehofs. So hemp me, Cash, I mean it.
My herrings, the surdity of it. I mean to say, her bare ideas, it is choo-choo chucklesome. Absurd bargain, mum, we'll call. 1 line with, 1 line with. Will 8 every day sormone like a boyne of Ive, oh. The two cherry pickers with their Catherinettes, Lizzie and Lissy Mycock from Street Flesh Shambles, with a moon at orb with Hesperum and I their coven guardian, I would not know to concact such gretched youngsties in my ways from Haddam or any suis de seers or high heiresses of theirn, claiming by, through, or under them. Oos of their freeing fan into mine foyer. Her is one which resembled to mine anomaly. The man which shocked his shanks at Conti Carlos. He is Duke Collion. Each habe go-haired uptaking you are in a sense, but we send you meet sos in face. Duke Collion, odor. Villing chimbes is smut-sick river blot, but the hard casted their ass pigsteins up and kongan shootsman in Schotzentoff escasont. Eigen Duke Collion. I liked his goddam chick. Studdertub. What a shrubbery trick to play. I'll put my oath head under my white pot for ransom of beeves, and will stand me where I stood mine in all free heat between Pelagios and little Christeos, by Roderic's our most monolith, after my both ears to ear and breeches boy Bibles, and Manhattan testify to my unclothed virtue by the long stone erection of our all first man here. I should tell you that honestly, on my honour of a near wicked, I always think in a word's worth of that primed favourite continental poet, Daunty, Gouty, and Shopkeeper, A.G., whom the generality admires is in this, that is, and that this is to come. Like as my palmer's past policy, I have had my best master's lessons, as the public knows. And do you know, homesters, I honestly think if I have failed lamentably by accident benefits through shin-toed, spite-fired, pur-plagued, and cram-creed, I'm doing my did's bits, and have made of my prudentials good. I have been told I own stolamines, or something of that sort, in the sooth of Spanion. Have I said also how I abhor myself vastly, truth to tell, and do repent to my nether heart of sundry clothing? The amusing part is, I will say, hotelman, that since I, over the deep drown Athacleath, to seek again Irlanding, shamed in mind with 3 plunges of my rudder tail, yet not a bottlenim, vanced imperial standard by weapon right and platst mine residence, taking board and burgage under Stary Misty, and ran and operated my brickstall selection here at Tholstall, for mean straits mail with Everidge Fimmel, in commune soccage among strange and enemy, among these plotlets in Poplan's town for Fort Dunlop, and then on sea, whole of Serbonian bog, now city of magnificent distances, good walled about with talus and counterscarp and pale of palisades, upon martial siegewin, with abbot war to bless, on yon sloped day of clean tariffs. And that year which I have called mirabilis, and overdrave these Marken, the sword on whence his schlores was mine, and mine in the Prussian stock of Albrecht the Baron, under patronship of our good Kingsing turns, T.R.H. Urban first and Champagne Cholliman, and hungry the loaved and hangry the hathed, where my tenure of office and my toils of domestication first began, with weight of woman my scat, and sculled but fluky of the ravens as my sure piloter, famine with English sweat and epidemics. The 2-toothed dragon worms with all sorts serpents has come politely seceded from this land league of many nations, and open and notorious naughty livers are found not on our rolls. This seat of our city it is of all sides pleasant, comfortable, and wholesome. If you would traverse hills, they are not far off. If champagne land, it lieth of all parts. If you would be delighted with fresh water, the famous river, called of Ptolemy the Libnia Labia, runneth fast by. If you will take the views of the sea, it is at hand. Give sea! Do drum colliga, whatever you do. Visite drum colliga la belle. Be souk and see, so erst drum colliga. Vidi drum colliga e pois munis. Things are not as they were. Let me briefly survey. Proclam a shun. Pip, peep, pipitch. Ubi pop j piped, ibi pep goes the whistle. Here Tyburn throttled, massed murmurs march, where the bus stops there shop I. Here which ye see, yea, rest. On me your sleeping giant. Esto, estot santo. From the hold of my capt in altitude till the mortification, that's my fate. The end of oldest Moses is the beginning of all disorder, so the last of their hands ballast shall the first in our sheriff's bar. New highs for all. Nidu negru may be black and torn, but under them lintels are staying my horny men meet, each his mansig mad. For peers and gents, quasers and galileers, fresque litties from the say and stale heady gabblers, gangers and dudder wagoners, pullars of societies and pushers on Rothmere's homes. Obeyance from the townsman spills felicity by the town. Our boos and politico comedy are in safe with good Jock Shepherd. Our lives are on shore and sorting with Jonathan's wild and great. Been so free. Thank you, besters. Hattentats have mindered. Blowbays, devil bobs have gone from the mode, and hair trigger nicks are quite out of time now. Thuggeries are rear as Glover's meetings, lepers lack, ignorance show beneath suspicion like the bitter halves of esculapoids. In midday's mole sight let Miled discurve self. Milud in her Hyde Park seed minuet. All is Waldy Bonums. Blow-nose Arios, we luff to you. Firebugs, good blazes, lubbers, keep your podies drier. Seamen, we segn your skivs and wives. 7 ills so barely as centripunts have I happed. 77s for circumferent in captive are your hill prospect. Braid, Bladford Rock, the Caitlon, the Liberton, Craig and Lockhart's, A. Costafino, R. Thurset. The short of Nicholas within was my guide, and I raised a dome on the wherewithouts of Mycon. By awful tours, my well-worked buildings sprang sky-spearing spires, cloud-cupoled campaniles. Further this. By fine ounce and imposts I got and grew, and by gross scruple I grown outreachesly. Mirage and Lestage were my mains for overlords tithing, and my drains for render and prender the doles and the tribute. I was merely out of my mint with all the precursors on my brain cap, till I struck for myself and mutched morally by token. To sear her by gambled in ruddy money, to Madame of Pittymount I love yous. Paybads foreigners moved in Huguenots against us, and I met them, Peps to Pabst, Bartholomew, Milrays, Mark, Onfell, and Luke. I arose Daniel in Leondon. Bullafest envied me, Corcutters gratched at a bay. I braved Bean Bierum to barrow him against the Lochlans, all his tolkies shrieking, Fugabolags, Luska about. If they had ire back of eyeball, they got Danage on front tooth. Theirs were revelries at Rydotto's, here was rivalry and redoubt. I weg-shicked Duke of Wellinghoff to reshuckle Roy Shackleton. Well halloo, mornin' plain. Under laws martial and Warsaw did, I thole till Leeds plumbate, ping on pang, relieved me. I made har feast upon us a corpulus and fast broke down in Nearthorpe. I let fair views in on Slubberdens, but ranked Rothguards round Rothminders. I bath and bad end on mendicity, and I cured off the uninoculated.
Who can tell their tale whom I filled ad litem on the plain of Salisbury with 3 hunkered peepers in twa and twas? For sleeking beauties I spinned their nighten veils, to slumbered beast I tummed the thief air. Round the musky moved a murmels with muses, Winard and Bellas zoomed. 10 dulcis tunes like water parted fluted up from the Westenders, from while gorges in the east came to the strife of orangutangas. All in my thick veil escater often was thorough fear, but in Meckling of my burg Belvaros was the sight forbid. Tuberculoses. I rees spudfully from the Murphy plants Hawkinsonia, with berries from plethores of the Irish shoe. I heard my liberty lands making free through their curg combs. My true blues, hurra-salaming before Wellington's wall. I rich-mounted the Rhine-lag of my bathtub of roundwood and conveyed it with the cheer and cables, roaring mighty shouts through my longer tubes of elm. Out of fondness for the outer zone, I carried them and curried them to my poots and down cars and my commandy hotels. I made spouts spontaneously from Philip sobriety in that coupe that's chained for noon inebriates. When they weaned weary of that bibbling, I made infusion more infused, sour pacers of the fine garth, obtemperate unto me. When you can think me in these copy cuffs, look and where would you mucka me? As you pay in caveman's shelter, taught the ites like you course the teas. Wherefore watch ye well. For, while I uplooked the first of Janus Strait, I downsaw the last of Christmas steps. Syndic podastril, and on the rates I, for indignant and indentate. In forum foster, I demonstratated my folk friendship, and me pupils felt my Burke was no worse than their bright. Suffragetta and Conscientia were undecidedly attached to me, but the maugre Mantries and the Anti-Parthenopes my Schwalbe words with little spongalettes at their soak eye, pokies, and botchbon a fume. Fletcher Flemlings, Elizabeth, how interquakeringly they rogated me, their golden one. I, in hesitant made replique. Mestemaids, the Lurcher sponsor, and who in Hillside, don't you let fire fly till you see the whole whites in their bunkers' eyes. Mr. Answers, bring 'em young, bring 'em young, bring 'em young. In my Bethel and Sullivans, I accouched their rotundities, and turnkeyed most insultingly over raped Lutietas on the lock. I gave backs of biscum to the Jacobiators, and the pottage bakes to the assousted. I delivered them with fricandanzies by the constant droppings of my smalls instalments, while I tit for talt on their farandays for them on my slataper's slate with my Chandler's chalk. I jaunted on my jinglebret wrapped in neckcloth and sashes, and I beggared about the amnibushes like belly in a bowl. In the humanity of my heart, I sent out Hayway Woman to refresh the bell-wearied, and then, doubling megapolitan politeness, my greatest of these charities devalorized the base fellows for their curtailment of the lower man. With a slog to the square leg, I sent my boundary to Botany Bay and ran up the score on 4 of me's while the Yanks were huckling the Empire. I've been recipeing ominous letters and widely signed petitions, full of pieces of pottery about my monumentalness as a thingaballs, and I have been enchanting causeries to the fitchest choilaboys, so that they be all calling me for the song of a birch, the more secretly by-built and the more openly palastered. A tent, couch, here. I've becked my Volden-built hutch in sun's mid-knot, and at my Morgan rise was encompassed of mush-roofs. Rest and be thankful, with license. Thanks. I considered the lilies on the veldt, and unto bulkies did I disclothe mine glory. And this missy, my totters, and this man, my son, and my fife from the villa of Ostmanorum to Thorstrands, recte Thormers Sraid, and from Huggins Police to William Ingalls his house, that man de Londres, in all the barony of Saltus, Bonders, and Faubourgers, helots and zealots, struttering ogies and swattering macks, the Darsy Jamsies, the Drury Joneses, red maids and bluecoats, in homage all in felony, all who have received tickets, fair homes overcrowded, tidy, but a little furniture, respectable. Whole family attends daily mass and its daily stick of bread and butter. Sometimes in the militia, mentally strained from reading work on German physics, shares closet with 8 other dwellings. More than respectable, getting comfortably parish relief, wage earner freshly shaven from prison, highly respectable, planning new departure from Montgomery cyclist finish, eldest son will not serve but Paresa's big man up in the sky scraps, a new Panadoon lacking back way, quasi-respectable, pays ragman and bones for faded window curtains. Staircase continually lit up with guests, particularly respectable, house lost in dirt and blocked with refuse. Getting on like Rose Distillery on fire, slovenly wife active with the jug. In business for herself, has a 10th illegitimate coming, partly respectable, following correspondence courses. Chucked work over row, both cheeks kissed, at levee by late Marquess of Zetland, sharing closet, which is profusely written on over with 11 other subscribers once respectable, open hallway pungent of Baltic dishes, bangs kept women's head against wall, thereby disturbing neighbors, private chapels occupy, return landings, removal every other quarter day, case one of peculiar hopelessness, most respectable, night soil has to be removed through snoring household, eccentric naval officer not quite steady enjoys weekly church warden, and laugh while reading foreign pictorials on clump stump before door, known as the trap. Window rheumatic and chars, haunted, condemned, and execrated, of dubious respectability, tools over costly pledged our uninsured reformed philanthropist, whenever feasible takes advantage of unfortunates against dilapidating ash pits. Serious student is eating his last dinners, floored dangerously for unaccompanied old clergymen. Thoroughly respectable. Many uncut pious books and evidence. Nearest water tap, 200 yards run away. Foul and bottled gooseberry frequents on table. Man has not had boots off for 12 months. Infants being taught to hammer flat piano. Outwardly respectable. Sometimes hear from titled connection, 1 foot of dust between banister and cracked wall. Wife cleans stools, eminently respectable. Outwork and regular loafer should be operated. Would she consent? Deplorable rent and roof. Claret cellar cobweb since the pontificate of Leo wears drilled trousers and collects rare Buddhas. Underages, very treacly and verminous, had they been separated, sits up with fever cases for 1 and 3 pence. Owns 2 terraces, back-to-back breeze. Respectable in every way. Harmless imbecile, supposing weak-minded, a sausage every Sunday, has a staff of 8 servants. Outlook marred by ne'er-do-wells using the laneway. Lie-abed sons go out and sisters immediately after dark, has never seen the sea. Travels always with her 11 trunks of clothing, starving cat left in disgust. The pink of respectability resting after colonial service labors at plant. The despair of many benefactresses. Calories exclusively from round trees and dumplings. 1 bar of sunlight does them all January and half of February. The V-to-V's animal diet live in 4-storied, semi-detached but rarely paid tradesmen. When security for friend who absconded, shares same closet with 14 similar cottage in an ill-framed lodging house, more respectable than some. Tea-widow pension but held to purchase, inherited silk hat from father-in-law, head of domestic economy never mentioned. Query how they live. Reputed to procure, last 4 occupants carried out. Mental companionship with mates only, respectability unsuccessfully aimed at. Copious holes emitting mice, decoration from Uganda chief in locked ivory casket. Grandmother has advanced alcoholic amblyphobia. The terror of Goodman's Field, and respectable as respectable can respectably be. Though their horrible omission were the horrors I could have expected all, let them come. They are my villains. The chartularies have trelledged them. Wherefore I will and firmly command, as I willed and firmly commanded, upon my royal word, and cause the great seal now to be affixed, that from the further of their fathers, of their children's children they do inhabit, and hold it for me, unencumbered with their heirs, firmly and quietly, amply and honestly, with all their liberties and free customs, with the men of Tolbris, a city of Tolbris, heaven Tolbris, in the county of their city, and through my whole land. No. Hereto my vouchers, Nibe and Snuffbutch, fee for farm, in recus us rex.
Struggling forlongs I have libramentoed, mills on mills of mancipels. Lo, I have looked upon my pompadours and their esancies, and my drummers have tattled tall tales of me in the land. In Morgan attics lit I hope, in Cyril cellars looched I bleak mealers. On my siege of my mighty I was pasterful of my subject, but in street walks that are darkest I debellidum superb. I deemed the drug tails in my petticoats, and domstered dusty feet in my huskin close. At Guise they were swathed, at Fuchs slashed, the game for a Gomez, the loy for a Lynch. If I was magmonimos as stady lave giver, I revolutionized by my eructions. The high and by wayseeds I scattered them. In my graben fields sowage I gathered them. In Sheridan's circle my wits repose. In black pits of the pested L'Enfant he is dumbed. Hearts of oak, may ye root to peace. Rechabites abstain. Clay sheets pine-shrouded, wake not, walk not, silento morgue. Quo Waronto has his greats my Solivan and puissant lord, v. king, regards for me, and he has given to me my necknamish philisterate, which is second fiddler to Noman. These be my gentilician arms. At the crest, two young frish, etoiled, flappant, devoiled of their habiliments, vested sable with druers argent. For the boss a colipopter, pendant, partifice-wise, blazoned sinister at the slough proper. In the lower field a terce of lanciers, shaking unsheathed shafts, their arms crossed in saltire, embusked sinople. Motto in letters portent, Hiri cras evo hodi. Idle were it, repassing from Elsa ground to the elder disposition, to inquire whether I, dragged asunder, be the forced degeneration of group marriage, holo cryptogram of my ascens, or carried of cloud from land of locust in Utzel galley born, I, huddled till Simone be the mass product of teamwork, 3 surtouts ripped up in inch others, 2 twin pretticoxes lived as one, trouble and trine or dub Lilden too, for Abram nude be I, or roberoid with the Fenians, of Fijian of grafted ape on merfish, surrounded by obscurity, by my virtus of creation, and by boon of promise, by my natural-born freeman's journeyman right, and my other churches in her light, in so and such a manner as me it so besitteth, most surely I pretend and reclam to opt for some simultaneous. Till day bow break and shadows flee. Thus be heck. Verily, verily. Time, place. What is your num? Bun. Who gave you that num? Pooh. Have you put in all your spare pennies? I'm listening. Shri. Keep clear of propennies. 4. Mr. Televox, Mr. Torby Stim, and invisible friends. I may mean to say, annoying part of it was, had faithful Fulvia, following the weaning courses of this world, turned her back on her ways to gone on up hills upon search of louvers, brunette men of Ireland, Chief North Paw, and Chief Goes in Blackwater, and Chief Brownpool, and Chief Night Cloud by the Deeps, or again had Fluvia, amble which chief she was, left her chivalry crocus bed at the bare suggestions of some prowling bywayman from Moabit, who could have abused of her, the fox rogues, there might accrue advantage to ask where in pell-mell her deceivers sinned. Yet no, it was vastly otherwise, which I have heard it by Mummy Good's wife, as I chiefly and most heartily ever, for Fluvia, idle woman to the Plusney born, did ever did ensue tilstead things that pertained unto fairness. This warrum I am fawned on, that which was loosed. Even so, for I waged love on her and spoiled her undines, and she wept, oh my lors. Till we meet, ere we part, tollolol, this time 100 years. But I was firm with her. And I did take the reach of my delights, my jealousy, ye matched it, be yak make it, ear swathed, snout snooded, and did raft her fluming worthily, and did left lead her overland the pace from Lax Leap up to Lift Slope, tiding down as Port Reeve should, whimpering by Kevin's Creek and Hurdlesford and Gardiner's Mole, long Rivery Side Drive, Embankment Large to Ringsend Flot and Ferry, where she began to bump a little bit, my dart to throw, and there by Wave Brink on Stronda South with Maze to Mast High, Tallius Cow howling, quailless highjakes, did I upreased my magician as punt pole, the Trident sire to Triton stock, Ferula, and I bade those poly fizzy boisterous seas to retire with themselves from Os, Rookwards thou CC stem aurora, and I abridged with dumb fine Norsemanship till I had done abate her maiden race, my Bearsark bride, and knew her fleshly when all my body did I her worship, min bry alpswive, heaven be whole thundered, heydays he flung bliss for hers. And I cast my 10-span joys on her, arched, overtopped, from bank of coal to echo bank, by dint of strongbow, Galata. So strang were we were in one, male stream of she-gulf. And to wring stress I thumbed her with iron of Erin, and tradesmen marked her leaf-lang mind for all and singular. Ide, Igon, Morgans, and for Ervigeds, base your peak, you, strike your flag. What screech of shippings? What low of Danfbulls? From Liveland, Hox Zivius, from Letland, Skal Vives, with Empress of Asias and Queen Columbia for her paranymphs, and the singing sands for her bride's music, goose gaze anointed uns, canals canzoned, and me to she her shy blooms lifted, and I pudded a name and wedlock bolton round her the witch to carry till her grave my Durden dearly Appia, Lippia, Pluva, Belia, which I Herr Lifer Amstel had been. I changed her chaste mate to grip fuming snugglers, her trambarette I bestank so to spunish furiosos. I was her hawk-sized, her Clevanto, her Everest. She was my Annie, my Laurelad, my Pisaved. Who cut her ribbons when naught my prows? Who espoused that havenliness to beach allured anchorides when not I, Fripp Forter? In Trinity huts they met my dame, pick of their poke for me, when I foregather 'twas my sumbad. If I far seek itch my list, had I not work it in my cattegut with Dogson's crots to clean, and had I not gifted of my coat-aways Constantinople's aim, and fortift by my right as man of capital, I did ungirdle her about, my vermin-selly vinaigrette, with all loving kindness as far as in man's might it lay, and enfranchised her to liberties of fringes, and I gave until my lilang youngers turkey thighs, soft goods and hardware, catalogue pass 'em, and ladder-proof hosiery lines, see Stockinger's raiment, coquette coiffes, see Agnes's hats, and penningsworths of my best taste of nags of jets and silvered water roses and jaws of my pretty novelties, and wispy-waspy frocks of red ferns and laurelworths, transparencies such as whim, cattle, bear, and peltries piled, the peak of pims and slines and sparrows, lumens days, limonous luxuries, on looks, la primere, pira, pirine, or de Rhinabo, Sourire de Iver, and a crinoline wide a sheer, and patents for her trilobes that know she might the tortures of the boots and beads of wampum, with to toy and a mercery glaze of shard to mirror, for all daintiness by me in thee time. The Copenhagen hour, and I wound round my swanchen's neckplace a school of shells of moils marine to swing their sayings in her silence, and upping her at king's count, her aldrich cry, Olos unheading. What though exceeding bitter, I pierced her beak with order of the Dannebrog. Cunning's great, soul leave, with mares grease cressets at Leonard's and Dunphy's and Madonna Langthorns, before Quintacassus and Tullen Kindles, spearhead singeing, Knickenbookers and mutton lightburns dipping downs in black holes, the tapers of the topers and his bunting pole at hoist. For days there was no night, for night was for days, and our folk had rest from black heathen, and the pagans from the prince of Pacis. What was trembling sod quaked no more, what were frozen loins were stirred and lived, gone the septua, dark, deadly, dismal, doleful, desolate, dreadful, desperate, no more the 12 man's bloody, gloomy, hideous, fearful, furious, alarming, terrible, mournful, sorrowful, frightful, appalling. Peace, perfect peace. And I hung up at Yule my dwindling Eulunus, helped of kettle flash nose, for the soup whore of my frigid one, Columbia mea, Frimosa mea, in waste windy Tard Strait and Elgin's marble halls, lamping limp from black to block, through all of Livania's vaulted empire, from anodes to cathodes, and from the top zoelights of morn, Wickenlow flare by Arklow sapphire Seoman's lure, and Wexterford's hook and crook lights to the polders of high Kinsella. Haven't you seen my pearls a hummin', the crown to my estuarine munificence? 3/5 of the sea I swept with draftness, and all empties I bottled 'em up in Bellenport. When I stabbed Maroon, Jack, and Maturin, I was a bad boy's bogey, but it was when I went on to St. Pieter's Bark that they gave my devil his dues. What is Caesar can hack in the old world, a Sawyer may hew in the green. On the island of Bresel, the wilt of me perished, and I took my ploughshare sadly, feeling pity for me sword. Where bold O'Connie weds on Altamaha, the tawny sprawling beside that silver burn, I sate me and settled with the little creature of my hearth. Her intellects I charmed with, I call her utile thoughts, her turly hide I plumped with potatoes for Emian's peace in plenty, my bibulous beadels shewed her triumphs of crafty guild pageantries, loftus Adam doffed our counterclaw her, Con and Owl with core-top baskib, Sire Noe Guinness, exposant of her bargainess, and Lord Joe Starr, to hump the body of the camel. I screwed the emperor down with 9 pins Gaelic, with 6 halfpennies for his hanger-on. My worthies were bist and tryst from Joshua to Godfrey, but my processus prophetarium they would have plauded to perpetuation. Moral. Book to Monsieur. C. Press. He's not all bum and bully, but his members handily fool him. Steving's grain for his Greek collegium, the SS Padrix in the harbour.
And after all these things, I fed her, my Carlin, my Berline Leanster, upon spiceries for her garbage breath, italics of knobby lotch, and the rich morsels of my morlabone, and shanes of garlics, and swine's peeper, and gotherkrauts, and pinky dillisks, primes of mechalays, and subtleties in jellywork. Come the feast of St. Pancreas, and shortcake nutrients for Pass and Pingster's pudding, bready and nuttalled and potted flesh meats from store damp kuchen, and the drugs of Kaffa and Julepa, and shallots out of Ascalon, feeding her food convenient herefore, to pass them into earth. And to my saffron-breathing mongoloid, my skin-sig, I gave Boyeric's pulliver and Holiv's oils, unguents of cuticle, for the swarthy Serchel's face on her, with hand-doers and groin-scrubbers and a carry-cam to tease her tussie out, and brown but calmly, a mopsa's broom to doist her sate, and club moss and wolf's foot for her more moister wards. Amazing efficiencies. And my shop-soiling doubling, when weeks of kindly kinley civicized in our saloon's esquirial, with fine-glass bowbays, draped embrasures with gilt-edged librariums, I did devise my telltale sports at evenbread to wring her withers limberly. Wheat-eaters, slap-bang, draper cut by Dean, Bray, Knapp, Spinato, and Ranter-go-round. We had our lewd mayors, and we had our lairdy mayoress, kayotowing and smooling full-face on us, out of their famous lateness, oilclothed over cohabitation, all pointed by Hind. Tamlane the Cossack, Dirk Weddingston, Peter Stuyvesant, Outlawry O'Neill, Mr. Kearns, Mrs. Rice and Figgis, Mrs. Dattery, and Mrs. Pruniquetch. In him we trust, footwash and sext principles. Apply to overseer, Amos 5-6. She had dabbling time for exhibiting her grace of Alhambras and ducking the bloodinobes of her Vauxhalls, while I, dizzed and dazed by the lumpty-thumpty of our interloopings, fell cocksure off my ballast. In our Windsor Palace it vampered for Ellanders, We lubdued Sir Gud for sleep and ghosts. She chafed her fuseries in my wingan's jewels, while she scalded her memories on my snorison sagos. In Paycook's thronsail she domineered. Lecking ices off the dormer panes, all admired her in chemises. On Rideau Row Duana dwells, you murk well what you see. Let welleth were I panto creator, would theirs be tights for the gods. In little writ redding hats, and sindry yellows, and tinsel, and glitter, and bibs under hoods. I made nuisance of many well-pressed champadors, and peddled freely in the scrub. I foredream for thee, and more than foremate. I preve for thee in the haunts of the jolly bale of fray light leaves for sturdy traymen. Pelvis ad hombres sumus. I said to the shiftless prostitute, let me be your fodder. And to Rhodes and Pater brothers chow chamaraday, evangel of good tidings, omniant on the healer's word, for lost loathsome and wholesome ever will, who, in regimentation through liberal donation and coordination for exorganization of installation and augmentation, plus annexation and amplification without precipitation toward the culmination in lactification, what was formerly their utter privation, competence, cheerfulness, usefulness, and the mead shall, in their second atoms, all be made alive. My tow tug steered down Cannel Grind, my lighters lay alongside the regalia water, and I built in herbs and rue for mini escaladade, my shiny brows under astrolabe for my observatory, the aired closet with shony ejector wherewithin to be squat quit in most convenience from her Sabbath needs, when open noise should stilled be. Did not I fix the mortarboard, my universe Ceres, wholly rational and Gotta-like, sophister again, sore fister, life-sizers all? Was I not rosetted on 2 stellas of Little Egypt? Had not I rock-cut readers, heroes, Gregos, and Democritos? Tricastellated, bimetallized, and by my 7-dialed changing charties, Hibernska Ulitza made not to pass through 12 thread needles and Newgate and Vicus Veneris to Coinsite, my camel's walk. Colossa, no porta sublimer benared my gatties. Oi pulled, ye many, but my few were chosen. Voter, early voter, he was never off to for old Sarum. Terminals for my stadies were the Ginar, the Grisawia, the Deb Wifwick, the Mifgriwis, and I set up twin ministers, the pro and the con. My stave kick wore no norsely of peeled wands. And a touchy flood mud, now all loose brick and stone fist, freely masoned arced for Covenanters and Shinner's refugee, descent from above on us, Hagia Sophia or Australia, our orisons thy nave and abseeds, our aeon tone aeons thy stood vast vault, hams, circuitacy. Shemites retrace, horns, hush, no Barclays. Here round its holies. All Trontrolls made I cumpole, all rubble gnomes I pushed gow. Castles, Redmond, Gandon, Dean, Shepherd, Smythe, Neville, Heaton, Stony, Foley, Faro, and Bost with Thorncroft and Hogan too. Spread serve me. Goblins guard. Trek my Tilleries. O tribes, O Gens! Keep my keep, the peace of my 4 great ways. O thighs infernals to Booth's salvation, arcane celestials to Sweetenberg's well hell. My 7 winds I trailed to Mazer, and ever a wind half saving close, and all these closes flagged with gust. Hoops for her, hats off for him, and ruffles through Niblo's guarding. And that was why Balbulus was raising his wall and elting the Suzannes of his neighbors. And thirdly, for Ewigs, I did reform and restore for my smuggy pagan sknees, my sweet cock-looped, my auburn coquailing one, her patty palace on my cross-knoll with Magso bell, Sixton clash clossant, Duminos and Mezzonites, to command the fitful, doom-a-dim-dim, and the oracle of the lauds and the tell-forth glory. And added thereunto a shallow labor to slub over her hellfire and posy windles for her oriel house. Gospelly, pew milieu, Christus pew milieu, Zachbut's bowboozended, all goals Tara ruled, and she sass her knack, chili bomb, and 40 bonnets upon the Ulster stain. May all have mosty honours. Hoke, 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 hoke. And whole hail, sniff ale, drear drizzle or sleet showers of blessing where it froze and Challex eller swum on the vestry. With fair-skin book and ruling rod, vein of my virgin page, her Chester ever did I learn my little Anne a country mouse and alphabets here, camel temper. From Aldebrick to Tannayou, with Myra Ratton at her dundrum. Oya, oyer, oyer, oyer. And I did spread before my Livy, where Lord Street lolls and ladies linger, and Chamomile Pass cut Primrose Rise, and Coney Bends bounds Mulberry's Island, but never a bild had bledded and blooded since long agore when the whole bloody acre was bladely well presovered. My selvage mats and Letchworch lawn, my carpet gardens of Gurdon City, with Chopes Pyramidus and Musalimes and Beacom fires and Colossests and pencillers turrises for the boost pleaches of the Semiramis, and the esplanadas and the statuesques and the templiogs, the Pardonel of Maynooth, Fra, Teobaldo, Nielsen, Rare Admirable, Jean de Portaloo, Canal Gretaclock, Guglielmus, Collis, and the Eilic Edilis, Passivacant, Glorietas, in Excelsiord. For Erc's days and fully days, till the complete animus of Calandrius, Gregorius, and Gillips, Julians, as such to be pleased of theirs to walk. And I planted for my own hot lisping lass a quick-set vineyard, and I fenced it about with a huge Chesterfield elms and Kentish hops and rigs of barlow and bowery nooks, and green-washed villas, and pampas animals, and N.I., necessitates a glacius and ponds for aqueducts, a Hawthorne, a fiery Glen, a hollow Val, the Dirach, the Fimark's How against Licky Bud Month, and Gleaner Month, with a magazine wall, rim, 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 for a queen's garden of her phoenix, and hush, hush, I brewed for my alpine pluribel, wig-warming wench, speak easy. My Granville brand old Dublin live up, the free, the froth, the frothy fresher, puss, puss, pussyfoot, to split the spleen of her maw. And I laid down before the trotters of my Ablanate, my stony battered wagon ways, my Nordsome circulums, my East Moorland and my Westmore, running ballards and suddenly parading Hearsmen, Opslow, nuptialers, get sorting, whereon, in Mantram of Truman, like yeomen, expect till duct, Conca doctor summoning him all farts to pay. Velkommen in Hinkenhung of the Vone of the Hosse. Clonsdale's Rythe Abbenstreeds, Romer's Reichs Rickenshaw with Hinspain's King's Trumpeteers, Mad-ridden Mustangs, Buckaroo Steve's Broncos, Postershades and Turnataxis, and tall Tilburys and noddies, others giggling gaily, some sedated in sedans, my pre-coping gents, a roger, my dampened cells soft-saddled, covertly, and lawdy-daw a perch behind. The mule and the hinny, and the jennet and the mustard, nag and piebald shelties, and skewbald ockneys, step it lively. Lift ye the left and rank ye the right for her pleasure. And she laughed in her diddy-did domino to the switcheries of whip. Down with them. Kick. Play up. Ma-ta-ha-ha-ha. Mara-ha-ha. Lo-ha-ha-ha. Jonah-ha-ha-ha.
What was thus? Fog was was. Tumult sleep. Let sleepth. But really now whenabouts? Expatiate then how much times we live in, yes? So nat by night, by naught by naked, in those good old lousy days gone by, the days, shall we say, of whom shall we say, While kinderwardens minded their twins' bed, there now they stood, thy sycamores, all four of them, in their quartan agues, the Majorque, the Minorque, the Everso, and the Fermentarian, with their Ballyhuric blow reaper, titrenicked by tetranoxed, at their pussy corners, at that old-time paleoglass, playing Coopers fearsome, with Gus Walker, the cuddy, and his poor old dying Boosie cough, Esker, Newksel, Saggard, Crumlin, Delmy, Donk, the way to Wumblin. Follow me, beeline, and you're bumbling, Esker, Newksel, Saggard, Crumlin, and listening. So gladdied up when nice child Kevin Mary, who was going to be a commandeering chief of the Choir Boys Brigade the moment he grew up under all the auspices. Irish smiled in his milky way of cream dwibble, and onage tustard and dest cabbaged, frighted out when a bad brat Jerry Godolphin, who was hurrying to be Cardinal Scullion and a night refuge as bald as he was cured enough under all the hospitals, Furrenfrau down his wrinkly waste of methylated spirits, ick and melancholy lease, ick and pulverized rhubarb barorum icky. Night by silent sailing night, with infantella Isobel, who will be blushing all day to be, when she growed up one Sunday, St. Holy and St. Ivory, when she took the veil, the beautiful presentation nun, so barely 20, in her pure coif, Sister Isabel, and next Sunday, Misselmass, when she looked a peach, the beautiful Samaritan, still as beautiful and still in her teens, Nurse Saintette Isabel, with stiff starched cuffs, but on holiday, Christmas, Easter mornings, when she wore a wreath, the wonderful widow of 18 Springs, Madame Isa Verve La Belle, so sad but luxem in her boy blues long black, with orange blossoming weeper's veil. For she was the only girl they loved, as she is the queenly pearl you prize, because of the way the night that first we met she is bound to be, methinks, and not in vain, the darling of my heart, sleeping in her April cot, within her singer-chamber, with her green-gage-flavoured candy whistle duetted to the crazy quilt. Isabel, she is so pretty, truth to tell, wildwood's eyes and primrose hair, quietly, all the woods so wild, in mauves of moss and daphne dews, how all so still she lay, neath of the white thorn, child of tree, like some lost happy leaf, like blowing flower stilled, as fain would she anon, for soon again 'twill be, win me, woo me, wed me, ah, weary me. Deeply, now even calm, lay sleeping.
Knelth upon knocked, while in his tumbrel Walkman have a look, see queer scenes from yon sides of the choppy, punked by his coarser blog, went long the grass gross bump in strass that hinders the pubble to pass, stowing his bottle in a hole, for at wet his waskel to stretch e crooksman, sequestering for lovers lost. Propertied offices, the leave things from all purgers night, og, niece, ogas, nasty, kickers, brillers, nappers, and bands, hands, boon, and strumpers, sminky sticks, and edic flaskers. One fine night, and the next fine night, and last fine night, while Cotharine the slop, in her native's chamber cushy, with dreamings of simmering my veal astore, was basking to her pill asleep, how she thought a knog came to the down stairs dower at that hour to pierce the yare, and down she went, scricked be scracked, to see was it Schweep's minnegrowls or shoehorn the post, with a tilly cramp for himself and co, esquire, or them 4 horsemen on their apolcaloops, Norries, Soothbys, Yates, and Welks, and glory bit of the Saints in Hevel. There was a crick up the Sturkis, and when she ruz the cankle to see, Gallow Harry down and she went on her knees to bless herself, that were nogging together like milk juggles, as if it was the rake of the Hap Sparoose, or old Kong Gander O'Toole of the mountains, or his goo-goo goose she seein' sliving off over the sawdust lobby out of the back room. Wan Tur, that was everyone's in Turrens, in his honeymoon trim, holding up his fingerhauls with the clukie in his fistball, talker of Davies, talker of Ivile, for her to whilst you sow belly, and the whites of his pious eyebulbs, swearing her to silence and court. Each and every judicial sessions night, when as goodmen 12 and true at fox and geese in their numbered habitations, tired old wireless overboard in their jurum members, whereas by referendum they found him guilty of their and those imputations of fornicopulation with two of his albocrural correlations, on whom he was said to have enjoyed by anticipation, when schooling them in Ammon, mid grass she sat, when man was amazingly frank, for their first conjugation, whose colours at standing up from the above were of a pretty carnation, but if really 'twere not so, of some Daratane denudation with intent to excitation, caused by his retrogradation among firearmed forces to proper to this nation, but apart from all titillation, which, he said, was under heat, pressure, and a good mitigation, without which in any case he insists upon being worthy of continued alimentation. For him having displayed, he says, such grand toleration, retrobate, so noted and all as he was, with his wash leather Swedes and his smoking stump, for denying transubstantiation, nevertheless, in respect of his high-powered station, whereof more especially as probably he was meantime suffering genteel tortures from the best medical attestation, as he oftentimes did, having only strength enough by way of festination to implore, or I believe you might have said better, to complore with complete obsecration on everybody connected with him the curse of coagulation. For he tells me outside Salmon's in King Street, after 2 or 3 hours of close confabulation, by this pewter pint of Gilby's goat's whey, which is his prime consolation, albeit involving upon the same no uncertain amount of esophagus regurgitation, he being personally unpreoccupied to the extent of a flea's gizzard anent eructation. If he was still extremely offensive to a score and 4 nostrils dilation, still he was likewise, on the other side of him, for some Neppin's eyes a delectation, as he asserts without the least alienation, so praise of his fault you would make obliteration, but for our friend behind the bars. Though, like Adam find later, a man of estimation, summing him up to be done, be what will of excess his exaltation, still we think with Sully there can be no right extenuation for contravention of common and statute legislation, for which the fit remedy resides. For Mr. Sully, in corporal amputation, so 3 months for Gov's Jeroboam, the froth-whiskered pest of the park, as per Act 1, Section 2, Schedule 3, Clause 4 of the 5th of King Jark, this sentence to be carried out tomorrow morn by Nolan's Bolins at 6 o'clock shark, and may the yeast wind and the hoppin' hail malt mercy on his 7 honey meads and his hurly-burly growth. Amen, says the clerk. Niece by nice, by neat, by natty, whilst amongst reveries happy gardens 9 with 20 slippery earnings, darters all, had such a ripping time with gleeful cries of what is nice topping Sean made for, and weeping like fun, him to be gone, for they were never happier, hoo, than when they were miserable, ha. In their bed of trial, on the bolster of hardship, by the glimmer of memory, under coverlets of cowardice, Albatross Nyanzer with Victa Nyanza, his mace of might mortified, her beautiful hung up on a nail, he, Mister of our fathers, she, our moderine rue, they I by the haughty poker and blazer, they are, as sure as Dinny drops into the dike, a cry off.
Where are we at all? and went about in the name of space. I don't understand, I failed to say. I dear see you too. House of the Cinderbomb of Mead, Garth of Fion, scene and property plot, stage manager's prompt, interior of dwelling, on outskirts of city, Grove 2, chamber scene, boxed, ordinary bedroom set, salmon papered walls, back, empty Irish grate, Adam's mantle, with wilting implement fan, soot and tinsel condemned. North, wall with window particulable, Argentine encasement, vamp, pelmet above, no curtains, blind drawn. South, party wall, bed for two with strawberry bedspread, wicker worker, club Cecil with cannon seated Milkian stool, Bookshire without, face towel upon, chair for one, woman's garments on chair, man's trouser with cross belt bracers, collar on bed knob, man's corduroy surcoat with tabrets and taces, sea pan, narke buttons on nail, women's gown on ditto, over mantelpiece picture of Michael, Lance, slaying Satan, dragon with smoke, small table near bed, front, bed with bedding, spare, flag patch quilt, Yever down design, limes, lighted lamp with without globe, scarf, gazette, tumbler, uh, quantity of water, jewel pot, ticker, side props, eventuals, man's gummy article, pink, a time, act, dumb show, close up, leads, man with nightcap in bed, 4, woman with curl pins, hind, discovered, side point of view, first position of harmony, say, eh, ha, check action, mat, male partly masking female, man looking round, beastly expression, fishy eyes, paralipped homoplats, Gazometron pondus, exhibits rage, business, ruddy blonde, Armenian bowl, black patch, beer wig, gross build, Episcopalian, any age, woman, sitting, looks at ceiling, haggish expression, peaky nose, trecate mouth, firthy weight, exhibits fear, Welsh rabbit tint, Nubian shine, nasal foreset, turfy tuft, undersized, free kirk, no age, close up, play, cowboy, cry off, tabler, her move, footage, by the sinewy forequarters of the mare Pocahontas, and by the white shoulders of Fenelon, you should have seen how that smart, sallow lass just hopped on Nanny's gambit out of bunk like old mother Mesopotamic. And in 864, she was off, door, night lamp with her, Billy's large limbs prodgering after the queen's lead, promiscuous, promiscuous bound to Famalil La Diva. Huff, his move, blackout, circus, corridor.
Shifting scene. Walls flats, sink and fly. Spotlight working wall cloths. Spill playing rake and bridges. Room to sink, stairs to sink behind room. 2 pieces. Hang after cue. Replay. The old Humberg looks a thing incomplete, so it is so. On its dead, but it will pawn up a fine head of porter when it is finished. In the quick time, the castle Arkwright put in a checkered staircase, certainly. It has only one square step to be steady, not yet, not with stumbling, as they stalemating backgammoners upstairs by skips and trestles tilt-top double corner. Whist, guile, and game. What scenic artist! It is ideal resident for realtor. By hymns in gang, tilt, tunk, tinct, a tunning bell that Lyman mister that boggy god be air-waked. Ling, 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 be there Maggies in all. Chump, do your effort. Shop, please shop. Shop, ado, please. Oh, ado, please shop. How ominous his house haunted? Yeses, indeed it be. No gen of imperial measure is begraved beneath her. Here are his naggins poured, his Aladdin lamps, around the bloombeard booty with the best. For them whom he have fordone, make we newly thankful. Tell me something. The porters, so to speak, after their shadow stealers and the newsbaggers, are very nice people, are they not? Very, all four like telt. And on this wise, Mr. Porter, Bartholomew, heavy man, astern, mackerel shirt, Hayamat peruke, is an excellent forefather, and Mrs. Porter, leading lady, a poop ahead, Gaffney saffron nightdress, is hoppy chapelure, is a most kind-hearted messmother. A so united family pateramater is not more existing on people or off of it. As Keymaster fits the lock, weds, so this bally builder onto this streamlined secret. They care for nothing except everything that is all porterous. Porto d'Abruzzo! Isn't that terribly nice of them? You can ken that they come of a rarely old family by their costumance, and one must to give that one supped of it in all tone arts from awe to zest. I think I begin to divine so much. Only snackst me truesome. I stone us, I'm Hable. To reachie a skiadoo. Still hoira till venstra. Here are 2 rooms on the upstairs, at fork flank and at knife canter. Whom in the wood are they for? Why, for little porter babes to be saved. The coeds, Boytom, Thwackers, and Timby Teaser. Here is one thing you owed to know. Here, this one, once upon a while, was the other, but this is the other one nowadays. Ah, so, the Corsicos. They are numerable. Guess them. Major Bed, Minor Bickhive, Hazelobuth, Sovas. Who sleeps in now number 1, for example? A pussy, per example. Cunina, Statulina, and a Julia, but how sweet of her. Has your pussy a pest name? Yes, indeed. You will hear it passum in all the noveletta, and she is named Buttercup. Her bare name will tell it, a monitress. How very sweet of her, and what an excessively love-charming missy name for forsake, now that I come to drink of it filtered, a grace cup filled of bitterness. She is Dadad's Lottiest daughter pearl, and Bruder's Sissiest auntie bride. Her shell-back thimble casket mirror can only show her dearest friendine. To speak well her grace, it would ask of Grecian language, of her goodness, that legend golden. Biriana Saint-Duar, Laureus with Lilius Flocaflake Arosus. Here's New Year's spray, the posquiv floor, a winterborn and heliotrope. There Miriam sweet and amaranth and marigold to crown. Add lightest not unto Tippiton. O Charis, O charisma, a more intriguant bambolina could one not colour up out of Baruch's enamorin. Would one but to do apart a lilybit her virginelles, and so to breath, so there between, behold, she had instant with her handmaid as to graps the myth in mid the air. Mother of moth, I will to show her word in flesh. Approach not for the ghost's sake, it is dormition. She may think what though little doth she realise, as morning fresheth, it hath happened her, you know what, as they two what do dare not utter. Silvu plush, if scolded she draws a face. Petticoats asleep, but in the gentlest of her thoughts, Apu is a nurse-pin. To be presented Babs for Bimbushi, of courts and with entices. Up, girls, and at him. Alone? Alone what? I mean, our strife stirrer. Does she do flirty winkies with herself? Pussy is never alone, as records her chambret, for she can always look at Biddles and talk pet names with her play filly when she is sitting downy on the plosh mat. Oh, she talks, does she? Marry, how? Rose-petalled it sounds. Ah, Biddles es ma plick-plack. Ah, plick-plack wed ma Biddles. A nice Jezebel baritonette she will gift, but I much prefer her misnomer in maidenly golden lass-like gladsome wenchful flowery girlish beauty capes. So do I much. Dolce delicatissima. Doth Dolly weeps she is Hastings. Will Dally bump Setty, it is tub time. Al ailey fest, she who pities very pebbles, dare we not wish on her our thrice onks? A lovely fear, that she seven-tip-toe her chrisming, that she spin blue to scarlad till her temples veil, that the mount of Huam it open her to shelter her. She will blow ever so much more promisefuller, bleamy, than all the other common merrygales that romp around Bridget School. Charming Carrie Wombers, or saucy Susie Morsepan, of Merry Anna Patchbox, or silly Polly Flinders. Platch! Plick-a-plack!
And since we are talking amnesty of Bruxaloop crazily days who doze in a sleep room number 2 biz, the two birds, holy policeman, oh, I see! Of what age are your birdies? They are to come of twinning age so soon as they may be born to be elderling like those olders while they are living under chairs. They are, and they seem to be so tightly detached as two maggots to touch other. I think I notice. Do I not? You do. Our bright bull babe Frank Kevin is on heart sleeve side. Do not you waken him. Our far head bowed, he is happy to sleep, limb of the Lord, with his lifted in blessing, his buckle iosa, like the blessed angel he looks so like, and his mow is semiope, as though he were blowdelling on a bugle. Whene'er I see those smiles and eyes, 'tis Father Quinn again. Very shortly he will smell sweetly when he will hear a weird to wean. By gorgeous, that boy will blare some night when he will take his Dane's pledges and quit our Ingletears, spite of undesirable parents, to wend him to Amorica to quest a cashy job. That keen Dean with his veen nonchalance, oh, I adore the profane music. Dollar mighty, he is too adorable, really unique. I guess to have seen some kid like him in the storybook. Guess I met somewhere some lamb to whom he will be becoming liker. But hush, how unpardonable of me. I beg for your venials, sincerely I do. Hush. The other, twined on cod liver side, has been crying in his sleep, making sharp shape his incisors on some first choice sweets fished out of the muck. A stake in our mead! What a teething wretch! How his book of craven images! Here are posthumous tears on his intimel, and he has pippitishly bespilled himself from his founding's pen, as ill spent from inking lorn. He is gem, job, joy, pip, poo, pat, jot for a sobrat, Jerry Jehu. You will know him by name in the capers, but you cannot see whose heel he sheepfolds in his wrought hand, because I have not told it to you. O fetal sheep, ah, fatal slip, the one loved, the other left, the bride of pride least to the stranger, he will be quite within the pale when his lord Biron brow he vows him so tosset to be of the Sir Blake tribes bleak, while through life's unblessed he roads backs of Banars. Are you not somewhat vulgar with your bowels? Whatever do you mean with bleak? With pale Blake I write tinting face. Oh, you do? And with steel white and blackmail I ha signed for my sweet and anemone's letter with a gold of my bridest hair bettied? Donatus his mark, address as follows. So you did. From the cat and cage. Oh, I see and see. In the ink of his sweat he will find it yet, what gypsy Devereux vowed to Lillian, and why the elm and how the stone. You never may know in the to write all perhaps that you would not believe that you ever even saw to be about to. Perhaps. But they are two very blitzky little porterines after their bed scrums, jerk off, and eats up. As for my part opinion, indeed, they would be born so, co-starred Puck and Prig, the merry boy at Donnybrook Fair, the Godolphin lad in the Hoy's court. How frilled one shall be as at tale told of Formigo and Cigalette. What folly, innocence! There's wet pep of puppyhood. Both barm hearts shall become yeast cake by their break fast. I will to leave my copperwise blessing between the pair of them for Rosengorge, for Greenafang, Bleck and Tinsoldies, wheels in a sniff-box, Psalms fold, all's parted. Weeping shouldst not thou be when man falls, but the divine scheming ever adoring be. So you be either man or mouse, and you be neither fish nor flesh. Take and take. Velicate Nike. Be ones as Wes forgives now the hour of passings, sembles quick with quelled. Adieu, soft adieu, for these nice presents, Carrie Jevin, still to sorrow.
Jiminy, what is the view which now takes up a second position of discordance? Tell it, please. Mark, you notice it. You notice it in that way because the male entail particularly eclipses the feminine covet. It is so called for its discord and Mesidu. Do you ever do you ever heard the story of Helios Corius, that white and gold elephant in our zoo park? You you astonish me by it. It is not that we are commanding from full back woman permitting a profusely fine bird's eye view of behind this park. Finn, his park has been much the admiration of all the stranger ones, Gurkish and Romanos, who arrive to hear. The straight road down the center, see relief map, bisects the park, which is said to be the largest of his kind in the world. On the right prominence confronts you the handsome Vine Regent's Lodge, while, turning to the other supreme piece of cheeks exactly opposite, you're confounded by the equally handsome Chief Sanctuary's residence. Around is a little amiably toughed, and man is cheered when he bewounds through the boscage how the nature and all Frisco is enlivened by gentlemen's seats. Here are heavy suppers. 'Tis for daddy's housings, for hundred heirs of our super thin thousand. By gum, but you have resin of these tall worts are yielded out juices for joint toils and pap passes for pinims. Listeneth, 'tis a tree story. How Olev that Pharaoh was a planted in her live side. How Tannenboom held Tannenbloom. How rude and Norlandis, the black and blue marks athwart the weld, which now barely is so stripped, indicate the presence of Sylvius Beltings. Therewithal, shady rides lend themselves out to rustic calvaries. In yonder valley, too, stays mountain sprite. How pretty deers are to be caught inside, but it is a bad pities of the plain. A scarlet pimpernel now moles the mound where anciently first murders were wanted to take root. By feud Forngehallen, talking tree, and singing stone stay on either hand. Historically, leaves droppings may also be garnered up with Sir Seamus Swiftpatrick, Archfield Chaplain of St. Lucian's. How familiar it is to see all these interesting evenements with no snaked eyes. Is all? Yet not. Here's one. At the boredom fundus of his royal park, which, with Tevigat Cheyenne Gardening is open to the public till night at late. So well the sister tides, so will the pedestrians. Do not fail to point to yourself a depression called Hull Hollow. It is often quite gutter glooming, and our duel and gives Weckior's thoughts to be heard, but the banders of the Petropolian Pol Polites for chorus, bassoons into it on windy woodness days, into boomings wolvertones. Olvus, Olvus, where Volk Dorst to it began to tremble by our moving pictures at this moment when I am to place my hand on our true friend shapes upon thee knee to mark well what I say? Through Shayest who? In Amsterdam there lived a but how? You are trembloting, you wretched like you wretchard like a very jelly. Niet? Will you Geneseer? Gaja bottle of Staub. To feel you? Yes, how it trembled. the timid. Vortigern, Gortigern, Overlord of America, or doth brain skin Flitchgriff, stemming. What boys a hessness, soul shadow shows. 'Tis just gibber week's joke. It must have soul. Oh, Kevis silence both. Put Shama Ryu. I have heard her voice somewheres else before me in these ears still that now are for mine.
Led up, slew muses, thunder in the ire. You a dream end, dear? The paw drag? The fourth rig? Shoo! Here are no fanfares in the room at all, ever keen. No bad bold father and dear one. Oh, pop capello, muy malinchili malchick. Goth gorod, father go down, fell away to Mallow, the lucky load to Loveland, for make his thorough brass gross man's bigness. Take that two-piece big slaps bowl, little haunty bottom side, papa. Lini dormes? Malbone dormes. Kia li curious nicte? Parolus invadese. It's only all in your imagination, Dim. Poor little brittle magic nation, dim of mind. Shew to me now, dear, shew of me, while every stream winds sailing on for to keep this barrel of bounty rolling in the night mail afar from morning nears. When you're coaching through Leucolicid on the sulphur spar to visit, it's safer to hit than miss it, stop it as in. The hammers are telling the cobbles, the picks are hacking the Saxons. It's snugger to borrow a bed than ballet on Broadway. Tuck in your blank, for it's a race-pound race the hosties rear, all roads to ruin and layers by lifetimes laid down riches from poormen. Cried unions to chip, saltpeter to strew, gold pitch to drink, stone bread to break, but it's bully to gulp good blueberry pudding. Doze in your warmth, while the elves in the moonbeams feeling why will keep my lily gem gently gleaming. In the sleeping chambers, the court to go into half mourning, the four seneschals with their palfrey to be there now, all balloming in their cellabouts and sharping up their pennicles, the both Ivor Sokerson at hold up tent sticker, the swab sister Katya to have done talking and to keep shakening down her drogadars. Those 12 chief barons to stand by dua dismally with their folded arms and put down all excursions and false alarms, and after that to go back now to their Runnymede farms and recompile their magnum charterums with the width of the road between them and all harems. The maid brides all in favours gay to strew sleety cinders on their falling hair, and for would-be joy-bills to wring sadly ringless hands. The dame dowager to stay kneeled how she is, at first Merthera with cord in coil. The two princes of the Tower Royal, Dauphin and Devlin, to lie how they are without to see. The dame dowager's duffragent to present weapon, blade drawn to the full and about wheel without to be seen of them. The infant Isabella from her coin to do obeisance towards the duffragent, as first featherer with drawn brand. Then the court to come in to full mourning. Herein see ye fail not.
Vidu porcego, illivi regardas, returnu porcego, maledictato. Gauze off heaven, vision then, oh, plucksty sudly, the sight entrancing, hummels that crag, those hullocks, O sire, so be accident occur, is not going to commence. What have you therefore? Fear you the donkers of roovers? I fear lest we have lost ours, not grant it, respecting these wildy parts. How is hit finister? How shagsome all and beastful? What do you show on? I show because I must see before my misfortune, so a stark pointing pole. Lord of ladders, what for longitude? Can you read the versed legend hereon? I am Hather of the Mist. A reed to the Dunleary obelisk via the rock, Vat miles knocks furlongs, to the General's Post Office house sands of patience, to the Wellington Memorial half a league wrongwards, to Sarah's Bridge, good hunter and 9 to meet her. To the point, 1 yeoman's yard. He, all that do you leer a setting up, with a such unfettered belly, to cascades, I leer, oh my big, oh my bog, oh my bagbone, because I must see a bunting cap of so a pinky on the point. It is for a true glover's greetings, and many burgesses by us greats and grosses uses to pink it in this way a tete, for long has it been effigy of standard royal when broken on roof staff, which to the gunnings shall cast welcome from Court Millet's fortress, umpty-dum, dumpty-dum. Bemark you these hangovers, those streamer fields, his influx. Do you not have heard that the queen, lying abroad from fury of the gales, meek name mock titles her nanetta, her liege of 18th dignesties shall come on their bay tomorrow, Michaelmas, Mellums the 3rd and 4th of the clock, there to all the king's Aussies and all their king's men, next tramplers and cavalcaders, led of Harold Greycloak, Olaf Goldarskild, dog, her lofts will be loosed for her and their tumblers brood cast. A progress shall be made in walk, nay, I trow it well, by Uge and Uge. He shall come, sidesman accostant, by Arian Jubilarian, and on Brigadier General Nolan Orr and Buccaneer Admiral Brown, with, who can doubt it, his golden beagles and his white Elcox terriers, for a hunting on our little ago ill-come faxes. In blue and buff of Beaufort the hunt shall make. It is Pablesse Noblige. Will grin through colours when each rider's others ass. Me eccles, what cat's killings over all, what popping out of guillotined widows. Quick time, beware of waiting. Squintina plies favours on us from her rush frail, and Zosimus the Crowder in his surcoat sues us with southwister. Apart we, here are gantlets. I believe by plentyfolks mixy most. Yet if I durst to express the hope how I might be able to present all these peoplers entrammelled and detrained on bikey-gels and troy-calax and those puny farting little solitires, Tallacre, Polo North will be Seam Cibernian, and Pline Peluta will be Howl, ni yerking at Lons Castrum, ni gimbling on Guelflinks. Mouser Misma shall cease to stretch her and come aboard for what the Blinkens is to be seen. A ruber, a rancher, a full vide, a veridust as credulous behind as he was before behind a damson of a slow cooch. Mv. The animation of Evabuses, the liveliness of her laughings, such a plurality of bells have peasants, pray you. Place to dames, even the Lady Victoria Landowner will leave to lull and parasol, all giddied into gush gasps, with her dikey standing. Brightus and Gothius shall no more joustle for that son a place, but mark one atonement when, with sea so silent, Claudia Idual kiss, good and dued up, shall let fall yes, no, yet, now, a rain. Mucius grapsius. It is how sweet from her the wispful, and they are soon seen swapsib, so a sautril as a mise. It's ist not the tear on this movement sped, tick suspense, palm, hool, pole the bull, fool pay the bill, becups a can full, peal pull the bell, still sayem of ceremonies much, much more. So please your, it stands in instopressible how Mainherr Mayor, our Burgomeister, Don Staunch Thorsman, our Nancy's Fancy, our own Nanny's Big Billy, his hod hoisted in best bib and tucker, with Woolington booties over buckram babishkes, and his clouded cane and neck noose oriole, surrounded of his full cooperation with fixed baronets, and Meng our pueblos, restrained by a chain of hands from Pinchgut, Hog Hill, Dark Lane, Gibbet mead and bow and lads and bumblee shall receive Dom King at Broadstone Barrow, meet a keys of good morrow on to his Pompey cushion.
Me, ample duty to your graces, majors. Arise, Sir Pomkey Domkey, ear, weak ear, and allness eversides. We but miss the horse elder yet, churchant off the wise Gravleek and Caberchin garden. That his be foison old combine haben. 'Twill be tropic of all days, by the splendour of soul, perfect weathering prevailing. This after, Swift's might mace deposing, he shall air dress to his serenmost by the speech reading from his miniated vellum. Aleph, Byron, Gammon, Deltar, etc., Zizera, Ekal, Iacla, Trecla, Yogata, Coptor, Lomdom, no. Whom meanwhile that illuminataried one, Papoy of Pepin Rain, my sire, great big king, his scaffold is there set up as to edify by Rex Ingram, pageant master, will be poking out with his cannula into the hours of with what brilliant bright clothes, and joking up with his tongue sprits to the crimsoning Balkan ladies. Here's a help undo their modest stays with a full bellow. May the funny feel belong. Odds bones, that may it. Carol Caroloners will ring their Gluckspiels. Rung, 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 rung. S. Presbut in the north, S. Mark Underloop, S. Lorenz by the toll chest, S. Nicholas Meyer. You shall hark the Anon S. Gardner, S. George L. Greek, Le Greek, S. Barclay Moderid, S. Fib, Iona in the fields with Paul the Apostle, and Adulterand, S. Jude at gate, Bruno Ferris, S. Wesleyan on the row, S. Molyneux without, S. Mary still marries, with bride and a Duus behind Warbolg. How chimney in effort, Allen tingling pelabels. So a many of churches one cannot pray owns prayers. 'Tis Holly's year day. June, July, we may. Agathia of and Tranquilla shall demur unclaused, but Marlborough the less. Great Christ and Holy Protector shall have open vigilances. Beta Basilica, but will be not pontification? Doc again. Primatelli at Wateredge, Cantabara, and New York may supplicate when, by vespers, for town and travelled, his gold white sway stick aloft ye lifted, umbrella parasol, Monsieur of Dablon shall impart to all. Benedictus Benedict, to board, and meal sight. Unjoint him this bittern, first me this chicken, display yon crane, thigh her pigeon, unlace alle rabbit and pheasant. Sing, old Philin cool, he's a mellow old soul when he swills with his fuddles free. Papap awry, for we're in all jolly game, fell hellos which non-bottle can deny. Here be trouts copond for ye, and salmons chined, and sturgeons tranched, saunched capons, lobsters barbed. Call Holton eat words. Mum me mo mummers. What? No Ithalians? How? Not all palmals? Accordingly, play actors by us ever have crashed to their gate. Mr. Mesop and Mr. Bori will produce of themselves as their two gentile men of Verono, uh, Senior Nalno and Senior Borolano. Finally, all for love of a fair pennant that, as she be Borotan Rhoda's a rose she. There, two big skins. How they strave to get her. Such a boy play. Their Bociculture. What tyrannut power! By our phase. My name is Novel and the Granby in Hills. Bravoso, thou traitor slave. My name's Apanoval, and o'er the grand beyond mountains. Bravio most. The royal Noisic their show shall shut with songs slide to nature's solemn silence. Deep Dolce Dolond. Might gentle harp adurgi? It will give pike turns to the tumble limplads and foran dances and cross huddles and doll manovers and vice vicious pyrolithics, a snow of dawn flakes, a dark fall for graces, mammistry, and our fancy ladies, all assombred. Some whole time in hot town tonight. You do not have heard? It stays in book of that which is. I have heard anyone till it yesterday, Master Courier with breasted wust how one should come on morrow here, but it is never here that one today. Well, but remind to think, you were yesterdays, ye's Morgan's war, and that it is always tomorrow, and thought's place. Amen.
True. Vouchsafe me more sound picture. It gives furiously to think. Is rich Mr. Paunter, a squire, not always in his such strong health? I thank you for the best. He is in taken deal exceedingly Herculeneous. One sees how he is lots stoutlier than of formerly. One would say him to hold whole a littering chur of kidlings under his abraham. Has handsome Sir Paunter always been so long married? Oh yes, Lord Paunter Familius has been marrying man ever since so long in Hurtleford, so long time in Hurtleford, where he appear as our oily the active. And yes, indeed, he has his Mike son and his two fine Mac sons, and a superfine Mick want they Mac between them. She, but on what do you again leer? I am not leering, I pink you pardons. I am highly serious. Do you not must want to go somewhere on the present? Yes, oh pity, at earliest moment, that prickly heat feeling. For think not me spill, it's always so dewy. Here we shall do a far walk, oh pity, any go, cabits, till the number one of Sary's place. Is. I want you to admire her sceneries illustrationing our national first route. One. We shall two down look on that ford where Sylvanus Sanctus wash, but hurdly those tips of his anointeds. Do not show ever retro see him crocodiled till that you become quite crimstone in the face. Beware, guard a few. It is stealer of the heart. I am anxious in regard you should ever throw in your sillisalt. I will dewy sui tef newt. Those brilling wavely blights. Please say me how sing you them. Seek him, sec him. They arise from a clear spring well in the near of our park, which makes the daft to hear all blend. This place of endearment, how it is clear, and how they cast their spells upon the fronds that there upfloat, the bookstaff branchings, the druggeted stems that the leaves incut on trees. Do you can their tantra spellings? I can least skill mistress aiding. Elm, bay, this way, Culdare. Take a message, tawny runes, Ilex shallow. Meet me at the pine. Yes, they shall have brought us to the water trysting by hedges of maiden fern. Then here in another place is their chapel of eases, sold for song, of which you have thought my praise too much my price. Oh, ma, yes, sad one of Zyod, sell me my soul dear. Ah, my sorrowful, his cloister dreeping off his monk's hood, how it is tryst to death, all his dark ivy tod, where cold in dearth. Yet see my blanching Kissabel, in the underclose she is also gay, her kirtles green, her curtsies white, her peony pears, her nistling slows. I, pipette, I must also quicklingly detryst myself softly into this little East chapel. I would rather than Ireland. But pray, make, do your easiness, oh peace, this is heaven. O Mr. Prince of pouring to her, whatever shall please to do. Why do you so life-size, my precious, as I hear from you with lamentations after that swollen one? I'm not sighing, I assure, but only I am so sorry about all in my sourest place. Listen, I am doing it. Hear more to those voices. Always I am hearing them. Horsehem coughs enough, and she lisps privily.
He is quieter now. Legal entitled, access to partners, not wild beseech, by right of foapts, twain be honor flesh, heaven and hope. Let us go, make a noise, slee! Ki quai, the gur, whose frict unfold and mourn, wake up and rise and provide for sacrifice. Wait, hist, let us list. For our netherworld's bosom foes are working tooth and nail overtime in earth veins, toad cavities, cheese ganglions, salt clusters, underfed, nagging fire nibblers, knocking Aderman up out of his hinterclutch. Tomb be their tools, when the young dammers will be soon heart-pocking on their betters' door-knoggers, and the young fries will be back-frisking diamond cuts over their line-gin underlayers, spick and spat, trowling a graven trench for their four-in-hand forebears. Vote for your club! Wait, what? Her door! Ope! See! What? Careful! Who? Live well in Edelverta's tone.
Can't ear. Her Dortis Orphy? Woofy? Her Eskmino daughter's hope? Whoopee? Elmi. Eskmi stoon soon. Let us consider. The procurator interrogarius Malterum presents us his proposer. Honoferus is a concuspent ex-service major who has major dishonest propositions to all. He is considered to have committed, invoking droti de Aurelier, simple infidelities with Felicia, a virgin, to be practicing for unnatural coits with Eugenius and Jeremias, 2 or 3 Philadelphians. Honopharius, Felicia, Eugenius, and Jeremias are consanguineous to the lowest degree. Anita, the wife of Honopharius, has been told by their tiresome Forticia that Honopharius has blasphemously confessed under voluntary chastisement that he has instructed his slave Maritarius to urge Magavarius, a commercial Emilius of Honopharius, to solicit the chastity of Anita. Anita is informed by some illegitimate children of Forticia with Maritarius. The supposition is Wares that Gilead, the schematical wife of Magavarius, is visited clandestinely by Barnabas, the advocate of Honopharius, an immoral person who has been corrupted by Germanius. Gilead, a cooler blend, D'Alton insists, Exwo with Papara, uh, Papia, Arancia, Clara, Marinuza, Indra, and Iodina has been tenderly debauched in Holly's Day's View by Honifarius, and Magavarius knows from spies that Anita has formerly committed double sacrilege with Michael, Virgo Cerularius, a perpetual curate who wishes to seduce Eugenius. Magavarius threatens to have Anita molested by Sola, an Orthodox savage, the leader of a band of 12 mercenaries, the Solavani, who desires to procure Felicia from uh, Georgiarius, Leo, Vitellius, and Macdugallius, 4 excavators, if she will not yield to him, and also deceive Honifarius by rendering conjugal duty when demanded. Anita, who claims to have discovered incestuous temptations from Gemarius and Eugenius, would yield to the lewdness of Honifarius to appease the savagery of Sulla and the mercenarinesses of the 12 Solavanian, as Gilbert at first suggested, to save the virginity of Felicia from Magravius when converted by Michael after the death of Gilia, but she fears that, by allowing his marital rights, she may cause reprehensible conduct between Eugenius and Jeremias. Michael, who has formally debauched Anita, dispenses her from yielding to Honifarius, who pretends publicly to possess his conjunct in 39 several manners. Turapiter, affirm ex cathedris, uh, Gernotis Cambronesis, for carnal hygiene whenever he has rendered himself impotent to consummate by subdolences. Anita is disturbed, but Michael uh, commentates that he will reserve her case tomorrow for the ordinary Guglamolus, even if she should practice a pious fraud during affrixiation, which, from experience, she knows, according to Wadding, to be leading to nullity. Forticia, however, is encouraged by Georgiarius, Leo, Vitellius, and Magdagullius reunitingly to warn Anita by describing the strong chastisements of Honifarius and the depravities turpismus of Canicola, the deceased wife of Mauritius, with Sulla, the Simonic, who is abnegated and repents. He has he homogeny, and she submit? Translate, alax, you breed a Brandon in the goods of Cape and Chattertone deceased.
This, lay readers and Gentile men, is perhaps the commonest of all cases arising out of umbrella history in connection with the wood industries in our courts of litigation. Doyley Owens holds, though Fig Magnuson of himself holds also, that so long as there is a joint deposit account in the two names, a mutual obligation is posited. Owens cites Brer Fuchs and Morin, a foreign firm since deceased, registers as Tangos Limited, for the sale of certain proprietary articles. The action, which was at the distance of the trustee of the Heathen Church Emergency Fund, suing by its trustee, a resigned civil servant, for the payment of tithes due, was heard by Judge Doyle, and also by a common jury. No question arose as to the debt, for which vouchers spoke volumes. The defence alleged that payment has been made effective. The fund trustee, one Jacundus Facundus Xero Pecundus Coppercheap, counterclaimed that payment was invalid, having been tendered to creditor under cover of a crossed cheque signed in the ordinary course in the name of Wildheim Hurl's Cross, voucher copy provided, and drawn by the senior partner only by whom the lodgment of the species had been effected, but in their joint names. The bank particularized the national misery, now almost entirely in the hands of the 4 chief bondholders for value in tangos, declined to pay the draft, though there were ample reserves to meet the liability, whereupon the trusty Coppercheap negotiated it for and on behalf of the fund of the thing to a client of his, a notary, from whom, on consideration, he received in exchange legal relief as between trustee and betrust, with thanks. Since then, the cheque, a good washable pink, embossed D.U.D. number 1132, good for the figure and face, had been circulating in the country for over 39 years among holders of Pango stock, a rival concern, though not one demonetized farthing had ever spun or fluctuated across the counter in the semblance of hard coin or liquid cash. The jury, a sour dozen of stout fellows, all of whom were curiously named after Doyles, naturally disagreed jointly and severally, and the belligerent judge, disagreeing with the allied jurors' disagreement, went outside his jurisdiction altogether and ordered a garnishee attachment to the neutral firm. No mandamus could locate the depleted Willem Brayfawkes, as he had entered into an ancient moratorium dating back to the times of the early barters, and only the junior partner Baron could be found, who entered an appearance and turned up upon notice of motion and after service of the motion by interlocutory injunction among the male jurors to be an absolute turf woman, originally from the proletarian class, and with still a good title to her sex name of Anne Doyle, a Coppinger's Cottages, the Doyle's country. Doyle, Anne, add woman in, having regretfully left the jury boxes, protested cheerfully on the stand in a long jury myad in re-corset checks, delivered in Doylish, that she had often, in supply to brusque demands rising almost to boiling point, discounted Mr. Breakforth's first, of all in exchange 9 months from date without issue, and, to be strictly literal, unbottled in corroboration a current account of how she had been made at sight for services rendered the payee drawee of unwashable blank assignations, sometimes Pink Williams, laughter, but more often of the creme de citron, vert email, pain coq, or marshmallow series, which she, as bearer, used to endorse adhesively to her various payers' drawers, who in most cases were identified by the timber papers as well-known tetagists of the city and suburban. The witness, at her own request, asked if she might, and wrought something between the sheets of music paper which she had accompanied herself with for the occasion, and this having been handed up for the bench to look at in camera, Coppinger's doll, as she was called, Ananias, Mac Ursa's da, the adopted child, then proposed to Jerrykin and Jurines and every Jim, Jock and Jarry in that little green courting housie for her satisfaction, and as a whole act of settlement to re-amalgamate herself, tomorrow perforce, in partnership with the permanent suing fond trustee Monsignor Peppergy, under the new style of Will Breakfast and Spareham, as when all his cognizances had been entreated, he seemed to proffer the steadiest interest towards her, but this pre-proposal was ruled out on appeal by Judge Jeremy Doyler, who, reserving judgment in a matter of courts and reversing the findings of the lower correctional, found beyond doubt of treason, fending the dissentents of the pick-pack panel, 12 as upright Judases as ever let down their thumbs, and occupanti extremum scabi, handed down to the jury of the Liffey that, as a matter of tact, the woman they gave as free was born into contractual incapacity, the Caliph of Man v. the Odalisque Company. When, how, and where Meny's Mansipcum Act did not apply, and therefore held supremely that, as no property in law can exist in a corpse, Hal Kilbride versus Una Bellina, Peppergy's pact was pure piffle, loud laughter, and Warham would whistle for the rhino. Will you, won't you, Pango with Peppergy? Not for Nancy. How dare you do? And phew, 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 phew.
He sighed in his sleep. Let us go back, lest ye forewaken. Hide ourselves, while hovering dream wings, folding around, will hide from fears my wee mannikin. Keep my big wig, long strong manomen, guard my bairn, mon beau. To bed. Prospector, projector, and boom master, giant builder of all causeways whatsoever, hopping off point and true terminus of strack straight cuts and corkscrewn perambulopes. Zeal whence to go whither, wonderlust, in sequence to which every muckle must make its mickle, as different as York from Leeds, being the only wise in a muck's world, to look on itself from beforehand, mirror-minded curiosities, and wood to the large which bring hills to the mole-hunter, home through first husband, perils behind swine, and horsepower down Hungerford. Prick this man and tit up this woman, our forced parents. Boggy Bobbo with his cunningest cauchemar, almost sounds French. Big Mace Master and Finnegan with Phoenicia Parks, lame of his ear and gape of her leg. Most correctingly, we beseech of you, down their ladder case of night watch service, and bring them at suntime, fiesh with the nethermost gangrene of their stepchildren. Guide them through the labyrinth of their semilikes, and the alteragoses of their pseudo selves. Hedge them both ways of all roamers whose names are Ligius. Ligius, it means religious, but whatever. From the loss of bearings, deliver them. So they keep to their rights and beware of duty frees, Neolithic Smith and Magdalian Ginny Jones. Mandragon Moor and weak Fayducky, Morian Male and Thridacian Mad, Basilisk Glorious with his weenie queenie, Tiger Knack and Swan's Grace. He has hail as his arduries, she has verve as her veins. This prime white arsenic with bismate alloyed, martial sin with peccadilly, free to lease hold with first mortgage, Dowser Dower and Dipper Deuce, stop that war and feel this feather. Norse blood heartened and lands smooth washable. Great gas with fun in the corner. Grand slam with fall of the trick. Solemn one and Chevy. Cod and Coney, cash and carry. In all we dreamed, the part we dreaded. Corsair coupled with his dame. Royal bibber but constant lymph. Boniface and bonny features. Nasal nose and river mouth. Bang the charge and batter the bolster. Big smoke and lickly rosely. Humanity's Farman by society leader. Voguner and truly. Bumpered and elf. Urlugomur with Midiburo. Leaks and awfully. Basil cursed yet grace abunda. Reggie's protector with Screendall vedette. Peg of his claim and pride of her heart. Cliffscar grizzly but rock dove cooning. Hodenstag on Frigabet. Baron and feme, that he may dish cover her, that she may uncouple him, that one may come and crumple them, that they may soon recoup themselves, now and then, time on time again, as per periodicity, from Neves to Wilses, from Bushmills to Enos, to goers from Harlem, to hearths of oak from skittish widows, via mala, hiberpas, heshkiswe per alptrak, though lands vague and vain, after many mandalays, in their first case to the next place, till their cozen carries, the high and the by, both pent and plain, cross cow silps, yellow, past pumpkins, pinioned? Purplesome, be they whacked to the wide, or other tied to the hustings, long sizzle roads neath Arthruseat, him to the derby, her to the tune, till Sengitide do codlam, in the grounds of Unterlinen, rule Toulouse and Cani, at Shipside by Covent Garden, monk and sempstress in sackcloth silkily, curious dreamers, curious dramas, curious demean, Plagius Daemon, Plagiest dearest, Plagiest durest. For the Strangeford players are protesting, and the Carkery villains dry flooring it, and the lepertized laddos railing the way, blump for Solgo slee. Stop. Did a stir? No. Is fast. On to bed. So he is. It's only the wind on the road outside, for to wake all the shivering shanks from snoring.
But God, his villain, who will he be? This Mater man, some king of the East, in his trizzy grayed Brunswick, with the snow in his mouth and the Caspian asthma, so bulked of build, relics of Farah and Livite, Dick Gill, Tum Lung, or McFinnan's cool Harnick. He has only the Heed's Coast casket on and his woolsey shirt piece and Pete's cod doublet. Also, his feet wear doubled with socks, for he always must to ensure warm sleep between a pair of fully fleeced bankers with a finnock in a cowl. Can thus be Mithar Norkman that keeps our hotel? Begor, Mr. Osorgman, you're looking right well. Heckler's champion ethni- eth- ethnicist. How deft as a Fusher shoe woos darft as a fish. He's the dibbler's own dodges for Dublin exists, but a jolly fine decent form of one word. He's rounding up on his family. And who is the bodykin by him, sir? So Volziv Volzival Valsihi, with yibes and zabs. Her Trixie's trails is tripping her vop. Look at the way for the lucre of smoke. She's looping the lamp. Why, that's old Missness. Wipe three, wipe them dry. Well, 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 so well. Don water. RDCS me. With her half bend as proud as a pension, all balmy, and her trout back, quiver lip, Nanya, and her step to Jasmine's Colin Buzzle, happy tea area, naughty gay fru, selling sunlit soaps to washed out wenches and rind cold draughts to the props of his pubs. She tipped lipping the swells at Pont Desley till she jumped the boom at Brown's mouth. Now she's bored his head under Hatesbury's hatch and loomed his fate to Old Love Lane. And she's just the same old Haproth of dripping. She's even brent her hair. Which route are they going? Why? Angle, Sitter, or Amen Corner, Norswood, Southwalk, or Euston Waste? The solvent man and his upper Gabinson, with not a breath against him, and the wee whipping woman's housey? They're coming Turug, their diamond wedding tour. Giants Itchley, Elfkins L, vesting their characters Vix Development, Andis Aller, Athos Air, our first day man, and your dresser and mine, that Luxemburger Evac Celeste Alzette. Conklick Shire with the Quincy Countess, Stepney's shipchild with the waif of his bosun, Dunmouse Flitcher with Duck on the Rock, down the scales, the way they went up, under talls and treading tormentors, shunning the straps, and slipping the sliders, risking a runaway, ruining revels, from Elder Arbor to La Puree, skipping the clock back, crystals and carbon, sweetheartedly. Hot and cold, and electricary, with attendance and lounge and promenade free. In spite of all the science could boot or art could eke. bolt and grindin', cave and cannon, single rex for a week, double axe for the mail, and quick quack quack or for the radiosi. Renove that Bible. You will never have post in your pocket unless you have braise on your plate. Beggars outdoor. Goat to the endeth thou slowguard. Mind the monks and their grasps. Scrape your souls. Commit no miracles. Postpone no bills. Respect the uniform. Hold the rabbers for the cunning his plethron. Let leash the doves to the coon her coineth. Hate not have nots. Share the wealth and spoil the wheel. Peg the pound to Tom the devil. My time is on drought. Bottle your own. Love my label like myself. Earn before eating. Drudge after drink. Credit tomorrow. Follow my dealings. Fetch my price. Buy not from dives. Sell not to Fruinden. Hear now chunk English and learn to pray plain. Lean on your lunch. No cods before me. Practice preaching. Think in your stomach. Important through the nose. By faith alone. Seasons weather. Gomorrah. Salong. Lots feed from the tide table. Oils wells in our lands. Let earwiggers wivable teach you the dance. Now their laws assist them and ease their fall. For they met and mated, and bedded and buckled, and got and gave, and reared and raised, and brought twa land within hard danger, and turned them, tearing to the sea, and planted and plundered and pawned our souls, and pillaged the pounds of the extramurals, and fought and feigned with strained relations, and bequested us their ills, and recurted Cripple's Gate, and undermined lugger, lugatures, man planting seven sisters, while wan worn wooed woman scrubs, and turned our coats and removed their origins, and never learned the first day's lessons, and tried to mingle and manage to save the feathered foe's nest, and fouled their own, and wayleft the Arnots and ponted Vondevals of the Zogobroden, and escaped from liquidation by the heirs of their death, and were responsible for congested districts and rolled old logs into Peter Sororary and Wefred, new woodcuts on Paley's wharf and erased Rachel's Lee and rammed Dominic's Gap and looked haggards after Lazatables and rode fourscore odd winters and struck rock oil and forced a policeman and collapsed at their Physes and Tobias and Zachary and left off leaving off and kept on keeping on and roused up drink and poured balm down and were cuffed by their customers and bit the dust at the foot of the pole when in their dear Garth he gave up his goat after the battle of Multerferry. Pharaoh with fairy, to lie, let them. Yet they wind it back, qual his lift, him meterily, bull see boob, and rivalish Deville, light in hand, helm on high, to peekaboo dirk and thicket of slumberware, till their hour with their scene be struck forever, and the book of their dates he close, he clasped, and she sagan her tour uh, de adieu. Prevencia calling, solo scar hears. O Shem! O Sham! And gentle Isid Yisid gag, flipsing in the night leaves flattery, dinsindolsory to Finnegan, to sin again, and to make grim grandma grunt and grin again, while the first grey streaks still silvering by for to mock their quarrels and dolly mouth tumbling.
They near the base of the chill stare, that large incorporate licensed vintner, such as he is from former times, 9 hosts in himself, in his hydro-comic establishment, and his ambling, lymphy peeping partner, the slave of the ring that worries the hand, that sways the lamp, that shadows the walk, that bends to his bane, the busy-next man, that came on the cop with the Fenian's bark, that pickled his widow, that primed the pope, that passed it round on the volunteer's plate, till it croppied the ears of the purser's rel, that kneed O'Connell up out of his doss, that shouldered Burke, that butted O'Hara, that woke the busker, that grattaned his crowd, that bucked the jiggers to rhyme the ran, that flooded the roots in Arian's Isles, from Malin to Clear and Carnsore Port, to sline a gollow and clean the pockets and ransom the ribs of all the listeners lewd and lay, that bought the ballad that Hosty made. Anyhow, the matter is a troublous and a penniless. Have they not called him at many's their mock indignation meeting? Vehemens, vengeance, vective volleying, inwader and outlander, the notables crashing libels in their Sullivan's mounted beards about him, their right renounceable patriarch? Heinz cans everywhere, and the Swanee her ainsel and Earwaker's family sock that they smuggled to life between them, roaring, Big Riley was the worst, free booze for the man from the Nark. Sure, he was never worth the cornerfall fark. And his Banishie's bedpan, she's a queer old bite of a tark, as they wendled their zing-away wivewoods from his find-me cool's moist opulent vinery, hijacking through the nagging neck pass as they hauled home with their hogsheads, axe poxtulating and claiming cowled consolation, sir some cordial from the blue funk fires of the Dipper and the Martian's frost. Use they not, and no small term traders, to abhor as off from him, the yet unregendered thunderslog, whose spro cunneth none lord made undeciding, how betwixt wifely rule and mens consia recti, then himale man, all unbracing to omni woman, but now she-dropping his hitches like any maidavale opposite, Orsa riders in Idenhall? Ah, dear, oh dear, and her Ilian, and his William, when they were all there now, matin marked for looking on, at the Carryfore with Aulus Plautius, their happy ass Claudius, and then and to the Trivials, and their bivouac, and his monomyth. Ah ho! Say no more about it. I'm sorry. I saw. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say I saw. Give there not 2 amongst us, after all events, or so grunts a leading head dromedary, some together gush of still and buttle, you know, that insofar forth as all up and down the whole concreation say, efficient first gets there finally every time. And as a complex matter of pure form for those excesses and that pasfault hard hearingness from their eldfar in grips and rumblions through fresh taint and old treason, another like that altar, but not quite such an ander, and still and but one, not all the self same, and but still one, just the mame, and encore emihim may always, with a little difference, till the latest up to date, so early in the morning, have evertheless been all made amenable. Yet he begot 'em. Let us, wherefore, tearing ages, presently preposterose a snatch vote of thanks a lot to the huskiest coaxing experimenter that ever gave his best hand into Chancerex, wishing him with his famblings no end of slow poison and a mighty broad venue for themselves between the Devil's Punch Bowl and the deep angle seaboard, that they may gratefully turn a deaf ear clooshed upon the desperanto of willy-nully, their shareholders from Taft to Olaf, that will curse them below par and mar with their descendants, shame, humbug, and profit, to green mould upon mildew over jaundice, as long as there's wagtail surtax to a test case on Enver man. We have to had them whether the will like it or not. They'll have to have us now, and then we're here on their spot. Scant hope theirs to ours to escape life's high carnage of semperindentity by subsisting piecemeal upon variables. Bloody certainly have we got to see to it ere smellful demise surprends us on this concrete, that down the gullies of the eras we may catch ourselves looking forward to what will in no time be staring you larrikins on the post face in that multi-mirror megaron of returning ties, world without end to end. So there was a Rorty, who in Diffling's board did, with his soldering iron spade away hammerlegs, and where there was a fair young, who was playing her game of, and she and said she, you rockabye, will you peddle in my bog? And he sod her in Ireland, paved her way from Maidenhead to Youghal. And that's how Humphrey, champion Emir, holds his own. Shy sweet, she rests.
Or show pawn him now, will you? Durg Rudd face should take Patrick's purge. Hawkway in his hip-high berserk, third position of Concord. Excellent view from front. Sidome, female imperfectly masking male. Red spot his brow brand. Women's the prey. Thons the dullers kongs yogs loggers wagons line. Private judgers change here for Luther's town. Only Romans keep your seats. The Drew all ladies please to our great metro trollops. Leary, 20 ton nearly. He's plotting King's Down for his villa's extension. Gaze at him now in momentum, as his bridges are blown to babby rags by the lee of the hulk upright on her orbits, and the heave of his juniper arcs in action. He's naval, I see. Poor little Tartanelle, her dinties are chattering, the strait she's in, the bullock she bears. Her smirk is smeeching behind her for her hills. By the queer quick twist of her mob cap, and the lift of her shift at random, and the rate of her gait, I'm going of pace, 2 thinks at a time. Her country I'm proud of. The field is down. The race is their own. The galleon man jovial on his bucky brown nightmare. Big Rob nigging his Lilliputana. 1 to 1 bore 1. The datter, Io sleeps in peace, And the twilling sons, Ganymede, Garrymore, turn in trot and trot, but old Paramere goes it at a gallop, Bosford and Phosphorine, 1 to 1 on. Oh, her fairy satellite, casting such shadows to Persia's blind. The man in the street can see the coming event. Photo flashing it far too wide. It will be known through all Urania soon. Like jealous joy, titaning fear. Like rumor reeing round the planets. Like China's dragons snapping jappets. Like rogad grey up the east. Saturn's day boost besets Phoebe's nearest. Here's the flood, and the flaxen flood that's to come over hapless Ireland. Is there no one to Malahide live and her Betty's ship? Or who'll buy her rosebuds, jetty black rosebuds, Ninslows of Nivea, non-paps of Nan? From the fall of the fig to Doom's last post, every ephemeral anniversary, while the park's police peals peering by 4 to weight down morals from County Bublin. That trainer's trundling. Quick. Pay up. Kick a kick. She had to kick a laugh at her old stick in the block, the way he was slogging his paunch about, ebbid doubled, mate oft mate on, like Hail King Willow, the robber, cane maker's mace and waxened capapee. But the Terence brand on his hot wet brow. At quick in the morning, and her lamp was all askew and a trembly wick in her, ring zingry. She had to spot forth, she had to kick her, too thick of the wick of her pixie's lumph, wide liquoring Jessup the smoky chimney, and her duffed coverpoint of a wickety batter. Whatever she druv behind her stumps for a tiddlyish wink through the tunnel-cleft bag slops of the rising blunders Yorkers as he stood and stuttered and trutted and trumpered to see he had Lord Larry's Bleckham's and red Bobby Abels. It tickled her innings to consort pitch at kick-slockin in the warm. Tippa-tonguing him on in her pigeony linguish with a flick at the bales for lubrication to scorch her faster. Ye heck, ye hawk, ye hockey hiremonger. Magrath, he's my pecker, he is, for bricking up all my old Kent road. He'll win your toss, flog your old Tom's bowling, and I dare ye, barrack buller, to break his duck. He's posh. I love him. We're powering all Oogster till the MCCs run googly. Declare to ashes and testy his match. 3 for 2 will do for me, and he for thee, and she for you. Go easy, oh easy, for the grace of the fields, or hooly-pooly cuppy. We'll both be by and by caught by the slit for fear he'd tire and burst his Dunlops and waken her bonny Barneys, making his booby babies. The game old Merryman, square to leg, with his lolly-wide towel hat and his hopsy socks and his Wisden's boss and his nursery's pinafore and his gentleman's grip and his playboy's plunge and his flanelly feely-fooling treading her hump and humble down like a maiden well-head ovalled her and her crease where the pads of her punishments ought to be by womanish rights, when Keek, the hen in the Doran's shanty queer, began in a kickery key to laugh it off. Yea, nay. Oh, the way she was wucked to doodle-do by her gallows bird. How's that? No ball, he carries his bat. 932 not out, at all times long past conquering cock of the Morgans.
How blame us? Coco Rico. Armiger and ever-fasting horde. Rico. So the bill to the bow, as the bell to the bow. We herewith pleased return auditors' thanks for those in their favors since safely enjoined. Coco Ree. Tell a man, till a me. Tabernacle and Tipperary, sons, travellers in company, and their carriageable touchers, tanks tight and tyne for her contractions tug awards his personnel. Echo, Coree, Coreco, you, me. Well, we all unite through folly and rendering gratias, well, between love's repast, begging your honor's pardon for, well, exclusive pictorial rights of hear her fond tip lady, his weak rations appearing in next eon's issue of the Neptune Centennial and Trinonville light tour with the wildest circulation round the whole universe. Ecolo, Cori, Coro, Corico. How me, oh my, you ho, my, you to I o. Thanks furthermore, the modest Miss Gimglow and neat Master Metterson, who so kindly profiteered their sir wishes as demoiselle of honor and, well, as strain bearer respectively. And the cordialest brief nod and chin, danky shin to well patient ringasend as prevenit by your leave. To all such occasions, detachable, replaceable, thanks to Zanak, as well as his auricular of Malthus, the Promethean para to know whether, which first, pray go, taught love's lightning the way, pity shown, to well conduct itself. Mercy, Good shot. Only please don't mention it. Come, all ye goat fathers and grown mothers. Come, all ye makers and pile drivers. Come, all ye labor-saving devisers and chargeladen dividers, find firefinders, water workers, deeply condole with him. All that is still life with death in your born, all very bump saps, yet bound to be, to do and to suffer. Every creature, everywhere, and your pleas, kindly feel for her. While the dapple gray dawn drags nearing nigh, for to wake all drones, the drowsy of Dublin. Humperfelt and Aniska, wedded now evermore in acetomoses by the ground plan of the place hunter, whist bow and Donabella. Totovir and Esqueminer, whoso shall separate fetters to new desire, repeals an act of union to unite in bonds of shemency. Oh yes, withdraw your member. Closure. This chamber stands adjourned. Such precedent is largely a cause of lack of collective contingencies among Don Nelly's orchard as lifelong the shady side of Fair Brothers Field. Humbo, lock your cackle up, and nigh blow your wickle out. Tuck away the table sheet. You never wet the tea, and you may go right to way back to the Auntie de la Via Humphrey after that. Retire the rest without first disturbing your neighbor, mankind, or of baffling descriptions. Others are as tired of themselves as you are. Let each one learn to bore himself. It is strictly requested that no calm smoking, spitting, pub chat, wrestle rounds, coarse courting, smut, etc. will take place amongst those hours so devoted to repose. Look behind, before you strip you. Disrobe, clothed in the strictest secrecy which privacy can afford. Water non to be discharged coram grate and ex window. Never divorce in the bedding the glove that will give you away. Maid maud nennies nay but blabs to amama. For your life, would you? She to her bosom friend who does all chores. And what do you think my Madeline saw? This ignorant mostly sweeps it out along all with all the rather old cor- uh, corporators. Have you heard of one humble down jungle man, how he bet Bryn and Bush playing peg and palm? The Malden River that gets its dues, adding a ding, or do. Thence thou laundresses. Oh, muddle me more about the Maggies. I mean, Bonnie Mage Ellis and Brownie Mag Dillon. Attention at all. Each ditcher's dastard and duckling will let us know about it if you have paid the mulchman by whether your rent is open to be foreclosed or are back in your heiresses. This is seriously meant. Here is a homelet, not a hothel. That's right, old Oldham. All in fact as soon as all of old right as anyways ever and very old place, where he, when scalded of the cowerfowl to beat the bounds by here at such a point of time as this is for a Samuel up Allwood's halfpence and Rivet's agent, half back from three gangs multiplussed by on a 20 lot ad all to a fiver with the deuce of Oromers numbers L, a fee, and do little ones. With the caboose uh, on him upheld for thrushes, mistiles, yet singing out his parasangs in Cornish token. Mean Farthree, East End Apple Celery, Old Laddie, He High Hole, Poleside, Patrolman, Seeker's Sin, Townsend's, Twaquam, Crumlin quiet down from his hunger. He would mac sicker of inklet, goods foretomed, Erishingen of light Turkling, Etherani of Thrunkle's Windopes. More, unless we were never so wrong taken, if he brought his boots to pause in peace, the one beside the other one, right on the road, he would seize no sound or from cache or cave beyond the flow of wand was uh, gypsying water, telling him now, telling him all about ham and livery. Stay, stay and toast ham and livery, buttermore with marmalade to Waker oats for him on livery. Furor, fear horror. At last it passed. Lob at cod, the heron, or when then mong them three.
Hiss, which we had only our haze light to see with, cert, in our point of view, me and my oxy, Jimmy Darcy, hadn't we, Jimmy? Who to scene with? Kiss, no kid, captain, which he stood us, 3 jolly post boys. First a couple of Mountjoys and nutty Woodbines with his cad police choculars, pepped from our Theodatra Regals drolleries, pantomime, in the snug of the Cambridge arms of Teddy Ales while we was laying. Crown jewels to a peanut. Was his stepmarm, old nose-heavy, or a widower? Which he said, lads, a-taking low his whitby hat, lopping off the froth and wishing, with all respectfulness to the old country, tomorrow, comrades, we, his long life strength and cured screaming loan to our all-hallowed king, the pitcher that he's turned to weld the wall. Lord lengthen him. His standpoint was to belt and blutcher him afore the whole pleading church hall and submarine bar yonder. But he made no class at all in port and cemented Paulships between our trucers, being a refugee. Didn't he, Jimmy? Who true to me? Sish, honeysuckler. What my young lady here, Fred Watkins, Bulger Fred, all the way from Melmouth to Nadel, she calls him, dip the colors, pet, when he commit his certain questions, viva viz, the secret empire of the snake, which it was on a point of our sutting down. How was it, Jimmy? Who was Cinnarettes to declare? This, touching our Phoenix Rangers nuisance at the meeting of the waitresses, the dainty lines, Elsie's from Chelsea's, the 2 Lego legals in bloom, and those pest of Parkies, Twitch, Thistle, and Charlock, were they for giving up their fogging trespasses by order which we foregathered he must be raw in cane sugar. The party, no. Jimmy MacCallithock, who trespass against me. Briss. That's him, with his wig on, a chewing of his maple gum. That's our grandpapa, Mr. Beardall, an accomplished burgomaster, a great one among the very greatest, which he told us privates, out of his own scented moof he used to was, my lads, afore this wine act come, what say, our Jimmy the chapel goer, who fears all masters? Hi, Jocko, now log, my own sweet boozy love, which he puts his feeler to me behind the beggar's bush. Does Freda, don't you be an mookie? Carry one, he says, though we marooned through this Oilod. We must spy a hind on honeysuckler. Now his old face is hard alone, with his defenses down during his weapon still stand, says my Fred, and James Zyme here, which Pippet she simply must, she says, our pet. She'll do a retroussy from her point of view. Way you fly, like a thrush, to keep her flounces off the grass while paying the wet minnots. Muses shall visit and pair her thighs for him with just one curl after the cad came back, which we thought he wore as a gunner, and his corkiness lay up 2 bottles of joy with a shady had by Fred and a final Oloroso, which he was warming to. My right, Jimmy, my old brown freer? Oh, stoler, oh, so mine. Following idly up to Seat Point, neath King Mount shadow, that ilk for eke of us, whose Natham's band, whose hofta hooded welcome Warsaw, howdy you do, Holly Mary, Ivy Sad, Witcher and Wower, Mr. Black Atkins, and you, Tanya Panny, Trooper Twos, were you there? Was truce of snow moon-mounted snow? Or did Vulcan hang o'er earth in umber hue his fulmin bomb? Number 2 coming, full inside, was glimpsed the mean amongst of cloud? Or did pitter rain fall in a sprinkling? If the waters could speak as they flow. Timgle Tom, pow the bell. Izzy's busy down in the dell. Mizpah low, you number 1, in deep humidity. Listen, misled peerless, please. You are, of course. You miss him so, to Lisseltoe. Of course, my pledge between us. There's no one, Noel, like him, here to hear. Esh es, doles at dolesy. Since Alan Rogue loved Arapogue, it's all kill doghow fair. Tris, only trees such as these, were those, waving there, the barkatry, the O'Brier tree, the rowan tree, the O'Cornell tree, the bihen shrub near Windy Arbor, the Miguel O'Dendron moor. Trem, all the trees in the wood, they trembled, humbled, when they heard the stop press from Domesday's air world.
Tis. 2 pretty mistletots ribboned to a tree, uprose Liberator and Fancy they were free. 4 witty missy wives winking under hoods made lasses like lavs love maypole riding, and dotted our green with tricksome couples, 50-50, their children's hundred. So childish pence took care of parents' pounds, and many made money the way in the world where rush roads to riches crossed slums of lice, and the cause of it all he forged himself ahead like a blazing urban orb, brewing treble to drown grief, giving and taking meom and tuam, playing milliards with his 3 golden balls, making party capital out of landed self-interest, light on a slavey but weighty on the bourse, our hugest commercial emporialist, with his sons booing home from afar and his daughters bridling up his side. Finner! How did he bank it up, swank it up at the whaler in the punt, by a guinea by a groat, his index on the balance and such wealth into the bargain, with the bogey which he snatched in the baggage coach ahead? Going forth on the prowl, Master Jack-Ill, under night and creeping back, dog to hide, over morning. Humbly to fall and cheaply to rise, exposition of failures. Through Duffy's blunders and McKenna's insurance for upper 10 and lower 5, the band played on. As one generation tells another, off to the fall. First, for a change of a 7 days' license, he wandered out of his farmer's help and so lost his early parish life. Then, 'twas in Fenland, occidentally of a sudden 6 June-looking flame faces straggled wild out of their turns through his parson-fired wicket, showing all shapes of striplings in sleepless tights. Promptly whom after, in undated times, very properly a dozen generations anterior to themselves, A main chanced to burst and misflooded his fortunes, wrothing foul play over his fives court, and his fine poultry yard, wherein were spared a just two of a feather in waiting room only. Next, upon due reflotation, up started 4 hurricane gales to smithereen his plate glass house walls, and the slate for accounts his keeper was cooking. Then came 3 boy bugle-horners who counter-bezeled and cross-bugled him. Later on in the same evening, 2 Hussites absconded through a breach in his bylaws and left him, the infidels, to pay himself off in kind remembrances. Till, ultimate him, fell the crowning barley straw, when an explosion of his distilleries defedumped all his dry goods to his most favoured sin flute, and dropped him, what remains of a heptarch, leer-eyed and letterish, weeping worry-bound on his bank rump. Pep, pay-bearer, sure and sorry, at foot of ho honest policist. On never again by Phoenix, swore on him Lloyds, not for beaten wheat, not after Sir Joe Mead's father, thanks. They know him, the Covenanter, by rote at least, for a chameleon at last, in his true false heaven colours from ultraviolet to sub-red tissues. That's his last try-on to march through the grand triumphal arch. His rainbolts shot, never again. How you do that like, Mr. Chimepiece? You got nice yum plemyums. Pray paid my promisals. Agreed, Woo Welsher. He was chog-full to be extate on earn as in hiving of fox-old conningness, but who, hey, honey, for all values of his latters, intergerimost, was the foremast of the firm. At folk mood hailed, at part far wailed, accumulated concloud, noir, nebob of Nephihilm. After all, what followed for apprentice sake? Since the now nighs nearing as the yet says highs hin. Jeebies, ugh, keck, ptah, that was an ill man. Jawboos, putty good, this is for true a sweetish man. But Jum Bluffer, Baghdad, sir, yon would be for a once over our all-honoured Christmas-tide Eastered man. 4th position of solution. How Johnny, finest view from horizon. Tableau, final. 2 me see. Male and female unmask we him. Begun by gun. Who now Bruth's old brawn? Dawn. The dape of his name Shielder's scalp. Help! After having drummed all he done. Hun! Worked out to an inch of his core. More! Ring down. While the queen bee he stagger-horned blesses her bliss for to feel her funny man's functions tag. Rumbling. Tears, tears, and tears. Rounds.